At night, the clouds fall under the stars and the breeze is quiet. In the gentleness of Sue's eyes, there was a touch of sweetness, and the tenderness of the man stared at the man in front of him. Clouds, wait for the organization to leave, let's settle here. Clouds and Sword's eyebrows are intoxicating and gentle. Shantao, do you want to quit? Su Luo turned and looked at the distant night sky, and looked back with a bright smile. This is not training for more than a decade. It is always on the verge of life and death, there is no moment of peace. Now I am tired of this life. I really want to get out of it quickly. Don't you want to? Saying, Su Luo took out the small box in his hand and shook it in front of Yunqi. Guess, what is inside? The eyes of the Soviet Union are shining, full of happiness. I was immersed in the longing for a better life in the future, and she did not see the glimmer of light that flashed through the eyes. Dragon's ring. You have already got the hand. How is this possible? When did it happen? The cloud was so phoenix and the eyes were intoxicating. Just in the time when you went to Europe and the United States to perform the task, luck, so you got it. This time, you quit with me, okay? Su Luo took the hand of the cloud, full of hope. To the dragon the ring is returned to the organization, and then we settle here, happy life, okay? Okay. His soft kiss was printed on the forehead of the Soviet Union, and a strong hand held her into her arms and hugged her tightly. Leaning on the collarbone of his shoulder socket, Su's eyes are full of happy smiles. For more than 10 years, they have walked hand in hand from the rain of bullets. He is her most important relative and the most trusted person. Now she is pregnant with his baby, and after withdrawing from the organization. Suddenly, Su Luo is in a stiff state. The bottom of the eye was full of sorrow and pain, her eyes wide open, and her eyes were incredibly desperate. Pushing open the clouds and looking down. At this time, her chest was inserted with a sharp dagger, and blood rushed out along the dagger, moistening a thin, plain dress, and the blood on the chest was like a sullen flower, hot and strange. As a killer, the cloud's daggers are precisely without a trace of error. Su Luo squatted down on the gravel and messy ground. The beautiful eyes were full of horror and despair, and she was unbelievable. She really did not think that this man who trusted her mouth to claim that she loved her would definitely take the handle as herself. The birthday gift sent his dagger, and the backhand pierced his heart. Then decisive, cold, and merciless. Why? She opened her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound because of despair. The clouds chilled and mocked the lips. Sud, you are stupid. You know that there are so many secrets in the organization. Do you think the organization will let you go? Actually, I want to quit, it is naive and naive. And, how come you innocently, I will quit with you. Su Luo smiled desperately. As Yun said, she is really naive, and she really believes that he will withdraw from the organization with her. Last life, don't be so stupid. The cloud picked up the small box that fell on the ground, and looked coldly at the painful and desperate Su, and turned and decided to leave. When the clouds start, aren't you naive? The cold voice of Su Luo rang behind him. Seeing Yinchi stopped, Sulu laughed. What do you think is in the box? The cloud opened the box, and in the next moment, he suddenly changed his face. Dragon's ring? You put where is it hidden? A rich employer has sent out $3 billion to entrust the organization to find the dragon's ring. If it is not found at the end, not only will it not be able to get a bounty, but it will also be a great blow to the credibility of the organization. Su Luo stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the darkness of the bottomless bottom. Her mouth burst into a smug but bitter smile. The beauty is like the blooming flower in the storm, from the cloud, you will never get the ring of the dragon. And, don't cry at my grave, dirty my way back. Saying, the Soviet Union jumped and the whole person jumped into the dark cliff. Below the cliff is the sea of water. Time and space conversion. Blue falls on the mainland. Pain. Su Luo felt his body as a needle-like pain, and it seemed to be crushed by a heavy card. The painful heart almost stopped beating. In a confused way, she slowly opened her heavy eyelids and looked at the dirty white gauze nets on her head and the worn quilts. For a moment, she could not react. Su, you are a monk, why don't you die? You still wake up to do something. Go to die and die. A sharp, piercing voice yelled before the bed of Su. Su Luo found herself in weakness, and she looked weakly at the place where she made her voice. It was a very beautiful girl, about 14 or 5 years old, with a gauze and a pale green jade on her head. The color was not very good. Her little face was slightly rounded and the facial features were very delicate. The little girl is very beautiful, but she is very vicious. At the moment, she had a needle in the middle of her hand. The needle was thick and cold. She glared at her eyes and stabbed the slings in a merciless manner. She stabbed the meat hidden in her clothes, and she could not see the outsiders without opening the clothes. It hurts. This is simply abuse. Too shameless. Su Luo wanted to talk, but found that his mouth was blocked by rags, and he wanted to resist, but found that he did not even have the strength to raise his fingers. The vicious screamed at Su, and whispered to another slightly larger girl, "3 sisters, hit fast, kill her." So, the 3 girls were very obedient and slap on the face of Su. The eyes of Su's eyes are cold and shimmering. This abuse, these slaps, I have all recorded down. The Soviet Union could no longer hold back, and finally fell into the darkness of the mud. "Miss. Hey. Miss, don't you die." The tender voice of the female voice is so sad that it seems that the blind man is crying. Was awakened by a cry, and felt that someone shook her hard, and the singer woke up. "Little, miss." Green Luo is crying sadly, lifting his eyes on the top of the Soviet Union, the face suddenly surprised. At this time, Su Luo also saw the little girl in front of her eyes. About 14 or 5 years old, the 5 senses are still pretty, but at the moment the face is covered with red and swollen fingerprints, and the eyes are swollen like peaches, which looks so embarrassing. When the line of sight was transferred to the room, she found that the table was short of legs, the chair was broken, and the teapot cup that drank water was also missing. The whole house looked like a slum in Africa. Suddenly, Su Luo only felt a pain in his brain, and his memory flooded. It turned out that she really crossed. This is not the dynasty she is familiar with, but the blue continent that has never appeared in Chinese history. This is a world dominated by Wu. There are 4 countries on the mainland, namely Dongling, Shijin, Nanfeng and Beimo. The 4 countries are in a circle, and among them is the legendary Dark Forest. If it is not a warrior, don't even want to step in. Sulu is now in the general of the Dongling country. Her father is Su Zian, the general of the National Defense Association, and she is the so-called waste sapphire idiot, Miss C. In the blue sky, every child will have a talent test when they are 5 years old. This test is important enough to determine a person's life. Before this test, Su Luo was the pride of the Su family, because she was born with a natural vision. The sky was full of clouds, the rainbow paved the way, the birds flew around the emperor, and everyone called Su Jiafor. Miss will be a big device. However, in the talent test 5 years later, the most optimistic Miss Su Jiasi broke out of the cold, but it was a wastewood with 0 talent. It is impossible to practice martial arts. Because the expectations were too high and the gap was too large, Su Zian threw the Soviet Union into the squadron and allowed her to fend for herself, and the mother of the Soviet Union was disguised and finally ended in depression. Is she really the legendary wastewood? Su Luo looked at the long white clouds, but the eyes flashed a sneer. She has been in the modern devil training for more than 10 years, even if her talent is 0, she can also find her own sky. She still remembers the day that passed through, and the 2 hoes abused her. Miss San and Miss Wu went to the garden today. They didn't have a ring. I don't know what to say. Green Radish brought the food box in, put the food box on the table, and took out the dish. One is on the table. A rotten leaf, a bowl of moldy tofu, and 2 bowls of rice. Don't eat, I will go out first. Su Luo pushed the bowl of chopsticks, and the eyes flashed a bit of coldness. If she does not have the ability to do anything, she will love to avenge her hatred. In the garden, Miss San Su and Wu Miss Sushi, 2 people are walking along the lotus pond in the garden. Miss Wu Sushi is a mother-in-law, distinguished and noble, and her childhood talent is amazing. She is the darling of the entire Su family. Miss San Su, she and Su Luo are the same, but her mouth is sweet, and on weekdays used to Beiji sushi, everything is mainly sushi, so the relationship between the 2 looks pretty good. The voice of Su Dian, 5 sisters, I heard that the girl died and woke up. Sushi sneered, she is very life-threatening. She is poisonous and does not die. It is really annoying. Su pulls again, what should I do? Isn't that marriage? Sushi clenched his fist, you can rest assured that next time I must kill her. At this moment, they are walking along the lotus pond, Sushi walking on the inside, while Su pulls on the outside. There was a straw in the mouth of Su Luo, listening to them discussing the murder of themselves, and the eyes flashed a little cold. She would have to look at it, who would dare to do it again? I heard that this sushi talent is very high, and now the young age is already a second-order warrior. Now, although I still have no ability to take revenge, it is okay to charge interest. After the fall of the sudong tree, the eyes flashed a glimmer of light. Her sleeves flew, and a small stone fell to the foot of Su. Su pulls the eye to the front. Where does it take care of the feet? She stepped on her foot, and her body suddenly became unstable. She slanted and went down to Sushi. When a person falls, there is always an instinct to grasp all the things that can be caught around him, so Su pulls fortunately to pull Sushi's sleeves. However, unfortunately, just when the two men were slanting, suddenly a Foshan shadowless foot suddenly smashed toward the Soviet Union. The unwarranted attack made Su Dao unprepared, and she was now firmly holding Sushi's skirt. Suddenly, both of them flew toward the canal, slamming into the channel and dripping into the soup. And Su Luo had already hidden back to the phoenix tree at this time, hands clasped his chest, smashed in the glory, waiting to watch the play. She would like to marvel at how wonderful this pair of good sisters are fighting. In the face of this innocent disaster, Sushi is quite innocent, but who told her who is not offended, but to offend the Soviet Union? She was shackled by Su, and she was plunged into the water. She was screaming and screaming. She screamed and screamed. What are you doing with the third sister? If you fall, you will fall. Why do you have to fall? Go in. It's not easy for Su to get out of the water. It's a heavy slap in Sushi. Su pulls really good. She doesn't know how she fell, but she is sure that she will fall into the canal because someone has licked her back. Su Zhang hated and smothered the right face that was beaten, and wanted to cry without tears. 5 sisters, someone yells at me, not I want to fall. Sushi sneered, here you and me are 2 people, who do you think will marry you? You are not going up to find a cloak to wear for me. But. Su pulled his eyes down with pity. The wet gauze flow fairy skirt is now firmly attached to her, and her body is exquisitely exquisite, and the red apron inside is very obvious. If she goes out like this and is seen, can she not lose her death? Or, do we call people? Su tried to hold his head for a long time, weakly suggesting. No. If you call a man, what should you do if you are looked at? You are going. Sushi is fierce. No, no. Su took his life and shook his head. Why didn't he agree? Then you put the clothes on your body and let me wear it. Sushi screamed and screamed at Su's coat. 5 sisters, stop, keep on hand. Su pulls his chest and keeps his life. She is outside a tool, inside a belly pocket. Then you are going soon. Sushi said that he would throw her away on the shore without mercy. Standing on the shore, Su pulls, the clothes on his body are close to each other, and the 2 small grapes on the chest are blown by the wind, standing against the wind, and they are so proud of the crowd. She shivered coldly and was about to run out. However, at this time, I don't know why Lin suddenly caught fire. Far away, it seems that someone shouted, going in the water. The water in the forest is gone. Everyone is going to extinguish the fire. The grove is on the edge of the lotus pond, very close. It's almost clear at a glance, there's no rockery or big rock, and there's nowhere to hide. Seeing countless people coming here, Su was scared and pale, and the 6 gods had no ownership. Her hands were on her chest and she was anxious to turn around. Run! Run! Sushi hidden in the lotus pond is eager to urge. It's too late to run again. However, it is too late. Seeing countless footsteps getting closer and closer, Su was scared, and she subconsciously jumped into the canal. With a bang, the water splashed up. Su Luo almost laughed out loud. However, Su's choice is not stupid. After all, the water in the pool is not deep, the legs can stand, and the pool is full of lotuses, covering up. If you don't look seriously, you won't find people inside. Where are you coming in again? Sushi's mad hair was erected, and she slammed her face to Su's face. Su Bang is not happy too. 5 sisters, don't be too much. She is also angry, is it good? Sushi squinted fiercely, excessive? Who is too much? If you didn't push me forward, would I be so embarrassed? You remember, I will not let you go after going out. But I am not deliberate, it is indeed someone who pushes me. Who is pushing you? You are looking for me. Ignore the chaotic steps. At this moment the 2 sisters actually quarreled directly in the canal. Su Luo looked coldly, smiled uncomfortably, and looked casually at this rare sister. She was looking forward to the next play, and she must perform wonderfully so that she would not run for her. The fire that went to the fire. Nangong Luyun took a leisurely sitting on the lush tree head not far from the lotus pond, and the beautiful face slightly evoked a touch of curvature. The handsome man was full of interest and full of interest. It seems that running the generals today is a good decision. I didn't expect to encounter such a good show. I never knew that the daughters of the generals were so interesting. The legendary idiots are stupid but clever and clever, they are taken to the sky on weekdays, but they are miserable by the whole wolf. The eyes of Nangong Luyun looked down at the Su, and they touched the chin with a happy taste. This girl is young, and the mind is very ghostly, and the tricks are overwhelming. As for the appearance, Nangong Luyun carefully measured this girl. However, at the age of 14 or 5, the face is a careless smile. A pair of beautiful eyes are clear and moving, but the eyes are like a layer of separation. It reflects the darkness of the cold, the darkness of the abyss. It seems that everyone can't walk deep inside her. In the eyes of Nangong Luyun, there was a glimmer of banter. He concluded that this girl is absolutely sinister and deceitful. He likes to count, and likes to hide in the dark, even if he kills people with a smile. It's just too interesting to be like yourself. Nangong Luyun suddenly had a feeling of finding the same kind, a kind of wonderful feeling that he found the same kind of the whole world after searching the whole world. This unprecedented feeling made him full of interest in Su Luo. At this point, Su Luo suddenly felt a slight fault, she found that there seems to be a burning gaze is firmly locking her. Su Luo looked up and saw the tallest phoenix tree. A handsome and unparalleled teenager was leaning forward. His mouth was full of playfulness and she was full of interest in her eyes. I saw him in a robes, the shallow phoenixes and sorrows, the beauty of the handsome face of the upper lip corner evil spirits. He has a one-handed amount, lying obliquely on the high tree, the picture is beautiful and romantic, and at this moment he is like a beautiful boy who came out of the comics. His eyes are clear, as if he is aware of everything, his eyes are fixed in the way he looks at the Soviet Union, his mouth is with a sinister smile, and his smile is profound. Good looking. He smiled and opened his mouth, and his face seemed very pleasant. Although there are only 3 words, it is a pun. It may be asking whether the play is good or not, or it may be asking if his looks are good-looking, perhaps both. The Soviet Union is very beautiful. When did the man come? Before or after her? She was not aware of it at all. Is her alertness too low, or is his martial arts repair too high? She knows that she has been telling the guard, then, his martial arts is too high. The corner of the Soviet Union's mouth slowly curled up, and the cold opening, looked enough. For those who don't ask for their own good looks, she has a host of hostility. Nangong Luyun's heart flashed a hint of surprise, and the black phoenix that was as dark as the ink was on the beauty of the Soviet Union. Suddenly, he found that the heartbeat beat rate of his chest was faster than before. His mouth outlines a playful smile, a good sinister woman. Su Luo slightly raised his eyebrows, like a smile and laughed back, a good man who looks good. Nangong Luyun opened a touch of Qinghua's smile against the Soviet Union, and the sound of good and good voice was low. Neither is nor, the king and you are the same kind. The implication is that Su Luo taunts him again, then he is taunting himself at the same time. The implication is that Su Luo taunts him again, then he is taunting himself at the same time. A man with a black belly. Wait. Just now he claimed to be the king, so he is still a prince. Come here. The low voice of the other side of the evil spirits rang in her ear. The Soviet Union fell slightly. Passed? He told her to go over and she passed, isn't that very faceless? What's more, there is almost no place on the tree at this time. Where did she go up? Is it sitting on his lap? However, she didn't wait for her to come up with a sudden reason. Suddenly, she only felt that she had a flower in front of her body, and then she blinked. She was already at the top of the tree, and she was really sitting on the man who met for the first time. In my arms. Where is the Soviet Union going to be cheap? She subconsciously smashed the hand knife to the other neck and neck artery. However, the reaction of Nangong Luyun was really fast. He had not waited for the hand of the Soviet Union to cross the hand. He had already handed the hand of Su Luo back. This posture makes the abundance of the swell of the chest, and the bulging bulge is very proud. Su Lin did not expect that the difference between his own martial arts and this person was so great that he could not even pass a trick in front of him. Nangong Luyun evil smiles, slender and moist fingers touched the face of the Soviet Union, and the beautiful pink thin lips smiled and raised, with a bit of arrogant taste. Shan Tao, you cannot beat the king now, how, continue. Nangong Liuyan's voice is full of sorrowfulness, with a hint of evil spirits, and it is nice. Let me go. The side of the Soviet Union, seeing those people who have been very close, pressed the voice and warned. Shan Tao, idle and bored, how do we play a game? Nangong Liuyan is in a state of self-satisfaction, the voice is evil and low, and the eyes are full of interest. Suo thinks carefully, there should be no worse than the current situation, she nodded coldly, you said. Just guess the two people in the pool. If they can hide and not be discovered, even if you win, if they can't hide, then the king won, how? What is the bet? The Soviet Union is very poor. There must be no gambling, but it can be empty gloves. The winner is the king, the loser, the warm bed. Nangong Liuyan picked up, very interesting suggestions. The look of the Soviet Union was cold, and the cold eyes of Nangong flowed, and the eyes looked straight like an idiot. Nangong Liuyan said that he was very hurt. He grabbed his chest and suggested weakly, the winner is lying down. The loser is falling down. Su Luo is speechless. Can this man be shameless again? Are they still meeting for the first time? How was it so explicit when I met for the first time? Some of her modern people feel blushing. It doesn't work either, it won't work. Nangong Liuyan lazily fiddled with her hair, and said calmly, do you want the winner to be the king and the loser to be the latter? If you insist on this, it is not impossible. Su Luo did not turn his eyes. It's still for the king. Are you not a prince? You are not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Su stunned him with a white glance and said, where is it so complicated? If I win, you owe me a condition. If I lose, then the parent is a bite. Nangong Liuyan snakes on the stick, no loss at all. Does this man not die if he does not take advantage of himself? I really want to smoke him. Su Luo gave him a look, but it also made him look more specific. The smile in his eyes is lazy, but at the same time, there is another peerless edge that can't be concealed. This man is arrogant, showing the king of the world. Good. For a long while, Su Luo slowly replied. This condition, how to say she is cheap. Just a bite, no less meat. She has never experienced her work in the past. She is lacking everything now, and she needs to send her door to the big head. Thus, the two insidious men and women who had their own ghosts began their first confrontation. Su Jingyu and his party came in a hurry. Su Jingyu is a parent of Su, the wife of the wife, the talent is very good, only 20 years old, it is already a third-order master, which is difficult for many young generations to look forward to. He didn't come alone, but brought a group of people to come in a mighty way, the scene is very mighty. Sushi gas is not good, but there is nothing to help. She hides her whole person behind the lotus flower, for fear of revealing a clue, and she has already killed Su in the heart. She never thought that she would have such awkward day in sushi. If the person who comes is only Su Jingyu, then he will be accompanied by His Royal Highness and the family. Now if they go out again, they will be seen by them. It will be spread to the entire imperial capital in less than a quarter of an hour. When will she be mixed in the emperor? Sushi stunned Su's eyes, and she vowed that after she went out, she would never let Su Shi's monk. Su was also half dead, and she did not expect that her luck would be so bad. It's getting worse, and more people are coming. If this is discovered, can they say that their sisters are swimming in the water? This is spring, not summer. What should I do, what should I do? Su is in a hurry to turn around like an ant. Su Luo looked at the group of teenagers, and the corner of his mouth evoked a smile. This is an accident. I didn't expect this group of people to come over. After Sushi and Su Dao quietly hang their heads and shrink them in the lotus, Su Luo understands that the identity of those people should be very bad. The person who is headed should be a prince. I saw him wearing a light yellow light-colored robes, a waistline dragon waist, a highlight and light lips, and an arrogant taste. The whole person looks brutal and feminine. Sun Jingyu's face is handsome, and the eyebrows are eyebrows. At this moment, he is close to his eyebrows, and his expression seems unpleasant. The prince looked at the fire and laughed happily. Jingyu, what is this in your house? Is this burning? Not only the prince, but also the children of the family behind the prince also laughed. Because the facts before them are really worthy of play, and it is obvious that they are deliberate. Where is the fire? It is clearly to tease people. At the moment, in front of them is a small fire. Underneath is a dry, flammable haystack, and the top is covered with a layer of fresh green leaves. As everyone knows, firewood is not dried, and the smoke is particularly large when burning, and the other party obviously uses this to lure them. Su Jingyu also had some suspicious thoughts at the moment. His good-looking eyebrows were a smile, and he said to Prince Edward, "It may be that the next person accidentally made it out." The prince touched his chin and swept his eyes back and forth. Oh. The people of the general's house were so daring. Su Jingyu's heart sighed and explained, "It's also possible that my sister is naughty and got out of play. Now that it's okay, then go back. Today's teacher's homework Jingyu still doesn't understand, just ask His Royal Highness." Su Jingyu's heart sighed and explained, "It's also possible that my sister is naughty and got out of play. Now that it's okay, then go back. Today's teacher's homework Jingyu still doesn't understand, just ask His Royal Highness." Su Jingyu had a bad premonition in his heart. He was tempted to stay here again, and there would be something he would not want to see. He and the prince are both in the Imperial College, and they are still in the same department. Both of them are elements of the wind system. Together with Su Jingyu's deliberate intention, he and the prince are very close, and they are already the prince's relationship. The prince was cold and smiled, "This mischief is dare to make a fuss in the generals. It is really daring, Jingyu, you have to look up." On the high tree that the five people embraced, the lush green leaves covered the figure of the Soviet Union and Nangong Luyun. Both of them breathed very lightly, so no one found it. Suddenly, Su Luo felt a hot back, and the hot breath suddenly lingered on her sensitive earlobe. Not waiting for her reaction, the low voice of Nangong Union evil spirits joked, "Do you want to see more exciting pictures?" Oh. Su Luo moved his body forward, far away from him, looking back at him, and at a glance he looked into his gleaming flow of shining eyes like a star. Nangong Luyun looked at the in front of him. Ming Fang's, skin such as gelatin, mouth like Dan, small face plain face, but far better than heavy makeup, looks like Chunhui to reveal, fresh and pleasant. Especially the eyes, the scent of spring water, the wave of hope, the beauty of the flow, the water is moving. The beauty is clear and indifferent, but the look is even more indifferent. Her mouth is hooked into a cold arc, like a white cloud, nothing like a cloud, like a tranquil sea. Nangong Liuyun's mind suddenly flashed a thought and completely broke the calmness in her eyes. Is it very interesting? Suddenly, he had a strong and long arm, and another white smooth finger lifted the tip of the sin, and the heavy shadow covered the sullen. At this critical juncture, a palm of his hand separated him from her lips. The game has not yet won the game, what are you anxious? Su Luo smiled and laughed, and lowered the voice. Winning or losing? But nothing between them. Nangong Luyun raised a touch of smile on his pink lips. His thick sword and eyebrows were slightly picked, and he did not see how he moved. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. At this point, Prince and Su Jingyu had already turned away. This was just a few steps away. I heard a sharp cry from the lotus pond. For a time, everyone stopped. Su Luyuan was puzzled. When she was high and far-sighted, she clearly saw that when Su's forehead wiped the blood, she couldn't help but sneak into it, and then screamed at the Nangong, gnashing her teeth and saying, "You cheat. Is there a rule that can't be cheated?" Nangong Luyun began to play tricks. The Soviet Union had no choice but to look at the Nangong Luyun. The latter's man's face burst into a chuckle, and the original beautiful face was like a blooming flower, and the beauty was not square. When he was thrown into the stone, Su screamed in a subconscious way. She stared at the bleeding head, and the whole person almost jumped up. It's just a pig. Still the stupidest one. She was so angry that she couldn't wait to kill her, the third sister who brought her numerous troubles. She had thought that it was unfortunate today. I didn't expect the bad luck to care so much about her. Who? Su Jingyu shouted at the empty lotus pond. Who is hiding there? The most hateful thing is that his strength is not even known to the other side, it is abhorrent. Su Jingyu is very angry. There was a fascinating color on the face of the prince. It seemed to be very interested in this matter. He stared at the lotus pond for a moment without blinking. Get out. Don't blame me if you don't come out. Su Jingyu was in front of the prince, ready to charge for him. Such a move really won the favor of the prince. He patted Su Jingyu's shoulder and signaled that he could cope. Inside the lotus pond. She is extremely entangled at the moment. If I go out at this time, I will lose my face in front of the prince. She is a long time since she was a prince. If she goes out now, she will have nothing. Forget it, if the disaster is caused by the three sisters, then let her go out and settle down. When the people are scattered, remember to give me a cloak. Otherwise I will kill you. Sushi's lips shivered a little while in the water. After saying this, she raised Su's belt and threw her whole person on the shore. Su pulls, screams like a pig that was killed, screaming in the air with a body of water drops, and finally slamming down, the body of the body fell on the shore, full of ground yellow mud. What's even more unfortunate is that her belt was mentioned by Sushi, which was enough to be loose. Now, after such a loss, when she fell to the ground, her belt was scattered, and the clothes were split directly, and the red inside suddenly appeared. The apron and the slender jade legs. The mouth of the apron is very large, and the jade peak on the chest is looming and seductive. Su Jingyu's eyes are so big that it's incredible. The mouth of the mouth can plug the next egg. He wouldn't think about it anyway, why the three sisters would appear on the shore so suddenly, and still in such a shameful way, not to mention the presence of the prince. Is she expressing her love for the prince in this way? This is simply, it is, shameless. Su Jingyu's brain was violent, and he took off his body and threw it into Su's body. He covered the shameful body and whispered, "Is it not fast?" In front of the prince, he felt that he had never been so embarrassed. At this moment, he felt that his face was burning. But unfortunately, Su Bang did not answer his words. She was still lying straight in front of everyone, and it was crowded, because Su Bo has been stunned at the moment. His Royal Highness, the younger sister of the Fuchu is mischievous, causing trouble, and accidentally colliding with you, you must not be surprised. Su Jingyu bite the back molars, his face smiles stiffly in the round. As he spoke, he gestured and let the next person quickly carry the three ladies down. The prince laughed and seemed to be very happy. His brothers patted Su Jingyu's shoulders and smiled. This is the amazing sister of your family that day. The way to play is, special. The prince actually saw Sushi, but the problem was that when Su Gengang was thrown up, his face was silky and messy. Like the water ghost who just climbed out, the prince had not seen the appearance. Su Jingyu had used the robe to cover the face. Living. Therefore, the prince did not recognize the fact that this is the Miss Su. However, the prince said this sentence, but he has his own intentions. When the prince said this, Sushi, who was in the lotus pond, was so depressed and entangled. She was anxious to squat in the water. What is the look of the prince? Is it obvious that the third sister is good? How could it be her Sushi? Although she was secretly happy when she remembered her about the prince, it was unforgivable that she was misunderstood by the wolf. Sushi wants to jump out and announce loudly that it is not her, not her. But now, in this case, all she can do is hide behind the lotus. However, she also has a strong brother. Su Jingyu saw that her most precious sister was misunderstood and explained with a smile. The Prince Edward has misunderstood. Just that is not the 5 sisters, the 5 sisters are gentle and gentle, the talent is outstanding, the cultivation is too late, and there will be mischievous. The eyes of the prince flashed a glimmer of light. Oh. I don't know which one is in the house. Su Jingyu tangled, he secretly said that he is stupid times, just why he did nothing to say his own sister, just like a slave, just now, the prince is going to study it, how can he answer? My father has always been serious about the 3 sisters, and the relationship between the 3 sisters and the mother and sister has always been gentle. If you don't sacrifice, try not to sacrifice. Suddenly, Su Jingyu's brain flashed, and he remembered a good plan for the best of both worlds. He slightly raised his voice because of his excitement, actually. I don't want to be your prince, the girl is actually, is. You don't want to tell the truth, is the gimmick actually. The prince's eyes were deep and dark, his voice was low, and he seemed to have some hint. Yes, His Royal Highness Prince, the girl is actually my 4 sisters. Su Jingyu said after this sentence, suddenly relieved, only that the whole sky is clear, and the wind blowing is also fresh. Smell. 4 sisters. The Su of the tree sitting on the tree stalk is almost ruined. She is embarrassed, this handsome brother is really shameless, and even pulled her innocent person out of the top tank. Actually said that the ugly person is her. She finally knew where her infamous reputation came from. It turns out that as long as some of the sisters have done something wrong, the rumors outside are fixed on her head. The eyes of Su's eyes are cold and shining with chilly light. Okay, very good, Su Jingyu, you gave me the girl, I am a little girl, I am waiting for it. Nangong Luyun looked at the little girl in front of her face, and her ruddy lips raised her smile. The voice was low and evil. With a hint of dull and taste, Shantao, don't you go out to clarify. If I go out now, my big brother will be shocked and then send me a slap in the face. Do you believe it or not? Su Luo smiled beautifully, and the white teeth exposed were full of frost. But if you don't go out, you can't do this, but don't believe it. Nangong Luyun's red lips are bloody, bright and dazzling, and a pair of handsome prints. Su Luo thought, and finally found the truth from the memory corner of the original body. It's really true, because when the Soviet Union was a child, it was said that the bird was attached, so when she was born, the queen gave her to the prince. For many years, although her reputation was frustrating, the marriage contract was crumbling, but it was not officially abolished. Then, Sun Jingyu lie in the face of the prince and lie to him. One is to suspect Su Shi and Su Jian. Second, he is solving the problem for the prince. Third, it is natural for his baby sister to open the way. Because only she was given the road, Su Shi had the opportunity to be a prince. Su Jingyu, Su Jingyu. You said, what should I do with you? Although I hate the means of doing things, the consequences are quite satisfactory. This prince is really not interested in her heart. If you really want to talk about it, the self-proclaimed prince in front of him, although evil, strong, overbearing, rude, love is cheap, but the feeling of giving down is much better than that of the prince. Poor girl, to be sacrificed. Nangong Luyun pretended to pity the point of Su Luo Jiao Qiao powder nose, although did not say anything, but his eyes flashed but a flash of satisfaction. Do you need a friendly reminder? Su Luo smiled and smiled slightly. What you are holding now is your future scorpion. Wrong. Nangong Luyun looked at her with a smile and a smile. The corner of his mouth slightly smacked a curve. The king is holding it now, it is the king of the future. Soa fell silent and looked at the sky. It's a cold joke, it's not funny at all. She is the legendary firewood, but it is also a slap, not to mention the fiancé that the prince is about to abandon. Is he a little prince? Up until now, Su Luo still does not know how strong the man holding her is. She thought that Nangong Luyun is really a small prince. Not to mention the two of you come to me to fight against each other, but said that before the lotus pond, the prince was getting the truth of the shameless woman after the fall. The whole person looked bright and the eyes were full of brilliance. It is enough to have this truth, and the rest is not important. The prince was happy with the news that satisfied him, waving his sleeve and not taking a cloud. On the shore of the lotus pond, the end of the song is scattered. Su foam wrinkled a pool of spring water. There is still a girl in the water shaking her arms. From noon to the evening, from evening to night, Sushi waited for his face to be white and his lips purple, but he couldn't wait for her good sister to send her clothes. Poor she still doesn't know, when her hand was too hard, she directly stunned Su. Sushi almost jumped in the lotus pond, and her heart was even more suspicious. She secretly vowed that she would not let her go after she returned. When the sky was completely dark, Sushi jumped out of the lotus pond and jumped to the shore by the cover of the night. Suddenly, there was a tragic scream from afar, "Ghost!" Accompanied by this scream, Sushi slowly turned back, his face was twisted, and his eyes were full of red anger. Today, her suffocation is really enough. She was trying to look back at the unlucky man who had settled down, but found that the other party had already stunned herself. Sushi, who had no temper, regained her gaze and, under the cover of the night, quickly flew toward her yard. Go with the most remote courtyard in the Soviet Union. There was a straw in the mouth of Su Luo, and his hands were resting behind his head. The whole person was lying on the roof, and Erlang's legs were lifted up, and the look was quite leisurely. She slowly recalled the daytime things. She thought that Sushi and Sujua had their own food, and she was in a good mood. She even thought that the two sisters would fight each other in the future, and her mood would be more pleasant. Thinking about it, Su's mind suddenly jumped into a handsome face of evil spirits. She told the man about the situation, and excited at the time, the bowl in her hand was unstable. She said excitedly, "Miss, if you haven't guessed wrong, you are meeting with His Royal Highness." "No, it is definitely the Golden King." She told the man about the situation, and excited at the time, the bowl in her hand was unstable. She said excitedly, "Miss, if you haven't guessed wrong, you are meeting with His Royal Highness." "No, it is definitely the Golden King." "Is the king a very calf?" Su Luo said that her predecessor did not know much about His Royal Highness. The king, of course, the cow. Is there anyone in the world who is more bullish than His Royal Highness? It is said that the talent test of His Royal Highness is the first in the whole continent, and the second in history in the past 5,000 years, miss, what do you say? The second history in the past 5,000 years. This is too exaggerated, right? Of course, this is not the case. It is said that His Royal Highness is the three-line master, 3 series. How many people are not even in a series, but the Jin Wang 3 series of fellow practitioners? Green Luo face worship, full of stars, it is said that there are many opportunities for fellow initiates to become gods. The strongest person in the history of talents was the eternal life of God. Jin Wang Nan Gong Lu Yun is so powerful. If this is the case, then the phrase, winner is king, loser is post, is not really casual. With his talent, it is not difficult to get the throne. Su Luo was thinking, suddenly found a magnified face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This face she just saw in the afternoon, should not admit it wrong. Is it an illusion? Su Luo just wanted to reach out and blink, but a pair of delicate and disdain was grasped by his wide hand. Nangong Luyun has a pair of black scorpions with a hint of darkness, like a smile. How come, don't you know the king? Nangong Luyun. You really have a king in your heart, or you can't wait to investigate the king. What do you think? Nangong Luyun has a light and thin lip, including a dan, and his mouth bends to look good. Su Luo looked at him for a moment without blinking, saying in a word, it is said that Jin Wang Nangong is cold and arrogant, cold and brutal, not screaming, and sexually clean. If someone touches his hand, no matter who, pickpocket. If someone touches his body, no matter who it is, smashed. Are you really the king of the king? The eyes of Su Li Qinli, staring at the moment, staring at the big palms that clasped her contempt, the sound of the clouds was light, the smile of the corner of the mouth, careless. Nangong Luyun lazy and casually looked at the Soviet Union, a pair of sharp scorpions, sparkling light, like the deep sea far away, deep bottomless. At this moment, he is not as casual as the afternoon, lazy, but with a serious, cautious meaning, he looked at her like this. At this point, there was a burst of cold air around the roof, and it seemed that even the air condensed into ice, making people's breathing difficult. His cold with repression, bloodthirsty and chanting, shun my tyrants against the perpetrators of my death. It seems that he is awkward, and the entire Dongling country is going to be a strong earthquake. Under his aggressive squats, the beauty of the Soviet Union is still as light as water, like a sea of water, not calm, calm and self-contained. Suddenly, his mouth slowly slid a touch of curvature. Suddenly, the weather seemed to change from a haze to a clear sky. It seemed that the condensed frost suddenly turned into a spring water and opened a gorgeous flower. The Nangong Luyun who laughed was very beautiful. His hands with clear white bones hold her delicate and despotic, light and smile. Shantao, what are you worried about? The king will not eat you. In this contest between the eyes, the momentum and the momentum, they did not score the outcome. In this regard, Nangong Luyun has some unexpected surprises. He thought, maybe he accidentally discovered a dusty pearl, the jade in the stone. He thought, maybe he accidentally found a dusty pearl, the jade in the stone. Plus 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 plus. Su Luo wanted to withdraw his hand, but the strength of Nangong Luyun was great. The more she struggled, the tighter he would hold. What do you want to do? In the end, it was still helpless. In this momentum contest, the Soviet Union had to be defeated. Come on the bet, ho, don't you deliberately forget to forget it. What? Bet? The singer was confusing and somewhat puzzled. Deliberately swearing gimmicks, good gambling in the afternoon. Nangong Luyun's tone is quite a favorite. Su Luo coldly glanced at him, his face said faintly, Su can be found and sushi is safe and sound, so we did not lose in the afternoon game, no one wins, it is even. Who knows that Nangong Luyun has extended his long index finger, and he has shaken firmly in front of her eyes. He laughs in the mouth. No, you did win the king, and the king did win you. It is so right. When he finished, his hand still licked her hair. You lie, how can you count it? You didn't say that you didn't want to count it at the beginning. In fact, the real thing is to be the king of the king. The Soviet Union is the not. This sly fox, if it is mixed in modern times, how many people should fall into his trap? Hey, come over. The king of the golden crown slashed the white-skinned slender fingers. She is not a puppy. Su Luo calmly wringed his chest, like a smile and a smile. The king of the king saw her like this, and the handsome eyebrows were slightly picked up. The darkness of the darkness was so deep that it was like a pool. When I couldn't see the bottom, I stared deeply at the Soviet Union. Just when she was frowning, she suddenly felt dizzy. When she blinked, she had already fallen into his arms and looked up at his enchanting eyes. It seems that for a long time. The throat of Su Luo was stuck, and he couldn't say a word. For a long while, she only came back to God and secretly guarded her in her heart. The king of Jin Wang leaned down and the hot breath lingered in her sensitive earlobe. You. Why did the two words have not been spoken yet, and Su Luo felt a strong shadow attacking her soft lips, and it was unstoppable. Hey, the lips are shackled, soft and hot, and Su's only feels blank in the brain, dizzy. In front of me is the magnified face, this handsome, unspoken man is kissing her with a closed eye. His kiss is overbearing, like a storm, and she attacks the city in her mouth. Su Luo resisted and reached out to rub his hand, but he couldn't open it. The opposite was true, the hand of His Royal Highness King was as tight as the iron hoop, and she almost screamed. Avid kisses, overwhelming, overbearing, strong, yet gentle. Su Luo lost his own time, softly drunk in his gentle township. The exhaustion of oxygen forced the lips to differentiate. She gasped in a big mouth, and her eyes were intoxicated with a trace of confusion. When she returned to God, her eyes flashed a bit. Hey, he slammed his face to his face. This man, who he thought she was, how can she force her to kiss her? Somewhere unknown in the darkness, it seems that there is a riot in the air. However, His Royal Highness King waved his hand at random, and the air factor with anger calmed down. However, His Royal Highness King waved his hand at random, and the air factor with anger calmed down. Plus 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 plus. Ling Feng double fists clenched, cold smoldering and staring at the Soviet Union, there is anger at the bottom of the eyes, there is also a trace of admiration. What is the honor of His Royal Highness? What kind of talent is it? Su's current ancestors are only the fifth order powerhouse, but their family's King Jin is only 18 years old, but it is already sixth order. When did King Jin's arrival from childhood, he suffered a grievance. Now I am being beaten. This smashed firewood without a trace of spirituality is really arrogant. Nangong Liuyan's fine-grained index finger slowly smashes the cheeks that are being pumped, and the pair of eagle-like cold and arrogant cold, with a demon-like light. His eyes were deep and strange, very cold and unfathomable, so he stared straight at her. Su Luo. It was seen by his eyes that there was a snack at the bottom. Su's heart flashed a flustered moment, but he quickly calmed down and stood upright, welcoming his gaze without showing weakness. Suddenly, the dazzling beauty of Nangong Liuyan, the corner of his mouth slowly swelled, bursting out with a smile, like blooming flowers in full bloom, flirtatious and beautiful. The crisp applause sounded, and Nangong Liuyan's beautiful hands pulled through the Soviet Union and let her fall into her arms. Shantao, your self-confidence really makes people wonder what to do. This king should be your brave applause, or ridicule your stupidity. Nangong Liuyan, a pair of evil spirits' enchanting eyes seemed to have a hint of helplessness. Do you know that in this empire, the active attack on the fifth order or above is death, sin? You have been sentenced to death, understand? What? Was it strong that she was not allowed to resist? What is the law of this door? How to specialize in the powerful and powerful? Nangong Liuyan seems to understand that she did not export, and smiled lightly. In this world where Wu is respected, the fist is big. The unfairness is right. But who told you to waste wood? Su Luo fists clenched, very unwilling. Nangong Liuyan gave her a vivid practical class, which made her understand that only the fist is big in this world. Nangong Liuyan double squats, the demon evil looked up and down on the ground, and then touched her little hand, moving her little head. What are you doing? Take her as a doll to play? Under the moonlight, Nangong Liuyan's beautiful black and white ink seemed to be covered with a layer of faint mystery. He suddenly stood up and pulled the hand of the Soviet Union. The sinister charm said, "Go, take you to a place." Where to go? Su Luo looked at him inexplicably. At this moment, his cockroaches seemed to shine with a kind of brilliance, and there is a hint of excitement in the flow of light and shadow. Suddenly, doubts were explained in general. Test the temple. Nangong Liuyan's voice is fascinating, imposing, and can't be rejected. Just look at the Soviet Union and see the Soviet Union. Test the temple. What to do? The fall is still known, because that day, in the test of the temple to get the results of the talent test, her life has undergone dramatic changes. What do you think can be done in a test temple? Nangong Liuyan suddenly sounded a gentle sneer, his voice was warm and lazy, and it was so good that it was more obvious in the night sky. Can you test the temple not only for the first day of each month? Nangong Liuyan sneered a few laughs, poked her smooth forehead, the voice is lazy and evil, stupid gimmick, you have to get used to it, some people come to have privileged treatment, such as this king. His eyes are confident and proud, noble and domineering, and the high-spirited momentum is like a god, and the whole body exudes a dazzling glow. It seems that only such a stop, there is a strong momentum of the Lushan River to bring the world together. Why take me there? Su whispered to the exit. She has always been convinced that she is indifferent and arrogant. She has always been wary of this. Don't you always want to go? If the king's lips are covered with Dan, the eyes are evil and fascinating. The king's bet has been recovered. Yours, are you not ready to collect? Su Luo remembered this, she can also give him a condition. Then, let her also play this word game, and it is not the condition that she personally proposed, is it? Go. Nangong Liuyan's voice just fell, and he will hold the Soviet Union in his arms. His body is like a dapeng wings, flying fast in the air, almost no feet, like a little water, floating light. The wind in the ear blew, and Su Li opened his eyes when he was curious. He saw that he was flying in the air, looking down, and covering the entire emperor. Not afraid. Brought a person to easily walk in the air, Nangong Liuyan can speak and not suffocate, it can be seen that his martial arts is high, unpredictable, and bottomless. I like it. Su Luo really likes this kind of soaring in the sky, and everything is in the eye. She took a deep breath and her hand clenched into a fist. It is a pity that she is born with firewood and is destined to reach such a height as the Nangong Liuyan. Nangong Liuyan seems to understand her words and ends, and her mouth bursts with a sinister smile, her voice is low and charming. When the test results come out, who said there will be no big reversal? I hope it. Su was secretly sighed in his heart. Far away, I saw the outline of the temple. The temple is built in the center of the capital, and its location is more regular than that of the palace. From the top down, you can only see the pointed roof, the wide square, the center of the square is a fountain pool, and the front of the pool is a master class. Art sculpture. Tigers, leopards, donkeys, wolves. World of Warcraft sculptures on the mainland can be found here. Come on. The Nangong stream cloud fell with the Soviet Union, and the two fell directly to the door of the temple. The Nangong Liuyan even did not need to take the token, and the old man who guarded the door respected him and opened the door without squinting. According to the words of Nangong Liuyan, his face is the best sign. Take Su Luo to the third-floor lobby. The first floor is for ordinary people to test, so they don't need to enter at all, just go up. The second floor was tested by people at the level of civil and military officials. Su Luo thought that he was going to enter this layer, but she found that it was not. On the third floor, there are very few people who can go up. Only the talents in the royal family are eligible to come in. The secluded lights on the third floor are bright, luxurious, and exquisite. In the center of the wide main hall, there is a dolly jade table with a grapefruit-sized crystal ball on the table. The crystal ball is glittering, clear, bright as the eyes, and the deepest inside of the person. The talents are divided into 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Among them, red is the worst, purple is the strongest, and the mainland has a purple talent in history, very rare. The number is likely to be 1 in a few hundred years. From a person's natural strength, one can see how far he can go in this world of the strong, and how high the final position will be. Therefore, talent testing can often determine a person's fate. Put your hand on the crystal ball. Nangong Liuyan said to Su Luo. Su Luo took a deep breath and firmly stepped forward to put his hand slowly on the crystal ball. Anyway, she is already a waste of firewood with a legendary talent. Is there anything worse than this? No, so she has no need to entangle. The crystal ball is crystal clear, like a spring water, and the heart that is moving is gradually calming down. Close your eyes, don't think about anything, just enter the aura into it. The sound of Nangong Luyun is low and gentle, just like the stream flowing slowly, giving people a very pleasant feeling. Su Luo nodded, his face was quiet and peaceful, and he unconsciously entered another realm. Behind the crystal ball are 7 crystal prisms, the roots are 10 meters high, and all are crystal clear. Now they don't have any color. If a person's talent is good enough, then these crystal prisms will change color from the first root. The first arrangement of the 7 crystal prisms is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Starting from the first pillar, if the first red color is full, the second orange will begin. But he said that Su Luo, at this moment her palm power is pouring out like a tide. The crystal ball began to brighten, and it was getting brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, and the light was almost stinging people's eyes. It's just that Nangong Luyun is still standing beside Su's body, but his deep squats have an instant solidification. Suddenly, a hot beam hits the first crystal prism. Hey, in less than a second, the first crystal prism has been filled with red aura. The second orange prism was filled with a slap. Nangong Luyun originally had his hands on his chest, his posture stood quietly, his mouth was smiling like a smile, but now he couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at the ever-changing, radiant prism. This special speed is too fast. According to the past cognition of Nangong Luyun, even if the talent is good, this crystal prism is like a small river, slowly overflowing, but he has never seen it, squatting, flying like a rocket. Red. Orange. Yellow. Hey, in less than a minute, Su Luo had already passed 3 crystal prisms, and she looked like her face was not red and not breathing, completely without the limit. Nangong Luyun quietly looked at the dazzling girl in the dazzling aperture, and there was a strange emotion in the eyes. This happened somewhat beyond his expectations. The face of her standing with a faint smile, such as Chunhui Zhaolu, fresh and moving, she is so charming, such a soul, so that people cannot open their eyes. Su Luo did not know the mind of Nangong Luyun, and he did not know that his talent had already surprised Nangong Luyun. At this time, she continued to output spiritual power. Green. The green crystal prism has also been filled. Spirituality still has no meaning to stop, and quickly climbed to the cyan piece. What is going on now? Su couldn't understand everything. Easily crossed the cyan. Although the speed is slow, there is no stopping trend. Blue. Nangong Luyun's eyes stared straight at the crystal prism and looked at the slowly rising blue aura. The black dragonfly flashed a little thought. Being able to illuminate the blue aura, this has already shown that the talent is very powerful, because the entire continent can reach the blue order talent, and very few. However, let the Nangong flawless speech, that aura is like a naughty child, take a look, although the rise is slow, but after climbing to the top, actually. It turned out to light up the purple crystal prism. Purple crystal prism, there are only a handful of people in the history of Dongling State, but she has reached the purple aura. In the past 10 years, such a has been treated as a waste of wood, bullying, and ruining time. This is simply a violent thing. At this moment, Rao is the Nangong Luyun to raise a good one and can't help but want to marry her. What happened in the past? Why is this talent like this little girl actually being used as a waste wood? This matter must be checked clearly. Nangong Luyun flashed a hint of coldness. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Her spiritual power is like a sea. With so long input, her look is not a trace of exhaustion. In this world where Wu is respected, talent and strength determine everything. Among the 7 colors, each color represents their future achievements. Purple is also divided into top grade, middle grade and lower grade. As time passed, the purple aura slowly climbed, slowly over the next product, reaching the middle, and finally turned out to be top grade. Purple top grade. The Nangong stream is calm, and the expression at the moment is completely stunned. He had thought that it would be nice to have a blue aura, but in the end, it turned out to be a purple top, which is incredible, and the talent is terrible. But the purple aura is still crawling up in a strange way, crawling silently, not much faster than the ants, but in fact, it has never been heard. Close to the apex. However, things suddenly changed suddenly at this moment. Just as the crystal prism was filled, the colorful crystal prism suddenly became like a black screen, and all the colors disappeared. At this moment, the colorful crystal prisms returned to the original transparent, clear and cold, without a trace of color. Su Luo suddenly felt a sweet mouth, a blood rushing from the corner of his mouth. Falling. Nangong Luyun almost instantaneously moved to the front of the Soviet Union. The speed was as fast as a white smoke drifted. He held the Soviet Union in his arms and his eyes were a little nervous. I'm fine. Su Luo leaned in his arms and shook his head weakly. What happened? What happened to my test results? Is it still firewood? After all, she still cares about her talent for waste wood. Nangong Luyun's mouth evoked a touch of evil laughter, knocking on her smooth forehead. His voice was low. If you are a waste wood, then all the people in the world are straw bags. So to say. I am not a waste of wood. Suo Dunton felt a loose mood, his eyes looked like electricity, and he looked forward to staring at Nangong Luyun. Cough. Nangong Luyun did not know how to tell the truth of the fall. In fact, maybe this crystal ball has a problem. What do you mean? Su Luo said that he was puzzled. Nangong Luyun did not know where the problem was. He knocked on the forehead of the Soviet Union. Reassure, you are definitely a genius in genius. No one can deny this, but this process may be difficult. But this 10 I have been waiting for the year, don't care to wait a few more days. Well? Su Luo fixedly looked at him. Is this sudden recovery? Is it a special case? Nangong Luyun looked at her with sympathy and Jing focused. Su Luo fell to the ground and mourned with her head. Why did she suffer so much? Tell you good news. Nangong Luyun couldn't bear to see her, smiled and leaned closer to the face, laughing evil and mysterious. Say. Su Luo is a very simple sentence. Your talent is really strong. See the light that has just emerged around. Remember what color? With orange and the green. The Soviet Union is somewhat uncertain. Nangong Luyun's head is like a puppy, and his mouth is covered with a touch of tenderness that he never even noticed. Stupid girl, don't you know that green represents wood and orange represents fire? You mean? Yes, you have two elements, the wood and the fire. The bottom of the Nangong Luyun's eyes reveals a touch of een. It's really enviable, wood and fire. What are you envious? Su Luo asked inexplicably, but she listened to the green Luo Kapu. The legendary King Jin, but the three elements of the same fellow initiates, would actually envy her dual system. It's a gimmick who doesn't know how to be blessed in the blessing. Nangong Luyun took her up and sat down on the soft couch, wondering for her. If it is another element, the double system will be gone, but the wooden elements and the fire element appears on one person at the same time. Does that mean what you know? What? The expression of Su Luo is awkward. She knows very little about this world that is respected by Wu. The wood system and the fire system appear at the same time, which represents the world of the refining pharmacist. Shantao, do you know the refining pharmacist? A confused little girl is so cute, and secretly touches a pink face. Su Luo gave him a look, faintly said, seek explanation. Nangong Luyun laughed. There are few elemental talents, and the refining pharmacists need such harsh conditions as the firewood double system. Therefore, the refining pharmacists have been very rare on the mainland and have a high status. Take it for you. If your old man knows your talent, he will definitely support you, and others will not bully you, even if you say no. Is the pharmacist so useful? Su Luo raised his face and asked in detail. Of course. I heard that there is no breakthrough in the limit of medicinal herbs. As long as one can make the people trapped at the limit break through the ban, so you still think that the refining pharmacist is not important. Nangong Luyun smashed her head, now know how much is your own talent. Is it comfortable? But. Su Luo looked at his own hands and looked at the crystal clear crystal prism. Her spiritual power was very strange. Wait for me for 3 days. Nangong Luyun's face is rare and serious, his eyes are shining like obsidian. I will tell you the answer after 3 days. It seems necessary to go to Xiafeng. The shadow of Nangong Luyun has a complicated light. Being smothered by the crystal ball, the injury of the Soviet Union is not serious, but she feels that her brain is stuffy, and occasionally she still feels pains, but she did not tell Nangong Luyun. Back in the government, Su Luo lay in bed, and today's scene emerged in his mind. The trick was to let Su pull the water, and took Sushi down, letting their sisters fight each other and let them eat a big loss. Thinking about it, there was no warning in my mind, and I jumped out of the handsome face. The appearance is handsome and unparalleled, the talent is extremely high, the martial arts super strong, and the imperial prince of the imperial prince, is also good for her. Really want to say, Nangong Luyun is really a good object. The corner of the lips was a touch of faint and bitter laughter. Even if Nangong Luyun is true to her. Her heart has been broken and destroyed, and where can she fall in love with others? Clouds, are you still in that world? The dragon ring is swallowed up by me, you can never find it, will Mingjie forgive you? Without warning, a crystal teardrop rolled off the white tender face and soaked the cotton pillow. Yinchi gave her an unprecedented blow, and she smashed her belief that she had always believed in it. Suzhan knew that it would be very difficult for her to relove a person in this life and trust another person. At night, the sky is like a black gauze, and the night sky before dawn is the darkest, as if it was splashed with thick ink. The fall that fell into a deep sleep did not know that the arrival of this day was so fast. In the early morning, a red sun slowly climbed into the sky from the farthest east. The morning light was shining and the sky was full of clouds. It was destined to be a good day, but many people felt that this day was the disaster day of the Soviet Union. After using the breakfast, the green radish suddenly rushed, tears in his eyes, and his face panicked. "Miss, why are you still so relaxed and calm? Big things are not good." Green Luo was anxious because of running, panting. Su fell down a cup of clear water to her, smiled and said, "The soldiers will block the water to cover the soil, and then eager to come, drink the water slowly." Where does the green radish still have time to drink water? She is anxious to wipe the sweat on her forehead and panic, "Miss, how can this be good? The prince in the early morning will bring someone personally and say that he wants to retire with you." Oh. It turned out to be this thing. She thought it was something. Su Luo slowly poured a cup of clear water, slowly and slowly, like the world's most expensive tea. The green radish on her face was calm and angry. "Miss. You think about it. You were bullied into the same way as the prince. If you are retired, you will be back. How can I pass?" Green Luo still doesn't know that her weak family has changed her powerful soul and is crying worriedly. Su Luo looked at her with a funny smile, and secretly said, "This family member will retreat sooner or later. If the prince does not go home to retreat, she will go back in person later, so the prince's retreat is right, she is likely to stop it." At this time, a messy footstep came from outside the door, and a middle-aged old man came in. She squinted at the face with a scornful look, and coldly said, "Miss, my lady, please go to the hall, have something to do." This old lady is the most powerful beggar of her wife. She is called Gue Yen. She is a second-order warrior. Therefore, she always stands tall in front of Su Luo, and she is arrogant, as if she is the master, and Su Luo is humble. Su Luo smiled coldly. "You told me to go to me, then I am not very face." In the impression of Su Luo, this Su is not good, the original lord is in Su and the Gue. How many losses have been eaten by the body, it is really countless. Gue Yen smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "Miss Four, are you kidding? This lady never makes a joke." Su's hands clasped his chest and his face seemed to be serious. Gue Yan's eyes were slightly stunned, and the eyes flashed a fierce light. "Since Miss Four is so ignorant, the slaves are welcome." Although she was called a slave in her mouth, her face was not half respectful, her hands and feet were rude, and she saw that she was free to go a few steps before deceiving to the side of Su Luo. A pair of strong arms were like a chicken. The neck is gone. There was a cold light in the bottom of the Soviet Union. But is a slave, even dare to move her hands? Really impatient. Just when the thick palm was about to catch the Soviet Union, the eyes of Gue Yen flashed a glimmer of joy, but on the occasion of this millennium, suddenly, the situation quickly reversed. Ah! A scream broke out from the mouth of Guiyu, and she saw her painful grip on her right arm. The painful face was cold and sweaty. Gue Yen is of course very painful, because the Soviet Union who is proficient in the human body has unloaded her right arm joints, and the action is really clean and neat. Su's hands clasped his arms, squinting her calmly, and sneer at the corner of his mouth. "You, how can you, this is impossible." Gue Yen was full of mistakes, apparently surprised. "Oh." Su faint sneer. Gue Qian's pain took a deep breath, and she secretly warned herself in her heart. The illusion must be an illusion. Miss Four is a waste wood, it is impossible to practice martial arts, how can she win herself? At this point, Gue Yenin laughed a few times, since Miss Four is not toasting and eating fine wine, then don't blame the old slaves. Another good hand of Gue Yen, like a pair of iron tongs, smashed toward the neck of the Soviet Union. She didn't believe that she couldn't hold the four misses who had no power. Suddenly, Gue Yen only felt that the eyes were black, and the figure of Su Luo had lost her trace in front of her. However, when it was said that it was too late, the hips of the Soviet Union's prenatal education were just a foot. Yesterday, it was this Foshan shadowless foot that pulled Su into the lotus pond. Now the power of this foot is even greater, and it directly hits the wall of Gue-san's 3 meters away. Then, a loud crash was made. The wall was in disrepair for a long time, and it was very weak. I saw it swaying a few times. Although the wall did not collapse, the mud powder on the wall fell, and the guinea at this moment had already stunned. The fall of the Soviet Union made the Green sorrow openly. Small, young. Green Luo was shocked and said that it was incomplete. Looking at the lady who had stunned the guilty of Gue, the Green Radish rubbed her eyes, she was incredible. Yeah. Su Luo faintly took a bite, she supported the chin with one hand, thinking about how to deal with this old witch. The memory of Su's formerly told her that over the years, this Gue Yen has not bullied her, and even more deliberately let the kitchen send pig food to her to eat. When she is sick, she will not give her medicine, but also change the medicine into urine. The original main force has to resist, but she uses a thick needle to tie it. This old demon, the best to die. Not giving the crash just enough is enough for her to faint for a few days. At this time, Sushi walked in quickly from the door, his face filled with happiness. I saw her a pale pink tuxedo, slim, like the beginning of the lotus bloom, tender and tender. However, the fly in the ointment is that the gold and silver jewelry on her body is complicated, and it seems that all the good-looking jewelry in the jewelry box is brought up, which looks gorgeous and cheesy. Today is a great day that Sushi has been waiting for a long time. Early in the morning, she was excited to sit in the hall, left and right, and so on, and she was so worried that she personally found it. She was about to fall down a few words, but at first glance, she saw the cinnamon that fell on the ground, and she was shocked. She turned her head and glared at her, and said to the Soviet Union, Gue is kind to ask you, what happened to her? Su is very innocent to spread his hand, I can't do it. But it's true. Sushi did not hear the trap in Sua's words, and she frowned unpleasantly. So how did she fall into this way for no reason? She angered. In her eyes, her mother's right arm, Gue, is obviously more important than the four sisters of Su Luo. Su Luo, a pair of you asked me who innocent expression, pouting, she thought about it, she hesitated and said, Jean Guasian walked on the wall, then he fainted, really it is a very evil thing. How is this possible? For sisters, are you lying without drafting? Sushi sneered again, and the gaze was staring at the Soviet Union. Su Luo said that he was helpless, who knows this? You can't believe me, there is no way. But recently, some suffocation in the house is really true. This morning, I heard the next person saying that the lotus pond was haunted last night. I heard that only ghost, the long one is called a green face, and it's a big mouth. The lotus pond haunted. These 5 words clearly smothered the heart disease of Sushi, because if you really want to say haunted, then the ghost is her Sushi. Shut up. Sushi remembered yesterday's embarrassment, with a hint of anger on his face, and quickly shifted the subject. Okay, Guy loves to fall and let her fall. You hurry to go to the hall to see the prince. Sushi did consider the possibility of the Soviets, but there was no trace of hands-on in this room, and there was a waste wood in the Soviet Union. Where is the second-order warrior of Guayu? So she directly ruled out the possibility of the fall. Since the explanation is not clear, then leave it alone and ignore it. Sushi couldn't help but pull the Soviet Union and left. He was afraid that he would run away when he lost his hand, and then she was finally damaged. Because of this remarriage, it is necessary for Su Luo to personally come to the scene and hear the imperial decree that he read. Su Luo looked back coldly and looked at Gue Yen. On weekdays, she made a horse for Sushi. In the end, she was not casually abandoned. I don't know if Guishi wakes up and knows that Sushi is so slow, she will feel what it is. Sufu Main Hall. The main hall is large, the floor is covered with red fluffy carpets, 2 rows of 8 seats, each of which is made of precious purple ash wood, which looks graceful and extravagant. The reason why the purple wood is expensive is that it only grows in the dark forest, and the dark forest is prevalent in Warcraft. It is very expensive to ship it out. Only a big family like Sufu would use it to make furniture luxuriously. The Soviet Union rarely came to the hall, because she is generally not qualified to get here. At this point, some people have already sat in the hall. It's not someone else who is sitting in the first place. It's the prince who was only seen yesterday by Su Luo, Nangong. He seems to like yellow very much. Today he is still a yellow robes, a six-clawed golden dragon on his robes, and his teeth are clawed. His indifferent eyelids did not fall to the Soviet Union from beginning to end. It seems that even looking at her will make his precious eyes dirty. He is carrying a fragrant scent, elegant and noble, and he is eager to taste the fragrant scent. His posture is high and his attitude is careless. Sitting next to him was General Su Zhuansu. It was the first time that Su was the father of her original owner. I saw him in the ink-colored robes, but his age was only 40, with a frosty face, and indifference in the majesty, especially the eyes, with endless chill and chill. He had a majestic and serious face and shouted at the Soviet Union, "How can you be so unruly? Isn't it like a prince?" At this time, Sushi had already had a sweet ceremony, and he was surrounded by the prince, and sweetly shouted that the elder brother and his elder brother were short. The prince was carrying, and a pair of gloomy eyes slowly moved to the face of the Soviet Union. He casually said, "Are you a Soviet?" To be honest, the length of this is not bad, it blooms like a lotus. Compared with his nephews, I think that this is the more eager to see the eyes of the prince. Su whispered replied, "Yes." Her voice was cold and calm and neat, and there was no extra word. She looked so bravely at the prince, her eyes were dark and inked, so she stared straight at him. The prince was slightly frowning, because the eyes of the Soviet Union were too clear and too bright, so the water looked at it, but it looked like the most dazzling light and instantly revealed the secrets of the deepest part of his heart. The prince squinted and looked at her quietly. The eyebrows were wrinkled tightly. He held a teacup and screamed at the corner of his mouth. "Because of you, this palace has been ridiculed for more than 10 years. You said, you deserve it. What is it? I did not expect this prince to be not only sinister, but also shameless. He was laughed at for more than 10 years, what happened to her? Even the scorpion was buckled on her. If it is the weak and incompetent Su Luo in the past, then the current Su can eat this kind of loss? Obviously not." Su Luo looked at the prince in front of his eyes, his mouth twitched with a cold smile, and his voice was cold. "So," asked the prince, "was it a squad on the Sufu to get married?" "Obviously, your dear mother," the adult looked at the Miss Sujiasi, and it was so eager to set it up. "For fear of being snatched away, if you want to talk about the culprit, should you look for the queen and ask her what to do? This is really a soft pinch of persimmons. When she really won't resist." Susie settled in a change of face, and screamed. "What happened to this girl? I thought that it was not so courageous. When I saw that the prince was not the only one, I was afraid that the atmosphere would not dare to come out. Now she dares to talk to the prince. Who gave her this right?" Su Zian was almost out of the heart of the Soviet Union. The mouth of the prince raised a cool smile, a pair of beautiful eyes revealing a thick cold and chill. The teeth are sharp, the ghosts are eloquent, and the vulgarity is rude. The Soviet Union smiled as bright as the sun. The Highness of the Prince said that the Imperial Prince is wise and martial, can speak eloquently, be romantic, never bully, never bully, never bully, and where is the minister? On. Prince Sime was slightly stunned, and his eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and there was a chill of chills, and it was cold and biting. He casually played with the thumb on his thumb, and smiled at Su Zi's way. The general is really a good daughter to teach. It really boasts of the palace. This palace is very admired. Although he said that it was praise, but the words of the export, it is like a sword, stabbed to the chest of General Su. Su Zian's face changed, raising his hand and yelling at the Soviet Union, "Isn't it too fast to pay with the prince?" The face of Su's face was depressing, and at the same time it was very depressed. She licked the raised slap and raised her small face. She asked innocently, "Father, is the daughter boasting wrong? Isn't the princess wise not wise? Can't be eloquent and not arrogant? Is it true that His Royal Highness is bullying is weak, and power is pressing?" Every time Su is asked, Su Zian's face is a haze, and in the end, his face can be described as a cloud. It can be said that every word of Su Luo is right, but it is right, but together they have become anti-sense. This is the game of Su Shi and the game of words, how the martial arts of Su Zian played with her. Su Luo was cold in his heart at this time. Break off an engagement. Although the girl also wants to retire, but it is uncomfortable for you to ask this girl. This marriage is what you want to retire. Is it easy for you to retire? Hey, Prince suddenly stood up, step by step, steady, slowly, and walked to the side of Su Luo. He was condescending, his eyes were full of evil spirits, looking up and down her. That look, a flash of radiance in the haze, but the Soviet Union did not care, faintly looked back at him. However, Su Luo is secretly vigilant in his heart. This prince is suspicious and fickle. If she does not grasp well, she will suffer, so she must be careful and be careful. Ha ha ha, interesting, it is really interesting. The prince suddenly laughed, and he turned to Su Zhen. General Su, this palace is not wrong, you really have a funny daughter. What Su Zian can say, he can only make a smile. Anyway, what the prince said, that is, he does not object to it. Su Shi and Su Jingyu's face changed in an instant. What does this mean by the prince? He praises the fun, and looks at her with a very interesting expression. Isn't this marriage, and does not retreat? Although she was secretly vigilant, she was still very confident. Like the gentle and vicious person like the prince, the most important thing is the interest. He will never give up Su Shi's fat to his mouth because of himself. At this point, Su Jingyu stepped forward and the tone brought a hint of gloom, His Royal Highness. The prince waved his hand, revealing the unparalleled beauty of a smile, a glamorous, and arrogant. This palace understands what you mean, you can rest assured that today's marriage is still going to retreat, but... He succumbs to the Soyuo road. Do you want to marry the palace? This palace is not unreasonable. Now I can give you a chance. Su Luo gave him a cold look, but he secretly laughed at himself. The attitude of the prince sat on the luxurious soft couch, and he was at the top of the road. If you can answer the question of the king promises you and gives you a side position. She is not rare in the position of Prince Edward, and she will have a rare side. In the heart of Su Luo, he secretly laughed at the self-righteousness of the prince. She smiled and smiled at the prince, His Royal Highness, the position of this side, you are so precious, keep it for yourself and reward it to anyone, but the woman is afraid to take it. A daring woman. The prince had not spoken yet. The guards around the prince had already burst into anger, and the long sword pointed directly at the throat. As soon as the prince gave a command, the tip of the sword would pierce her throat. The ridge of the sloping back is straight, and the gaze is cooled and calmly directed at the prince. The martial law is used, how? In the face of so many people, are wise and wise, the wise and wise prince, is this to rob the ministers? Nice. The prince was angry and snorted, the coercing ministers. You have to have this qualification. Since you are so ignorant, why should you give this face to you? Said, the prince swayed coldly and gave instructions. Soon, the stood up and held the imperial edict in his hand and read it out loudly, Feng Tian Carrier, Emperor. Miss Su Fu for ceremonial misconduct, education is not good. It is difficult to take the position of the prince, so the abolishment of the marriage since then, men and women are married, and they are not related to each other. It's hard to change it again. At this time, Su Luo, Su Shi is a rare relief at the same time. The prince bowed coldly to the Soviet Union, approached her ear, and gnashed his teeth, Shantao, don't appear in front of the palace. What? Su Luo seems to have been shocked and repeated in a scared manner, the reason why you are retiring, is it because you don't? Su Shi's words came out, and in an instant, the air around him was silent, and everyone calmed down one by one, bowing their heads and not looking up at the prince. But the smile that the eyebrows can't hide can clearly explain everything. A swearing skunk. The face of the prince was like a whip's, and the gloom was terrible, just like a storm is coming. Su Luo's move was really a conspiracy. The so-called temptation, as the name suggests, is a conspiracy. If the prince would punish her at this time, wouldn't he be able to show his desire to cover up, and his guilty conscience is insufficient? But if the prince does not punish her, she will lose face. Anyway, no matter how the prince does, he can't stand it. No matter how he talks, he says he can't clean it up. This is really the yellow mud falling into the pants, not awkward. The prince's face was blue and red, and he screamed at the fall. Finally, he walked away and strode forward. Su Jingyu unsatisfiedly taught Su Luo, you swearing, how do you say something? How do you talk to the prince? The prince does not punish you, it is his kindness, you should reflect on yourself. After that, Su Jingyu appeased and Sushi looked at each other and then quickly followed the prince. As for what he comforts, probably only he knows. You, how can you? Su Zian screamed at Su's death, and the gaze seemed to want to swallow her. Why don't you know that shame? Su Luo's heart sneered, but his face was flat and his mouth was very wronged. But the father, the prince, he really said that. Just now the prince came close to her ear and said something, only the two of them knew that the prince wanted to deny, no chance. Su Zian bit his back molar and wanted to get angry, but found himself unable to stand. Indeed, according to the situation, Su Luo really did not do anything wrong, she was only frightened and repeated it again. But who is that the prince? Su Zian finally can only teach her evilly, how did your mother teach you on weekdays? Do not understand the rules and regulations, and you can't hide anything. You should be retired by the prince. Su Luo's heart smiled coldly. Can't you hide anything? He doesn't mean this. She also believes that the prince is. Hey, Su Luo feels very funny, and I think that soon the prince will not spread this matter and will spread all over the country. However, this father's heart is really biased. Didn't he know that the prince would have ordered sushi soon after she retired, but she deliberately placed a long-term ceremonial instrument in front of her? Really, is she a fool? Su Luo's pretense made a grievance to Su Zian. Father, my royal highness is because I don't know the rules and manners, so I don't want me. Is it because I know the rules and regulations, will you want me? When Su Zi was settled, his face was a bit stiff. The reason why the prince retired is not only because of this, but those reasons are not good to say. Su Zian's old face was full of sorrows, and there was a trace of anger in his face. If you are eager for something, then you will fall to the present level. Who can blame? What happened to this daughter today? If you say that you are exporting, you will always be weak, but you will always be able to hold your mouth. If I am now talented to reach the purple level, does the father value me? The prince will not retire. The face of the innocent and romantic, the watery eyes seem to have full expectations and embarrassment. Purple step. Su Zian seems to hear the best jokes in the world, he laughed. After a long while, I was disgusted and mocked to Su Luodao. Do you know what is the talent purple step? Don't say the talent purple step, it is the blue level, no, the blue level, if you have the talent of the blue level, my father will personally give you a tea to pour water. Speaking of the talent of the Soviet Union, this is the most shameful thing for Su Zian. At that time, because of the small waste of firewood, he was laughed by his colleagues for half a year. This incident is simply his nightmare. Now he can't help but hate it when he mentions it. Su Luo raised his small face with a big palm, and he was pitiful and weakly asked, well, if I accidentally became a double-layered element of wood fire, I accidentally became a refining pharmacist, would you? I am very good? Wooden fire double system. Su Zian looked at Su Luo like an idiot, he could not bear to laugh at this stupid daughter again. But she is also pitiful, born to waste wood. Just listen to him and say, the wood fire double system. Fall, you really want to be a strong person, want to be crazy? How hard is it to know the wood fire double system? We have the status of the Soviet Union today, on the one hand it is your grandfather, the pinnacle of the sea, and the more important aspect is that we have a wood-fired refining pharmacist in the Su family. Do you understand it? Also, the pharmacist, you don't think about it. Although the refining pharmacist is still only an intermediate refining pharmacist, it is also the object of various forces to rob. The reason why the royal family surrounded his family was a refining pharmacist at home. This refining pharmacist is not someone else, he is the brother of Su Zian. He has been fascinated with refining medicine for many years, and he has been trained for a few decades before he can rise to an intermediate refining pharmacist. Is whimsy. The sight of Su Luo fell to the palm of her hand, and the result of this hand test told her that her talent is not worse than anyone else, and she is also a genius in genius, a difficult one for hundreds of years. Although, there is something wrong with it now, but she will definitely find the reason. Her talent must not be buried. She has to stand at the top of the world and let those who have trampled on her look up. Seeing the appearance of Su Luo, Su Zi's heart is an annoyance. This disappointing daughter is really boring when she sees her. This is nothing for you, let's go. The father waved his hand impatiently and sent the Soviet Union like a hairpin. Oh. Su fell a few steps, stopped again, turned and stared deeply at her father. Suddenly, she smiled and smiled like a charming flower, so dazzling, father, you told me to go today, you must not regret it. Oh, my father did regret it. My father finally regretted how he made such a shameful thing. Su Zian did not speak, but she ridiculed her lips and raised her chin in cold and proud. She looked down at Su in a sneer, and looked proud like a little ant. Su, people have a self-knowledge. Since you are only the lowest waste, then go back to your dog. Low-lying life, fast-rolling. I really get angry when I see you. Without the presence of the prince, the gentle gentleness of Sushi was completely gone, revealing her delicate and arrogant nature. Even if Sushi was a dog, Su Zian did not refute. This is enough to show that in his heart, Su is really in this position in this home. Su Luo did not confront Sushi. She only looked at Su Zian deeply and deeply. The deep-eyed Suzy of the fundus looked at the bottom of her heart. Just as Su Zian wanted to speak, Su Luo turned around with a neat and suffocating, and strode out of this indifferently suffocating place. As she walked, she sneered in her heart. Su Zian, since you are doing this today, then he does not want to borrow the light of my fall. Su Zian did not know what he was just about the indifference of the Soviet Union and what he lost. If he knows that he has lost a genius daughter of the spiritual purple steppes, he is a refining pharmacist with a duality of wood-fire, and he is afraid that he will repent. It is a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. He used the bitter fruit caused by indifference and coolness, and only he swallowed himself. Accompanied by the green radish, Su Luo slowly walked out of the main room. At this time, the outside sun is strong, dazzling and glaring. Su's face was a dull smile. The marriage was finally retired, and she was relieved. As for the prince's hatred towards her. Presumably, the prince was very busy recently and should have no time to come to her. Suddenly, the green eyes were bright, pointing to a dazzling jade on the edge of the grass. Miss, there is a piece of purple fish jade. Green radish is handed to the Soviet Union. Su Luo looked at this purple fish jade. I felt a little familiar. Suddenly, the flash of light in her mind, the corner of the mouth slowly appeared a sly and narrow smile, the starry eyes sparkling, the corner of the mouth is a mysterious smile. Miss? Green Luo is very puzzled. Seeing this purple fish jade, how does the lady laugh so treacherous? Good green radish, thank you very much. Su Luo gave a big compliment. The 3-day period passed by. Tonight has arrived at the date of the Nangong Luyun agreement. Night, dark as ink, a few stars in the lonely sky, revealing a faint glow. Suddenly, a black shadow in the night sky came from the wind, and the robes were like a fairy. Not long after, this figure will quietly fall to the remote courtyard of the Soviet Union. Come in. Soon, a cold voice with no warning sounded from the room. When Nangong Luyun came in, he saw Su Luo holding a book in his hand and reading it carefully in the candlelight. Today, she has a white veil, simple, it looks a bit cold, but it is also very smart. The sly candlelight shrouded her, seemingly covered with a faint glow, looking blurred and cold, noble and thin. Out of the killer's instinct, as early as the moment when Nangong Luyun pushed the door, Su Luo sensed his existence. Just as Nangong Luyun walked behind her step by step, Su's eyes were like eyes on her back. She put down her book in a sly manner and sat down with a gesture. Sit. Nangong Luyun mouth evokes a sinister enchanting smile, telling him to sit and sit, then he is not very faceless. Therefore, Nangong Luyun did not sit well in the chair, but he had to sit in the small area next to the Soviet Union and squeeze it with her. Nangong Luyun, rules, do not allow manual feet. Su Lulu may slightly, she does not like to be close to physical contact with people, so she waved to open him. But the hand stayed in the air, because Nangong Luyun had wrapped her hand with his wide palm. There is a gap between men and women in physical strength. Su Luo angered him, but he looked like a hippie smile. Don't be so stingy, people are very tired. Nangong Luyun's delicate and moist fingers evoke a smooth and sharp chin. His mouth evokes a sinister smile, his voice is low and dumb. This king is for you. This 3 days can be described as 1,000 miles of rushing, and a long-term attack. You are so rewarding the king. 3 days before the temple test, the body of Su's body is mysterious and strange. At that time, Nangong Luyun left the Soviet Union and left. He left a message and said that he would come back to tell her the answer after 3 days. It was very difficult for Su Luo to know this, so she wrote down her feelings and she will return him in her own way. He was holding his chin, and Su's sight was right on his face. Suddenly, she groaned. It's not an exaggeration to start a long journey in his words. 3 days ago, Nangong Lu Yunfeng was handsome, and he looked like a handsome man. He couldn't tell the handsome. And now, although he is still a good-looking, handsome, but a servant, frosty face. Looking at it, there is a hint of blue in his lower eyelids, and there seems to be a lot of exhaustion in the eyebrows. Even if he is exhausted, his deep squat still sway the evil smiles of the evil spirits, and the eyes are flooded. Su Luo's heart moved slightly. At this moment, she said that there is no movement in her heart. It is impossible. After all, she is not a grass, she has no feelings at all, but if she likes it, it is really impossible to talk about it. In fact, Su Luo still doesn't know that the Nangong Luyun is so eager to travel 1,000 miles. The difficulty of this road and the danger of falling Xiafeng are not what she can imagine now. However, Nangong Luyun laughed at the evil spirits, and these difficulties were not visible on his face, so that Su Shi did not know the inside story. She only looked at him and said nothing. Nangong Luyun also smiled at Su Luo. Two people look at each other like this. Su Luo looked at him and raised his eyebrows. It is really hard for you, but I hope that your hard work is not in vain. Nangong Luyun smiled at her nose and nose. Shantao, it's really awkward, this king is very small for you, but you are still this cold and hot expression, how can this? Come, first give this king is a bite. Nangong Luyun said and went up. Waiting for the soft lips, Su Luo will push him away. Nangong Luyun, you are the king of the king, the legendary genius, how can such a virtue? Is not afraid to pass out others to laugh at you. Stupid girl, this king is only for you, who will know? Nangong Luyun chuckled the tender cheeks. This is a slap in the face, so cute and like it, and then pinch it. Su Luo didn't swear at him. Sit well, don't move your hands. However, Nangong Luyun has been running for 3 days. It is rare to have a chance to kiss Fangza. Where is it easy to give up? He smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes were enchanting and fascinating, and he was so beautiful that he was seductively staring at the Soviet Union. This enchanting. Su Luo said that she was speechless. Suddenly, her eyes were slightly bent and she flashed a sigh. Nangong Luyun, you will not get no results, so deliberately disturb my attention. The radical method is really very useful. Too smart head is not fun. Nangong Luyun sighed, although he did not have to take the inch, but did not let go of the plan. He suddenly changed a serious expression, seriously and cautiously staring at the Soviet Union, asked word by word, Taro, tell me, have you been dizzy lately? Su Lu saw his unprecedented dignity, and his heart glimpsed. What happened? The original hippie smile changed to such a seriousness, she is really not used to it. Su Luo thought about it and nodded, really, sometimes it will cause headaches. And it will be dizzy, especially sleepy, especially want to sleep. It is not easy to wake up after falling asleep. Su Luo suddenly had a feeling that he had a serious illness. Does Dantian have a feeling of inflation? Is it hard to touch? Nangong Luyun followed and asked. It's just that the expression on his face is very strange and complicated. It's that the Soviet Union has never seen serious dignity on his face. It's a dignified one, and it seems to bring a touch of hope. The wide palm of his hand, which was pulled down, was suddenly tightened, which is enough to show that his heart is tense at this moment. It is not a trivial matter to make the legendary king of the kings nervous. This is what happened to him. Sustained in the heart is like a stone that has been crushed, and suddenly there is some breathlessness. But she turned to think again. But where can it be bad and where can it go? Anyway, she is already a waste of wood, and at most it is no longer possible to cultivate in the future. Su Luo slowly spit out a sullen gas, looking at him calmly said, yes, sometimes there will be a feeling of inflation, what happened? Before, she always thought that it was the moon, and didn't care, because this body is also 15 years old, and the moon is normal. But now it seems that it is not. For a time, the surroundings were very quiet, and the sound of the leaves could almost be heard. Time seems to solidify at this moment. Even the surrounding air seems to have a tense atmosphere. Nangong Luyun has a pair of deep, beautiful eyes staring at the Soviet Union, and has not spoken for a long time. He opened his mouth and closed it again. After a long while, he slowly asked again, have you seen a ring with a dragon engraved on the ring? Dragon's ring? Su Luo suddenly exclaimed. Of course, she has seen the dragon ring, how can she forget the dragon ring? In the last life, the dragon ring is the last task she performed, and because of this dragon's ring, she played the cloud once. At the beginning, she shook the box in front of Yinchi. In fact, she was wearing a wedding ring. She bought it personally and wanted to marry Yinchi. Sadly, however, Yinchi used it as a ring of dragons, so that he lost his mind. At the last moment of death, the Soviet Union swallowed the dragon's ring into the abdomen, and then the whole person jumped into the cliff. Below the cliff is the raging sea. Even if she is dead, she will not let the cloud have a chance to get the ring of the dragon. However, why is Nangong Luyun knowing the dragon ring and asking it now? What is the wonderful thing about the task ring that the guests spent on the $3 billion in huge money? Isn't her travel time and space related to this dragon's ring? For a time, the Soviet Union was somewhat confused. Do you know the ring of the dragon? Nangong Luyun flashed a complex light, his eyes gazing at the Soviet Union, for fear of missing any emotion on her face. I have seen it, what about it? Su Shen looked cautious and faintly replied. But now it is impossible for her to take out the ring of the dragon. And even if she dissects her, she may not be able to get the ring of the dragon. After all, the swallowing of the dragon's ring is the original body, not the present. You swallowed it, didn't you? There was a slight excitement between Nangong Luyun's eyebrows. I did not expect the words in Nangong Luyun, pointing directly to the key points. However, what is he excited about? Su Luo looked at him with vigilance, and his mouth twitched with a smile. Her hands were around her arms, and her eyes were like water, but she was cold with talk. She just looked at him with a smile, but said nothing. Don't be nervous, how can I harm you? Nangong Luyun squeezed her face with a funny smile. The cheeks are tender and tender, the skin is like gelatin, and the white is pink in the snow. It seems to be able to screw out the water. It feels really good. Seeing the fall of Ame, he has a pair of phoenixes filled with enchanting evil charms. Stupid gimmick, what do you think about? The dragon's ring is a kind of spiritual protection. If it is swallowed by the host does not smash on the spot, it means that the dragon's ring has already approved the host. Even if the other person dissects the host, it will not get the dragon's ring, because the host has already merged with the dragon ring. Looking at the Nangong Luyun, who is smiling in front of him, Su Shi's hands are spread out. Sorry, but being careful is my nature. It's hard to change. Be careful and correct is correct, and you don't need to change it at all. Moreover, this king likes you to be cold, and refuses to be indifferent from thousands of miles away. Nangong Luyun is a favorite of her delicate nose. Are you deliberately looking for abuse? Su Luo said that he was puzzled. Don't go to the door, but want to entangle her. You didn't find out how tempting you are, stupid girl. Nangong Luyun's deep black cold hair exudes a faint luster. He holds the hand of Su Luo, and the evil spirit laughs lazily. If it is abused by you, the king is willing to be happy. Don't fight. Su Luo found that his thoughts were taken away by him. She quickly returned to the theme and continued to ask him, how did you know the dragon's ring? And, what happened to me? Is it related to the dragon's ring? Very related, greatly related. Nangong Luyun's voice is gentle and reveals a faint enchantment color. He leans back in the chair lazily, looking at the Soviet Union, a grandfather's look, good. Thirst. Understand that this is the key point to start taking Joe. Su Ding Ding Top looked down on his character, snorted, but his face was full of smiles. She happily poured boiled water in a broken porcelain cup. There is no tea, only boiled water, it will drink. Who wants to drink water? Nangong Luyun swayed Erlang's legs and smiled evilly. His second grandfather, it is really difficult to serve. The heart of Su's heart is dark, and the smile on his face is more and more brilliant. Please drink water from His Royal Highness. I don't know what Nangong Luyun's thoughts are. He waved his hand proudly and squinted his face. With this disgusting tone, not close enough. This person. Su Luo bite the back molars, the smile on his face is more and more gorgeous, one word, Nangong Luyun, can you drink now? Flowing clouds, or clouds. Nangong Luyun lazy to drop a hint. Su Luo clenched his fists, slammed the teacup on the table, arms around his chest, and lazily yelled at him, is it enough? Is it really he is a grandfather? Seeing that the Soviet Union did not cooperate, Nangong Luyun turned his eyes and squinted, and hugged her with a smile, it's really stingy, it's not fun at all. That is going to find the gimmick that you think is fun. Su Luo ignored him and went over his face. How can that be? The king is only pestering you. Nangong Luoyun squinted at his face, a pair of slaps that did not pay back the hand. In this way, he made the Soviet Union unable to breathe. She looked back at Nangong Luoyun for a moment without blinking. Is this the legendary king of the cold and the evil spirits? Is this still the Nangong Luoyun that has been thrown away by the hands and feet? Is this the Dongling Gua Ertzi who has a deep and clean person who is not too close to the light? With regard to this enchanting evil charm, lazy evil, hippie smile, and the appearance of Lang Lang, is it really the talented person who is high above? This unscientific. Is this person's core also being traversed? Su Luo guessed, staring at him while staring intently. Nangong Luoyun was hairy by the eyes of Su's eyes. He shrank a little and asked weakly, "What do you want?" "I want to dissect your look, the core is not changed." Su fell not angry. What are you talking about? Can you tell me now? What is the relationship between the dragon ring and the body of my body? I can't sell it again. He has been walking with his ideas and opened the subject. Su Luo said that he is very entangled. Nangong Luoyun also feels that it is almost teasing today, and then teasing this girl is not violent. He moved to the side of Su's body and stared at her. There was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. In fact, this matter is very complicated to say, and it is really a fool to have a fool. If you want to talk about luck, who else in this world can say that luck can compare with the Soviet Union? Looking at the look of Sua's expectations, Nangong Luoyun is mysterious and laughs. "Shantao, do you know what the recognition of the dragon ring represents?" "What does it mean?" Su Luo slaps a small face, and the beauty is full of water. "It is very cute." In fact, she really doesn't understand this world that is respected by Wu, but she has asked some questions from Green Lotus in recent days. Nangong Luoyun has a pair of deep, lustrous and translucent, bright red and moist, and the evil charm is light hook, like the red rose. He carefully presses her shoulders, one word, that means, you, Su Luo, except wood in addition to the fire double elements, there are space elements, understand? Nangong Luoyun almost frustrated, he was really defeated by the luck of the Soviet Union. The space element, now what is rare on the mainland, can be described as extinct. Space element master. Su Luo was a little confused. She was like a curious baby and asked seriously, is this world not the 5 elements of wood, fire, wind, water, and thunder? How can there be more space elements? That is because the space element mage has disappeared on the mainland hundreds of years ago. So, everyone almost ignored the space element and called the 6 elements the 5 elements. Nangong Luoyun is speechless. How can someone's luck be so good? Talented spirit, purple grade top grade. Elemental master, double. And so good luck is the wood-fire double system, proud to learn pharmacists. Moreover, and she is still a long-lost space element mage. Space. I really think that people are drooling. Although space rings are also circulating on the mainland, the Space Master's space and space ring is a complete concept. The space ring is just a storage device, but the space mage's words are his own space, just like a world he has opened up, and this small world will grow bigger as the host's cultivation grows. To the extent, no one can say. Another point is that only space mages can make space rings in this world. It is precisely because space mages are basically disappearing on the mainland, so space rings are now very expensive. Just like the Dongling country, the entire Dongling country has only a ring with a small storage space in the hands of the emperor. The so-called acquittal is guilty of sin. If you let people know that this girl is actually a space mage, presumably countless forces on the mainland will be tempted by the wind, vying to her. And not only the superficial forces, but also some hidden families, they can never hold this temptation. After all, having a space mage means the birth of a space ring. Although this is a long time later, the most important thing for these families is time and waiting. Su Luo now has a Baoshan, but there is no protection. Fortunately, there are only 2 of them who know this. Nangong Luoyun solemnly said to Su Luo, "Shantao, the ring of the dragon, you must not say it, otherwise the king can't keep you." Su's past life was a killer. Of course, she knew the complexity and greed of human nature. She nodded and said seriously, "I naturally will not say it. However, what is the dragon ring and my wood-fire dual element? The relationship is very complicated. In simple terms, your space element is too overbearing to suppress the other 2 systems, so you can't practice now. After your space appears, it should be fine. What conditions will it take for my space to appear?" Su Luo was very confused and annoyed. If she doesn't come out for a lifetime, then she can't cultivate for a lifetime. It seems that misfortunes and blessings are always dependent, and one cannot be a good thing. Nangong Luyun evil spirit smile, laughter sounds sinister and insidious. It is not difficult to say this thing, it is not easy to say. Don't sell off. Su Luo lazily raised his eyebrows. If you want to open your space, you must have three things. One is space grass, the other is Tianling water, and the third is the blood of the dragon. If you have these three things together, you can open up the space. Nangong Luyun the fascinating light of the demon, the dazzling and evil charm. Su Xiaomei's eyebrows are close. What are these three things? Where to find? Where is her unloved prostitute looking for space in the grass? I have brought the space grass. As for the blood of the dragon, there are back iron armored dragons in the Sunset Mountains. Let's find time to kill the dragon. As for the spiritual water of the day. Nangong Luyun done, the evil charm smiles, squats looking at her fascinatingly. In fact, it is far from the horizon. Oh. Is it in this Sufu? She didn't have a good impression on the Sufu. If it was really here, it would be simple and convenient. The smile of Nangong Luyun seems to charm the sentient beings, wild evil spirits, and shakes the fan in a dash. The clever gimmick, guess it is in the middle. Tianling water is in your Sufu, and it is also the town government of Sufu. Treasure. It's really there, what are you waiting for? It's not too late. Su Lian's pair of clear-eyed scorpions smiled again and again. Since it is the treasure of the town government of Sufu, she is not welcome. Looking for your father and adults to go. Nangong Luyun has a pair of beautiful eyes hiding evil and charm. The breeze scorned the black hair of the Soviet Union. This one looks soft and gentle, but her eyes are as indifferent as ever. The words of the export are like her eyes. Why? How do you want to? Of course, steal. In fact, you don't have to. You can tell the father and tell you that you are a wooden fire and a future space element mage. He knows that only for you, this day is not enough. Are you stupid or fake? Su Luo shot the palm of his hand very rudely. You are stupid, I don't know, but I am not stupid. My father is cold and mean, selfish, not to mention Thaxin. If you don't believe what I said, even if he believes in it, I am a tool of interest exchange in his heart. As long as someone tempted him, he would not hesitate to sell me. Also, Nangong Luyun, don't use the radical method for me, it doesn't mean anything. Good sharp gimmicks. Nangong Luyun suddenly smiled softly, his voice was warm and lazy, so good, he smiled and knocked down the forehead with a folding fan. This girl did not let him down. If it is a general girl, it has been bullied for more than 10 years, but once I learned that my talent is unparalleled in the world, the first thing I do is to preach the world. But Su Luo, like her. Based on her perseverance, he is sure that she will definitely go far and far in the future. Based on her perseverance, he is sure that she will definitely go far and far in the future. Good stupid prince. The sorrowful look, staring like a star, replied unceremoniously. In the eyes of others, the king of the king, who is not alive, is a paper tiger in front of her. In front of him, she never knows what is called a sentimental face. Who told him to be so loyal? Since you are clear about yourself, then the king will be relieved. Nangong Luyun touched her head, and there was a smile on the bottom of her eyes. He was really worried that this girl couldn't stand the excitement and told Su Zian about it. After all, he is very clear about what Su Zian is. Fortunately, Su Shirtu was bullied for so many years, not only did not feel inferior, but instead of being insulted, calm, it seems that Taishan collapsed in front and did not change color. This kind of heart should not appear on a 15-year-old girl, but she did it. It is worthy of the gimmicks of his Nangong Luyun, which is really smart enough. Nangong Luyun nodded and expressed his comfort. If it is not too late, since I decided to steal the water of the heavens, it would be better to change the sun than to hit the sun. Let's go today, okay? Su Luo smiled and looked at Nangong Luyun, her eyes were watery. Smart, cute. She raised her slap in the face and stared at the Nangong stream carefully, beautiful, and her lips were glamorous. Facing the fascinating cute face in front of him, Nangong Luyun found himself unable to say anything that he refused. He closed the folding fan and knocked on the desktop. You have the final say. In his eyes, the Soviet government is not a wall of iron and steel. The most powerful existence of the entire Sufu is the guardian of the treasure house. It is only the sixth order powerhouse. And now he is already a sixth order, and the two are equal, no one can help. So, the two people who had negotiated properly made some preparations. Put on the dark night dress, put your hair into the black cloth, and put a black cloth on your face. The whole body was shrouded in black, and only a pair of fresh and beautiful eyes were exposed. Just when he was leaving the door, the corner of the Soviet Union suddenly smirked a smile, and the bottom of his eyes flashed a sinister and sinister look. She took the purple fish jade from the bottom of the pillow and raised her eyebrows, which was particularly exciting. After that, she put jade into her arms and blinked at Nangong. Let's go. This jade is Su Jingyu's. If you accidentally left it in the treasure chest. Hey, I really think about it, it makes people bloody, and it's so exciting. Even if she couldn't get anything, she would earn the money if she was this jade. She is trying to let her self-sufficient father's half-dead, who told him so indifferent. She just wants to plant this thing to Su Jingyu, who told this person to bully her and planted her. Since he did the first day, don't blame her for doing 15. Nangong Luyun looked at the excitement of this girl's eyes, and the smile of his eyes flashed. Although he could not guess what the girl wanted to do, he also knew that this girl was very important. This time, I don't know who is going to be unlucky. It seems that he has to chase this hoe, but it takes a lot of effort. Sure enough, the gimmick is not easy to lie. Nangong Luyun can't wait to get enough. However, after this hoe, it is always going to sleep on his bed. If he can't catch it, he will lie. If he can't lie, he will continue to chase. Anyway, his time is more, and he will spend it with her later. The night sky is like a curtain of navy, with a few scattered stars hanging on it. The stars are faint, and the moonlight is covered by thick clouds, revealing a faint radiance. In a nutshell, it is a sentence: the black wind is high in the night, and the murder is on fire. In the dark night, the two black figures are as light as a civet cat, and they disappeared quietly in the small courtyard of the Sufu Palace. The Nangong stream is as fast as lightning, even if it is still flying with the Soviet Union. The heavily guarded general of the National Defense Army is a deterrent to others, but he is deliberate, eloquent, and leisurely as if visiting his own back garden. Nangong Luyun is clear, sensitive and alert, and he seems to be able to predict danger in advance. He stopped with the Soviet Union, occasionally standing in the shadows, occasionally hiding in the flowers, and occasionally flying to the trees, always able to hide in the patrol of the guards. Soa carefully remembered the route he had walked and the patrolling guards he met. His eyes were stunned and his eyes were fascinating. For a long time, there was no such feeling of boiling blood. What is the return of the forest to the organization? In her bones, she still likes the scene of this crisis. It really makes people's heart beat faster. A smile of excitement emerged from the corner of the Soviet Union. The treasure pavilion will soon arrive. The treasure house of Sufu was built in the forbidden area of the backyard, where the average person could not get close. The treasure house has a total of 3 stories and looks very simple and old. There is absolutely no luxury and gorgeous feeling. At this time, the treasure chest was dark and there was no light, and the outside door was locked with a special black iron lock. The mysterious iron lock flashed a glimmer of light in the moonlight. There is no guard handle at the gate, and there is no sound. Nangong Luyun made a simple gesture to Su Luo, indicating that he was trying to adjust the tiger to the mountain, and Su Luo took the opportunity to enter the theft. In the past life, the Soviet Union did not do such things, so Su Luo nodded in a clear position. Nangong Luyun slaps her head and slaps her head. In the glare of the Soviet Union, she evokes a sinister smile and takes the lead. His skill is very fast, like a beam of light flashing, others can hardly see his figure, has seen it as just a group of ghosts, perhaps thought that he was blind. His footsteps are even lighter, such as licking water and not being touched. Nangong Luyun turned like a scorpion, and pointed to the ground, flying toward the second floor of the treasure house. However, at this time, in the darkness, a strong wind suddenly rushed toward him. Coming. Nangong Luyun hidden in the mask of the handsome Yen Yen smile, he retreats, and a hot aperture in the chest, directly to the palm of the hand to force, and to the sneak attack. The sneak attacker is not someone else, it is the guardian of the treasure house. This is a black-robe old man. He only saw that he was covered in a black robe. Even his head was covered by a black cloak. He could not see his appearance, but he could feel that his eyes were cold and murderous. If you are a senior, it is the second grandfather of the Soviet Union. He is the second brother of Grandpa Su Luo. He was immersed in the martial arts from a young age. When he was young, he went out to the family. After he came, he returned to the family and stayed at the treasure pavilion all the year round. It is precisely because of this sixth-order powerhouse guardian, so even if someone has patronized for so many years, no one can take away something, but they have left their lives. Therefore, from then on, the treasure chest is only the sixth-order powerhouse. This is the secret of the Soviet government. Others are unaware of it, except for the Nangong Luyun. The moonlight hides in the thick clouds, only a hint of clear light, so the line of sight is very dark. In the shadow of the night, the Su's hidden behind the pillars is not very real, and she dare not look at it with arrogance, only dare to aim at it with a small light. Su Bo stared coldly at Nangong Luyun, and his eyes flashed a murderous murder. The treasure pavilion is heavy, and the people are waiting and returning. Nangong Luyun laughed, his eyes were cold, and he was completely different from the Soviet Union. If you insist on entering, do not kill. Su Bo's voice is absolutely cold, faintly revealed in the darkness, there is a feeling of creepy feeling. His voice reveals a determined confidence. For many years, the Su Bao court has been safe because of the shelter of the sixth-order old man. In the entire Dongling country, the strong men of the sixth order or above are very rare and almost few. Therefore, Su Bo has such confidence. The whole body is hidden under the black night coat, and the corner of the mouth evokes a sinister smile. The bottom of the eye is evil and mad. Do you want to kill it? Then see who kills it. A big breath. Since you want to die, the old man will be yours. Su Bo's mouth sneered a sneer, and his eyes were killing, and his eyes stared at Nangong Luyun like a dead man. He has been guarding the treasure house for many years, and he has not met a thief, but he has never seen such a arrogant protection. Su Bo's voice just fell, and a pair of hot iron sand palms attacked the clouds in the South Palace. The palm of the hand took Mars and burned people. Su Bo is a fire element mage. When he was young, he walked on the rivers and lakes. A pair of iron sand palms can be described as the whole Dongling country. It can be seen that it was really suffocated by Nangong, and he was the one to kill. The trick is cold, and you want to kill people. Nangong Luyun did not panic, his mouth was slightly twitched, his eyes were cold and aggressive, and his body was covered with a strong majesty. The iron sand palm came with the momentum of Mars, and the heat was pressing. Nangong Luyun's hands flipped and closed, waiting to start. A huge water polo pulled out from his palm and pushed forward. The iron sand palm encountered the water polo, and suddenly it was poured out. Su Bo flashed a trace of surprise. He did not expect this thief to be so tall. He was able to smash his famous stunt. Well, since you are bent on death, try my hellfire. Su Bo's voice just fell, his hands condensed into a fireball, and the fireballs rushed toward the Nangong, and surrounded him up and down. Suddenly, Nangong Luyunku issued an uncontrollable cry, his right hand clasped his left arm and screamed at Su Bo. Alpine green water, there will be a period. When the voice did not fall, he retreated in a strange way, but clearly, his figure was a little swaying, and it seemed that he was not injured. When you want to come, you want to go and leave. What is your place in the Soviet Union? Stay. Su Bo snorted, and countless small fireballs shot at the Nangong River. However, the flow of the Nangong seems to be behind the eyes, and it is sneaking away, and it is not smashed. This is really annoying Su Bo. He snorted a few times and got up and chased. However, what surprised him was that the speed of the Nangong Luyun did not seem to be slow. He fled in the Sufu without any purpose. Su Bo couldn't catch up for a long time, and his heart was even more angry. He vowed to take this shameless little and give him a color. However, where did he know that Nangong Luyun was not really injured? He was just exercising the plan to adjust the tiger to the mountains. The chase of the two men is not small, attracting the attention of many people. Poor Su Bo kept on chasing, but did not know that the Su Luo over there had begun to act. Su Luo saw a quiet, surrounded by a few people, her mouth slowly raised a smile. It's a naive stream, and it's really interesting to use the tiger's plan to leave the mountain. At first, Su Luo thought that Nangong Luyun was really hurt, but later he saw that he was still stunned and glared at himself. She was really relieved. The black iron lock is made by the first craftsman of Dongling State, and the lock core is complicated and difficult to solve, but this is only relative to others. The Soviets who have opened all kinds of modern iron locks will not be stumped. She took out a small stick of scorpion and slammed it in the keyhole, but her eyes looked at it with vigilance, and her ears listened to the movements. Being careful is her instinct. She was single-minded, and the speed in her hand was not slow, and she was swaying. Oh, less than 10 seconds, the legendary indestructible black iron lock was smashed in the hands of the Soviet Union. So, Su Luo quietly opened the lock, and then hanged the lock on the door frame, entered the room, and then quietly closed the door. The action is like a flowing stream, in one go. This lock is said to have been created by the world's first craftsman, but under the general unlocking skills of the Soviet Union, it is vulnerable and will soon be cracked. Entering the first floor of the treasure house, Su did not dare to light up, because once the lights are on the room, it is undoubtedly telling others, there is a thief, catch it. Fortunately, the vision of Su Luo is very good. For others, such a scene is not visible, but for her, it is only a slight blur of the line of sight. In the first floor hall, there are a lot of shelves made of yellow pears and wood, and a box of iron boxes in the corner. As soon as they saw it, they found that they were all ordinary gold and silver jewels, while the iron box was made of gold and silver. Although these things are very useful, she has only one person and can't move. Su Luo sighed with some regrets, and some reluctantly looked back at the gold and silver treasures, and finally resolutely turned back, stepping on the stairs lightly, step by step. The second layer is actually better than the first layer. It is some precious herbs. The ginseng with thick arms is also a high-grade medicinal material such as the Millennium Ganoderma lucidum and the Tianshan snow lotus. The air is filled with a strong scent of medicine. Su Luo groped for a long time inside, but still did not find the Tianling water she wanted. She was anxious and didn't know where the baby was hiding. When you think about it, the third floor is the most likely. Su was not in the ground, his hands were lightly hooked up the stairs, and as soon as he swayed, the body had already swayed to the third floor of the stairs. She knows that her speed must now be faster. I don't know how long Nangong Luyun can hold down Subowu. If he lets Subowu return to God, he wants to understand that the tiger has come back from the mountain and he will be touched, and he will definitely be unable to beat him. Or when her father Su Zian heard the movement in the house and came to the treasure chest to inspect it, she would really have to expose it. I didn't know how to cry when I got there. The Soviet Union went to the third floor with a light hand. There are only 3 floors in the entire treasure house. If there is nothing here, I don't know what to do. The third layer is much smaller than the 2 layers below. Moreover, the shelves are densely packed with books, which adds great difficulty to the search for the Soviet Union. Su Luo took a closer look and found that it was not a martial arts cheat, but some general history of the mainland, as well as some principles and cultivation experience of the 6 elements. Strange, these books are very common, how can they be placed on the third floor with great value? According to the truth, should the third layer be a more precious baby? The Soviet Union is somewhat puzzled. With the cautious meticulous instinct of her killer, she suddenly found that the book on the shelf seemed to be wrong. This is a set of books in the Scorpion Raft, a set of 9, so placed on the shelf. The reason why it is weird is because the books next to it are dusty, but this book. It seems to be often touched by people, and it is smooth and clean. It is also possible that the owner especially loves it, so wipe it often. The corner of the mouth of Su's mouth flashed a smile. It is it. Su's hand reached the book box, fiddling up and down, but there was no reaction. How come? Su Yan's fine eyebrows were slightly stunned. She thought about it and took out the book in the box. Stop every time you take one, and listen carefully. Just when I took the 6th book, suddenly, she felt that the book seemed to be stuck, and she could not get it. Looking at it again, she was happy, and sure enough, this book is actually the institution. She slammed the book out. Oh, a small voice was remembered in the darkness, and she found that the sound was actually coming out at the foot. Su Luo looked toward the place where the sound was emitted. At this time, 1 meter away from her, one of the floors actually opened slowly, revealing a small black hole, about 10 square centimeters in size, which could not be found without careful observation. Su Luo squatted down and looked around and found that there was a small scorpion in the palm of his hand. The small scorpion is made of rosewood, surrounded by a layer of faint rosewood fragrance. The little donkey is not locked, so the Su can be opened directly. Inside the open dumpling is a small jade porcelain bottle. Su Luozi looked carefully and carefully. The white and pure jade bottle has no labels on it, and it can't be seen from the outside. Su Lu slowly opened the bottle and sniffed the nose to smell it. Suddenly, an unprecedented fragrance spread. Fresh and elegant, it makes people feel refreshed. This scent is almost the same as that described by Nangong Luyun. It seems that this is the water of heaven. It really takes a lot of effort. However, this is also thanks to the professionalism of Su's past life. If she is not careful, she should be careful. Even if she searches the entire treasure house, it is impossible to find it. Su Luo put the bottle of water with his little scorpion and put it in his arms. It is not that she likes this rosewood scorpion, but this scorpion has another useful meaning, and it will also be of great use. Now that you have got what you want, it is naturally a quick retreat. However, before the retreat, the purple fish jade is going to be of great use. The corner of the mouth of Su Luo sneered a sneer. Su Jingyu, are you not jealous of me? Not planting me? Then let you know what is called real jealousy, what is called real planting. With his own way to cure his own body, this thing has always been very familiar. Looking at the little black hole, Su Luo slightly twitched his mouth, and then mercilessly threw the purple fish jade into it, and she did not even shut down the organs, and was directly prepared to leave. However, at this time, suddenly, there was a loud voice coming from outside. Vaguely, there is the light of the torch. Su fell in the direction of the window and looked at it. Oops, Su Zian really brought people over. It seems that he is not stupid, and finally came to see the treasure chest to see. If the treasure chest was not found, it was intended to be hidden in the hidden corner of the third floor. People are inertia. If Su Zian sees the mess on the third floor, his first reaction is to check the most precious treasures he has collected to see if he has been stolen. In this way, the Soviets hidden in the dark can seeing where he is hiding things is clear. But now, since she has already got the water of the gods and the scorpion, there is no need to waste any effort. However, Su Luo can fully imagine that when her cheap old man went to the third floor, he saw the messy scene in front of him, but he was afraid of anger. As soon as he thought of this, Su Luo felt that his mood was particularly good. Seeing that the pursuit of the soldiers is approaching, at this time the Soviet Union did not panic. The years of killer career trained her strong timidity and mind. Instead of going downstairs, she turned out the window flexibly, her body as light and agile as a civet cat, and slid down the pillar. In a blink of an eye, she stood under the wall. At this time, her escape direction is not her own partial hospital, but the courtyard of Su Jingyu. On the road very close to Su Jingyu's yard, Su Luo unfortunately met a person who was not someone else. It was the Gillen who was stunned to the wall by the Soviet Union 3 days ago. Goe Yen just woke up today. She struggled. She wanted to go to the lady's yard and told her lady who had severely injured her. She also told her lady that she must be careful to guard the 4 ladies. Therefore, at the moment, Goe was slowly moving toward the lady's yard step by step with the support of the ring. The lady's yard is very close to Su Jingyu's yard, and this small cobblestone trail is the only way to go, so she meets Su Luo narrow road. Therefore, when Su Luo ran straight out of the ramp, he saw Goe at first sight. Ah, the little girl saw the masked black man and shouted subconsciously. Guy could have resisted 1 or 2 times, but who told her that she was seriously ill, the head was stunned and the buttocks were almost cracked, so she had no time to resist, and she had a hand knife. In the past, I suddenly killed Goe. Originally, Su did not want to kill Goe Yen, but she saw at first glance that this old-fashioned demon who was guilty of Goe was going to the lady's yard. She was going to complain. There is still no spiritual power in the current Soviet Union. There is no self-protection force on this continent, so she must now keep a low profile and must keep a low profile. If the lady is told that she is agile, I am afraid that it will not be so convenient in the future. Sushi is so fooled, but that Mrs. Su may not be, so Su Luo first started to be strong, killing Gi 100. Anyway, with the crimes of Goe, she used to abuse the evil deeds of the original, she should have died. And she is dead, it is also considered to remove the lady's right arm, and it will be much easier to act on her own. This is a multitude of things, so Su Luo did not hesitate to succumb to death. However, Su Luo still let go of the little girl, just fainted her. Because she still has this gimmick, it is still useful to expect her to come out and testify. After solving these 2 people, the Soviet Union was very fast and the body was shot like a lightning bolt. She stayed in the foot of Su Jingyu's Chinquan circle, and the small body was as light and agile as a civet. After a short time, she came to Qiankunyuan. Su Jingyu did not go out tonight, but has been sitting in the room to practice. There are assassins. Su Luo lowered his voice and deliberately shouted. She deliberately caused a little embarrassment outside, so that everyone in the hospital saw a black shadow coming in. There are assassins, catching assassins. People are constantly screaming. Su Jingyu frowned, because this voice disturbed his cultivation. But the noise outside seems to be getting bigger and bigger. He had no choice but to stand up and walk outside the door. And just as he went out, the fall was quietly flashing into the room. Looking at the empty room, her mouth raised a sneer of evil. She was really very looking forward to the next drama. Su Jingyu, but you have to go out and give me a chance. Don't blame me when you get there. Su Luo quickly took out the little scorpion in his arms, and after taking the bottle of Tianling water inside, he was about to close the scorpion, but at this time, through the bright candlelight, she saw an old paper strip under the box. She took a look and found that it was a map-like thing, but the lines were crooked and not very clear. And this map is not complete, it should be only a quarter of the full map. What is this map? It's still yellow, it seems to be a lot of years. Su Luo frowned, a slight flash of doubt in the eyes. However, since it is put together with Tianling water, it must be a very good thing, and it is always cheaper to Su Jingyu. In the practice of having a cheap and not a bastard, Su Luo simply put the map into his arms. Then she took off her night clothes, as well as masked towels, headscarves, and even the brocade boxes were all stuffed into the bottom of the bed. Her movements are very fast, but the electric light and flint have been completed. Looking at the night clothes that were stuffed to the bottom of the bed but deliberately revealing a little black, a sneer screamed at the corner of the mouth. Su Jingyu, is the monk very fun? Then you should have fun. I hope you don't play yourself this time, because my sister and I have fun tricks waiting for you. Su Luo finally looked at the room and determined that he did not reveal the flaws. Then he jumped out of the window, and the small body quickly disappeared into the dark night. After the Nangong Luyun over there got the hint of the Soviet Union, he quickly and spontaneously followed him behind him, and the long tail-like crowd was taken to Su Jingyu's Qiankunyuan. Since it is a planting, it must be to play the show. Su Zian did not know that the Soviet Union had escaped. He was about to enter the treasure pavilion. However, when he saw the chain hanging on the door frame, his face became very ugly. This chain is made by the first craftsman of the capital, and it can open it, only the key that hangs on itself. But now, the lock has been opened, and it has been so ironic. Suzy settled his face very abnormally. He pushed the door open and shouted loudly, "Light up." Soon, the guards around him handed the lantern to him, and then gave the candle in the house. The first floor looks messy, and at first glance it is known to have been rummaged. This thief is also extremely arrogant, and has not put things back in place. Embark on the second floor. Obviously the second floor has been rummaged, but there should be no less. But the more so, the more ugly the face of Su Zian, because he knows that this thief must be a master. He cannot see the second floor of the first floor, then his goal is directed to the third floor. Really? When Su Zian walked to the third floor and saw the situation inside the hall, his brain creaked and his throat was sweet. Almost a blood spurted on the spot. With a glance, he saw the little black hole on the floor. It is where the water is stored. Apart from the ancestors, only he knows, but now he has been opened. Su Zian only felt that his hands and feet were soft and he could barely stand. Steady, he took a strong look at the spirit and found that the wooden raft inside was really missing. Hateful and annoying. Su Zian was so angry that he spurted out on the spot. The water of the gods and the little scorpion is the treasure of his Soviet government. However, what makes him angry is that in addition to the water of the gods, there is the treasure map. The treasure map is the most valuable thing. That is the opening map of the tomb of the legendary 8-day god. The strong people on the whole continent are looking for it. Although it is only a piece of debris, it is a treasure map that will cause chaos in the world. Now it is actually stolen together with the water of the gods. Su Zian was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He felt that he was going crazy. Look! You must find out the thieves. Su Zian was so angry that he was shaking. Suddenly, his eyes saw something in the black hole. He looked up and found that it was a purple fish jade. Is this purple fish jade a thief left behind? What is this? Stealing things and leaving behind the tokens? Arrogant thief. Su Zian feels that if the thief is standing in front of him, he must live to death. It is a pity that he did not know that the thief who hated his teeth was the most incompetent daughter in his mind. Send this jade to the mercenary union, let them find out all the information about this jade as soon as possible. Su Zian believes that as long as this jade is found, the thieves tonight will have nothing to lose. He must find out the thieves and let him see if the Soviet Union wants to come and want to leave. However, at this time, the guard was hesitant and wanted to stop. Not too fast. Su Zian was angry and roared. The general, this piece of jade, humble to see. The guard swallowed and hesitated. Have you seen it? Where did you see it? Su Zian suddenly stunned and glared at each other incredulously. It's just. Some guards didn't dare to tell the truth. If you smashed the young master, isn't it? At this moment, he regrets that he wants to slap himself, just a few words. Say. Su Zian slammed into the ground and turned the guards over to the ground. Yes, is the young master. The guard spurted out the blood of the beggar. He grabbed his chest and said loudly, this piece of jade is the young master. What are you talking about? Su Zian once gave him a look. Who is not good? Actually said that this piece of jade is the young master. How is this possible? At this time, someone is paying aloud. The generals. The thief disappeared after entering the Grand Master's Qian Kunyuan. This sentence is like a rain, and suddenly saved the life of the guard. What do you say? The thief disappeared after entering the young master's yard. Su Zian's face was cold and terrible. He grabbed the collar of the next man and looked fierce. You say it again. The guard did not know what happened here before. He only reported it according to the facts, so he was brought up by Su Zian. He was full of doubts, but he repeated it intermittently. The little did not lie, the thief really disappeared in the young master. In the yard, and Guiyu was killed on a path not far from the courtyard of the great masters. There is also a gimmick. Now, almost all the evidence points to Su Jingyu. However, Su Zian still does not believe. Su Jingyu is his most important son and the heir to the future election of Sufu. He has no reason to do this. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Su Zian said that he would not believe that his son would betray him. However, now the thief is indeed disappearing in Qian Kunyuan, so he still has to go and see things. Su Zian took a group of people and rushed to the Qian Kunyuan. When I arrived at Qian Kunyuan, I found that Su Bo was confronting Su Jingyu. Jingyu. Su Zian stared at him coldly. What do you want to do? Deceive the ancestors? Su Jingyu is preparing to compete with Su Bo and see Su Zian. He is busy with Su Zian. Hey, you are finally here, you have to give me the master. I don't know what happened, my grandfather accused me of being a thief. Su Zian looked at Su Bo. Su Bo sneered, who are you? The thief is hiding in your yard. If you are innocent, why don't you dare to search? Two uncles Su Zian is about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Bo. Zian, the two uncles saw the thief's entrance to the Qian Kunyuan. Even if Jingyu is your son, it can't escape the line. The thief was seriously injured and faltered. He simply ran away, if not for Su Jingyu. Stop, he has already caught each other. Su Zian's face was sore, and finally closed his eyes, painfully said, two uncles. The treasure chest was stolen. What are you talking about? Su Bo suddenly changed his face and became very ugly. What was stolen? Tianling water, and treasure map. Su Zian is so depressed that he wants to hit the wall. Su Bo's face suddenly became very ugly, and he swayed and almost spurted up blood. He didn't know until now that the other party's plan was to adjust the tiger's departure from the mountains. The other party turned him away, and another person took the opportunity to steal into the treasure chest. At this point, Su Bo could not wait to lick his own head. Su Bo looked at Su Jingyu coldly, go in search. Father Dad. Su Jingyu looked awkward and lost his mind. What is the sky, what treasure map, he is completely ignorant. Come on, buckle Su Jingyu. Su Bo face color iron blue, a little merciless. Father Dad. Su Jingyu flashed a trace of fear. Su Zian looked at Su Jingyu coldly and said painfully. I can't really fake it. It can't be fake. If you prove that you are innocent, no one will marry you. After he finished, he raised his hand and looked majestic, go in and search. With one order, the guards of a team of more than 20 people suddenly swarmed in and quickly dispersed to the various rooms in Qiankuan to view them. Su Zian and Su Bo were not idle. The two looked like the electric glance at the entire yard, and were afraid to miss a piece of information. After the outside search, Su Zian moved to the interior with the guard. Searched again, but found nothing. Su Zian had a complicated look in his eyes. He was pleased that this matter had nothing to do with his son, and he was depressed and could not find a clue. However, at this time, suddenly a guard shouted, "What is that?" The direction of his fingers is the bottom of the bed, where there is a hint of black shadow, looming under the dim light. Take it out and see. Su Zi settled his face and became iron. The guard got the order and quickly reached the ground and reached out to pick up the group. This is. Su Zian saw the black night dress, and suddenly his face became as black as the black night dress, and the black one could barely see his true colors. At this moment, his voice creaked and collapsed more than defeated. He didn't even think of it, this search actually found out something. His eyes moved down and he saw a familiar little wooden raft. Suddenly, Su Zian and Su Bo's face became gray in an instant. Because both of them recognized it, this little scorpion is the scorpion of Tibetan water. But now the scorpion is empty, not to mention the water of heaven, but the treasure map that is under pressure is also missing. Su Zian's eyes stared at Su Jingyu like a poisonous snake, and he held his throat and shouted loudly, "Reverse. Quickly, where is Tianling water going? There is a treasure map. Tell me." At this time, all the evidence, all coincidences point to Su Jingyu, so that he can't argue with it. Su Jingyu is extremely embarrassed, and very awkward. "Hey, what are you talking about? What is the water of the gods? What treasure map? How do he know each word apart, do not understand together? I still give lousy a stupid, say. Where is the water of the gods? Is it that you drink it? Tell me, or I will kill you." At this time, Su Zian was really angry. That Tianling water is a treasure that is promoted. When the father intends to attack the seventh order, it is used, but it is stored and it has been stolen. If the father can rush to the seventh order, then they will really jump up and become the first family in Dongling. But now, no more, nothing. I still don't know if the old man will be vomiting blood after going out. Oh. I really don't know, I really didn't steal it. Su Jingyu shouted in his mouth. In fact, he is sincere, but who let him offend the stupid Soviet Union? What is this? Su Zian bears the pain, he threw the purple fish jade to him. Purple fish jade? Is this yours? Su Zian's eyes were measured and the sneer was sneer. Su Jingyu's feet trembled. It is indeed a sun, but the sun was accidentally lost 3 days ago. Lost? Now you said lost. Su Zian sneered again and again, step by step. Take him up and interrogate. Even if the thief is not him, he is absolutely related to him. Su Bo took the purple fish jade with temperature, and the eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. A small courtyard in the Soviet Union. The entire Sufu is brightly lit and noisy, only this remote courtyard, the silence is like the night. After Nangong Luyun smashed a group of tails, he ran to the Soviet Union with a smile. At this time, he has changed his night dress. At this moment, he is as beautiful as a beautiful man who came out of the painting. The outline is like the sculpture of ancient Greece. The edges and corners are distinct. The expression is gentle and lazy, and the evil charm is with an enchanting smile. How? Is this king performing well? Nangong Luyun leaned against the Cheonghua tree, his long hands clasped his arms and smiled at the Soviet Union. Reluctantly pass. Su is sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. There is a pot of tea on the stone table in front, and the tea is fragrant and lingering. In the face of her lukewarm attitude, Nangong Luyun did not mind, but instead squinted her face and got close to her. The heat rushed to her ear, her voice was low and she said, "Taro, go to the water of the sky." That is, of course, I don't see who is going out. The task of Su's fall has never been a record of defeat. Even in ancient times, the difficulty is even more numerous, and it is hard to beat her. She handed him the spirit of Tianling, with a smug look in his eyes. I thought it was too strict, but it was. Nangong Luyun used her slender fingers to slug her forehead. You can blow it. If it wasn't for the king to lead the old man, do you think it is so simple? Right, what is this picture? Have you seen it? Su gave him a sigh of relief and then handed the yellowed paper to Nangong Luyun. She didn't understand the weird text on the top. Nangong Luyun took a closer look. He was also looking casually, but with a few lines of words, the eyes of Nangong Luyun slightly changed. There was a sneer in the original expression, but after a quarter of an hour, his look turned slightly. It is not a simple thing to be able to change the face of His Royal Highness. Su Luo looked at Nangong Luyun seriously and kept staring at the look on his face. Su Luo blinked curiously, and the beauty of the water was moving. What? Is it really a treasure map? Where did you come from? Nangong Luyun was hard to ask seriously. This thing is absolutely not simple, where can it be taken out casually? And as far as he knows, Su Luo is a prostitute in the Soviet Union, and still very unloved. How can there be such a baby in his hand? Nangong Luyun was very puzzled, so he looked at Su Luo quietly, waiting for the answer given by her mouth. Seeing that Nangong Luyun is so serious, Su Luo has some doubts. What the is this? Can the Nangong Luyun that can be motivated be treated so seriously? I didn't want to find it. It was hidden in the scorpion of Tianling water. I originally wanted to plant the scorpion to Su Jingyu, but when I saw this note, I took it out, so as not to be cheaper. She blinked innocently, and at the end, she shrugged. Nangong Luyun looked at Su Luo extremely silently. After a while, he slammed her head. What do you grow up with? How lucky is it? How can you steal the treasure? Although he is also the singer of the legendary god, the darling of God, but the luck of the singer. He is really envious and hateful. This is a few days of getting along, seeing that she is not a gift of spiritual power purple top grade, that is, the wood-fire double-line cultivation pharmacist, or the space mage. Now she still gave her a treasure of the 8 gods temple figure. It really made him want to hit the wall. Nangong Luyun could not help but secretly guess, this girl will not be the illegitimate daughter of the goddess of fortune. Su Luo was hairy by his deep squint, and his fingers were poked with his fingers. Ask you, quickly say, is this really a treasure map? The goods are genuine, and the children are not deceived. Nangong Luyun said very positively, but his tone was somewhat weak. Obviously he has not recovered from the attack. That is, very expensive. Su Luo raised his palm face and his face was beautiful. How can I describe it with expensive? Nangong Luyun's face disapproved. This is basically a priceless treasure, and Tianling water cannot be compared with it. Really? Su Luo suddenly became very excited. She looked at her own white and tender hands with a puzzled look. Is this hand lucky? Can you lie to you? This piece is one of the maps of the Tomb of the 8 Gods. The Tomb of the 8 Gods. It is the detachment of the endless years. It is said that the people who come out there, even the most ordinary people, will be able to destroy we are a country on the mainland. A most common person comes out, only one move, can kill one country. The Soviet Union is calm, and it is inevitable that it will be as beautiful as water. Does this make people not live? It's hard to imagine the fall. If the Supreme is over, isn't it a move to destroy their entire country? This is simply, unimaginable. The legend is true. Nangong Luyun's beautiful pair of beautiful and profound, deep and unpredictable, he said faintly, it is said that many years ago, the 8 wilderness battles, and finally rushed to death, among which the corpses of the Supreme Strong it is buried in the tomb of the 8 gods. The Nangong Luyun paused, and a pair of deep, beautiful eyes stared at the Soviet Union seriously. Including the artifacts they carried with them, they were buried in the tomb of the 8 wastes. The artifact of the high-powered person. Su Luo took a breath. Let's not talk about the high-powered ones. Just say an ordinary person who came out of the 8 wilderness. It is a big man who can destroy their entire city. And now, the tomb of the 8-day god is buried in the weapons of the supreme powers. I really think about making the population water. I want to dig treasures in the past. What is Taobao? She loves it the most. Then you have to wait. Nangong Luyun's black eyes exudes dazzling light, like the sun shining. He smiles at her head like a pet. You don't say first step, just even the most common aura has not yet, how to get there. Okay, Su admitted that she was hit. Moreover, there are 3 other pieces of treasure maps, and I don't know where to hide them. Nangong Luyun looked at Sulu silently. You are so gimmick, luck is nothing to say. I really doubt that one day you are closed. Eyes, the treasure map will automatically fly to you. It seems that this important task can only be handed over to you. Later, when Nangong Luyun really watched one of the treasure pieces flying automatically into the hands of Sua, and then recalling what he said today, he really burst into tears. He said that he was predicting Emperor. If you are lucky, you should look at the character. Su Luo sneered at Nangong Luyun. Yes, now there is space grass, with Tianling water, when do we go to find the blood of the dragon? After the fight between Nangong Luyun and Su Bo tonight, Su Luo understands that in this world, strength is the king. Her space could not be opened, and the wood fire system was too late to cultivate. It was really hard for her to die. This kind of knowing that Baoshan can't open the key, it is really depressed. Nangong Luyun touched her head, the shallow phoenix, slightly petting tone, when do you want to go? Wait a little, calm down, let's talk about it. Su sighed, she really created a problem for herself. The Sunset Mountains are not close, and you can go back and forth. If it is smooth, how can it be a month? If she suddenly disappears now, her cheap old lady will look at her with suspicion, but it is not good. It seems that she thinks of a way to disappear for a while. The Soviet Union was so beautiful that it fell into meditation. It's just that Suze did not expect that she had already sent her door to help her solve the problem before she came out. This person is not someone else, but the three sisters of Su Luo. On the same day, the Soviet Union went out for a walk after lunch. When I came back, I found that my yard was smashed by people, and the only green ring was also red and swollen, and my body was bruised. At this moment, Su Dian is still there to triumph, a whip slapped the green radish, it is like a dog. Stop! Su Luo's eyes snorted and shouted. Su pulled back and saw the Soviet Union, swept her contemptuously, and then swiped her directly to her. Su Luo's hands were strong, and he grabbed the whip tail, and his eyes flashed a chill, are you looking for death? The color of Su's mouth is exposed. Su, people have self-knowledge, you an ordinary person dare to talk to me like this? Are you looking for death? Su Dian is now a first-order warrior. Although it is not enough, she has a superior sense of comparison with the Soviet Union. Su Luo smiled coldly, so, please ask the noble first-order warrior, are you coming to my small courtyard? Su, you still want to hide it now? Hey! Did you see the lotus pond that day? Su has been shamed and humiliated by Sushi since that day. She couldn't live that day. Later, in the mouth of the ring, I accidentally learned that the day of the Soviet Union had passed by. She remembered that she was so embarrassed to be seen by the Soviet Union, and she couldn't help but emerge. Su Dian did not expect that Su Luo not only passed there, she was still the initiator. If Su is to know, I am afraid that the heart of Su Luo will be killed. Su pulls gentleness and kindness in front of others, but in the face of Su Luo, the nature reveals no doubt, she is too lazy to wear. The corner of Su's mouth evoked a satirical arc, what happened to the lotus pond that day? Oh, three sisters, you said that it fell into the lotus pond that day and suddenly caught fire. The result was jumped in again, but it was thrown up. What happened to countless family members? You really saw it. Su screamed. Yeah, I still read it in a bright and stern way. What happened? Three sisters, are you afraid that others will look at you? The corner of the mouth of the Soviet Union provoked a sneer, and the beautiful singer shot the cold light. The inferiority of human beings is really terrible, and it is specially made of soft persimmons. Sushi bullied her, she did not dare to resist, because she was the wastewood in her eyes, so she was angry with her heart and found herself really deceiving too much. Not only this time, such a thing has happened many times in the past. Su. You damn. You waste. Everything that happened that day was the pain of Su's heart for a lifetime. As long as she remembered the day, she could not wait to kill Sushi. Su cannot pull back the whip. Su Luo grabbed the whip tail and leaned closer to her. He said one word at a time, Su pull, you are just a first-order warrior. You are just out of it, but you are always tall in front of me, and you have a strong sense of superiority. Warrior, is it amazing? You waste never knows the world of practitioners, let's die. Su took the whip and took a slap in the face of a slap in the face. Su Luo's heart smiled coldly. She took a step back and avoided her attack. Then she turned her hand back and slammed her face toward Su's face. Snapped. The crisp whip sounded. This whip was not only drawn on the face of Su, but also the strength of the spurt, and it was pumped out a few meters away. At this time, the face is so cold and cruel, like a demon from hell, it makes people feel tremble. She slowly evoked a cold sarcasm, as an ordinary person, playing the face of a military martial artist is really cool. At this moment, she stood there quietly, and the wind that was blowing slowly raised the skirt, and the skirt fluttered like a cherry blossom. The cold and cruel words of the Soviet Union, so coldly sounded in the ears of Su. Su pulls the ball and flies in the corner, making a scream on the spot. There was a clear welt on her face, the whip was cracked, the blood was flowing, and the wound was terrible. Su pulls the wound, the eyes are full of coziness, she stares at the resentment, you. Looking at the coldness of Soyuo, like 1,000 years of ice, she suddenly flashed a trace of fear, panic, and a coldness began to go up from the soles of her feet. How could this be? Susie, she is just a waste, how can it? How can there be such a cruel eyes? Her deterrence at this moment is even stronger than the majestic grandfather. How is this possible? Sue's heart is in doubt. At the moment, the green radish was completely shocked. This majestic and awesome girl, black hair fluttering in the wind, the beautiful little face is full of cold and decisive, the momentum that comes out makes people dare not look straight. At the moment, her dazzling is like gathering all the sunshine. This person is really she is serving from a young lady to a big lady? Is she still the lady who is bullied by the person? Is the first order warrior very great? Isn't it because of my waist? So, what are you proud of over the years? Su Luo squatted down, with a faint smile on his eyes, saying that he was still playing with a whip. Unrelentingly. You. Su was biting the trembling lips, and the eyes of her returning to her eyes were burning in anger. It was unbelievable. How dare you beat me? Su Luo was very innocently spreading his hands. How can there be such a stupid person in the world? It was obviously beaten, and I asked hard, you hit me? Such blatant insults caused Sue's lungs to be blown up quickly. She blushes and slams her face and bites the back groove, you, find, die. It's you who are looking for death. Su Luo gave a whip, and no mercy was a whip on her, and the eyes shot a shocking sultry light. This whip is pumped for the former Su. A whip is for the green radish. This whip is for the ants that you crushed. The reason for the fall is very strange, but she can always find a reason to draw a tie, just like people on the table can always find a reason to get drunk. In a short time, Sue's body was covered with whip marks, and it was ragged, not as good as sputum. Sue. I won't let you go. Never. Sue pulls up, holding the exposed body and rushing out. Along the way, she stumbled, fell and climbed again, climbed up and fell, very embarrassed. Looking at the back of her running away, Su Zhao's eyes floated with a smug smile. Miss, isn't this good? In the past, I played the role of being bullied. Today, I turn to others. This role change made Green Ding somewhat uncomfortable and somewhat fearful. What's wrong? It's better to bully others than others. Su was sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, and poured a cup of tea for himself. Yes, but... Green Rose stuttered, Miss is looking for the old man to complain, what should I do? Miss was not very afraid of the Lord before. In front of him, he is arrogant, and he can't even say a complete sentence. But now it seems that he is not afraid at all. My cheap old man can't take care of this little thing now. He is busy with something. This matter was still found by Su Luo. Besides, her cheap old man is not a fool. In this world where the strong is respected, the Soviet-style one-order warrior can't beat an ordinary person. What is the use of raising this daughter? Is this not a waste? Her cheap boss will calculate very much in this regard, she does not need to worry about her. Sure enough, when Su smashed his face with a whip and cried and ran to find General Su Zhaansu, he suffered an unprecedented cold. Su Zian resisted the temper after listening to Su's grievances, and his tired eyebrows. His impatience was straightforward, you can't beat her a waste, and my face is here to cry. Su was stunned, and she raised her crying pear with a rainy face. It was unbelievable, oh, but, she beat me. Su Zian is busy catching the thieves who steal the treasure map. Where is the struggle to take care of these daughters? It's done, it's really a bad thing, but you have the wrong place, it's okay, you go to her yard. What? Ziwu. Su Zian cold face, a command. A guard from outside the door, he is Su Zian personal guard. Su Zian whispered, go to Suo, she stayed in the yard within 3 months, and she was not allowed to go out in one step. If she stepped out of the yard, she would interrupt her leg. Let her reflect on her in the yard. Ziwu promised a cold face, his eyes fell on Su's face, and there was a trace of misunderstanding in his eyes. Then, some disgustedly passed his face and finally went away. Just forbidden. Let her go so cheaply. This is absolutely impossible. Su's impulsiveness almost cried, and she yelled that she would hold Suan's thigh. It is a pity that her face is now bloody, plus tears, sweat, body rags, and rolling on the ground, dirty, the whole person looks the same as the ghost. Su Zian flashed a trace of disgust. This daughter is also a failure. I am used to causing trouble, but I will not share it for him. Su Zian's heart flashed a bit of anger, and remembered that a few days ago, it was this Su Pol, and he lost a face in front of the prince. Although it is said that it is a Soviet Union, but what is the truth? How can he not know how to be a father? Su Zian threw back his thigh and said coldly, you also go back to the hospital for 3 months, reflect on your reflection, and learn your 5 sisters. Is this going to shut her up? Su's face is not reconciled. Still learning sushi. Among the Sufu, the most arrogant is that sushi is good. Su will be vomiting blood. Oh. Su Pol still wants to cry. However, Su Zian, raised his hand and screamed coldly, the interest. I will drag the 3 miss back and take care of it. This one is not worrying. Su Zian made a heavy punch to the yellow pear flower table, and suddenly there was a deep fist mark on the case. On the head of Su Zian's head, the blue veins suddenly jumped. The old man is about to go out, but the water of the day is completely unknown, and there is the treasure map. Where is it going to be? Jing Yu's stinky boy did not recognize his life and death, and he did not get any useful information from his mouth. Su Zian almost distressed the black hair. It's really hard to guard against a thief. Unfortunately, Su Zian didn't know that this thief was not Su Jingyu, but his 4th daughter who was identified as a waste. Su Ziwu walked into the yard with a cold face and conveyed the order of General Suda. Su Luo is very clever to say that she must stay in the yard to reflect, think about it every day, reflect on it, and resolutely learn from Miss Wu Sushi. Su Ziwu slammed the door on the spot and the heavy iron lock sealed the courtyard door. Even if it was a meal, it was also handed in from the wall. Miss. This. The penalty is too light, right? If it is in the past, the Lord will definitely let people whip the lady. I have said it for a long time, do you want to worry about it? Su Luo looked like a god, and now she was lying comfortably on the soft couch, eating sweet pastries while flipping through the history of the mainland. These days, Su almost rummaged through the history of the mainland, and also read some books about herbs. After all, her cultivation path included the refining pharmacist, and she soon entered the Sunset Mountain. With her luck with her hands, she felt that she would have an extraordinary opportunity. Green Luo looked at Su Luo with joy, Miss, we have to stay in the yard for 3 months, don't bother, don't you? This time, the little boy's punishment was turned over, and I didn't know what it was. It's not that simple next time. Who knows that Su Luo has thrown the book into the green radish and smiled at her. This lady officially informed you that the green radish is in the past 3 months. You will stay in the yard for the lady. I will reflect on it. Miss, I am coming back. I will definitely bring you delicious food. Miss Green Luo was shocked. However, Su Luo is not prepared to say anything to you, only a mysterious smile, waved her hand and drove her away. The better the meeting place of Su Luo and Nangong Lu Yun, she waited under the big tree outside the city. In a short time, the dust was flying in the distance, and the beasts of the beasts came from far away. Su Luo looked forward. I saw a grotesque horse dragging a beautiful car and darting towards her, the speed was very fast, and the blink of an eye came. Even more impressive is the white horse. That is by no means a horse in the general sense. I saw it covered in green scales, the shape is like a horse, it looks extraordinary, and the speed of running is many times faster than the BMW. When it was almost blinking, it stood quietly in front of the Soviet Union. It is full of green scales, shaking his head and swinging his tail, raising his hoof, and screaming in the sky, it looks like a god. Is it a dragon scale horse? Su Luo exclaimed. These days, she specializes in general history and common sense in the mainland, so she still knows about common sense of species. Why not? The sound of the low laughter of Nangong Liuyun's lazy evil spirit came. Separated by the Zhu Chui car curtain, I faintly saw the Nangong Luyun elegantly lying on the wagon soft couch. The fall was a little unbelievable. As far as he knows, the dragon scale horse is a kind of monster, the strength is extraordinary, the most common dragon scale horse is also equivalent to the 5th order strength of the human warrior. What is the strength of the 5th order? For example, the small genius of sushi is only 2nd order now, but Su Jingyu is only 3rd order, and the sect of the National Defense General Su Zian is only 5 orders. It is such a small dragon scale horse, it is comparable to a general guardian of the country, the entire Dongling country is only one such as Nangong Luyun, the rest are not. This dragon scale horse is not used as a fighting pet to raise, but is used to be a car. It is really extravagant, it is worthy of the legendary king of the king. Come here. The Nangong Luyun in the carriage hooked the fingers of Bailu Runs, and there was a confusing smile on his face, which was intoxicating. He is not too slow to talk, but he is careless, but there is a strong force that cannot be ignored. Su Luo also wanted to try the speed of the dragon scale horse, and automatically took the bead curtain and sat in it. Compared to the luxury of the car, the space inside the car is beautiful and meticulous. A good luxury car, searched a lot of folk fat people. Su Luo while admiring the luxury inside the car, while singular. Nangong Luyun, he smiled low and looked at Su Luo. How? Is this a woman who is ready to fight? There is no leisure time. Su Luo waved his hand, she sat casually, provoked the white jade teapot and gracefully poured a cup of champagne, praised, the royal king of the king will really enjoy, sit in the most swaying carriage, drink the most aroma of clear tea. There is still the most stubborn woman, the best-looking woman, the most favorite woman. Nangong Luyun's long arm and a fishing, the Soviet Union has fallen into his arms without warning. There is no leisure time. Su Luo waved his hand, she sat casually, provoked the white jade teapot and gracefully poured a cup of champagne, praised, the royal king of the king will really enjoy, sit in the most swaying carriage, drink the most aroma of clear tea. There is still the most reluctant woman to find. Nangong Luyun's long arm and a fishing, the Soviet Union has fallen into his arms without warning. There is no leisure time. Su Luo waved his hand, she sat casually, provoked the white jade teapot and gracefully poured a cup of champagne, praised, the royal king of the king will really enjoy, sit in the most swaying carriage, drink the most aroma of clear tea. There is still the most reluctant woman to find. Nangong Luyun's long arm and a fishing, the Soviet Union has fallen into his arms without warning. Nangong Luyun bowed his head, and the white jade-like luster and delicate face was close to the ruler. He slammed the hot air on her sensitive earlobe. Nangong Luyun. Su Luo pushed him away. However, the hand of Nangong Luyun is strong and powerful. The long arm will hold the Sushen tightly in his arms. The palm touches the pink cheeks on the Sulu, and the thumb and fingers are softly rubbed and put on her lips. It is a lipstick that depicts her lips in a smooth and meticulous manner. Su Luo had big eyes and wanted to resist, but found himself unable to do anything under his strength. Suddenly, the arm of Nangong Luyun pressed her back of the head and rubbed her soft lips. His tongue, hot and soft, seems to contain a powerful force, sharply into her mouth, closely following her tongue. Serious and persistent. He closed his eyes as black as ink, and forgot to let her sweet taste. She still resisted and strongly resisted. However, her hand was reversed by him, and the back of his head was covered by his strength. The whole body was weak and soft, and he could not move. This kiss is full of passion and passion. Perhaps it is the reaction of the body instinct, or his skill is good enough. Slowly, her stiff body is soft, and it is slightly blended in the strong kiss that Nangong Luyun plundered. At this moment, there is a straight line in the brain. The betrayal of the past life, the pain of heartbreaking. She didn't think about anything. Her reason had fled, and her body instinctively listened to the brain command and feedback. It seems that it has been a long time. The lips and teeth are separated, and the corner of the mouth is also covered with a hint of white silver, wild and sexy. The sight of Nangong Luyun has always locked in the fall, and his fascinating beauty still has residual passion. The white and tender face of Su Luo was red without warning. She subconsciously wants to push him away, but Nangong Luyun suddenly smiles evilly. Again, his lips, gently brushing across her cheeks like her feathers, her earlobe, her eyes. The lips of Nangong Luyun are like a group of flames, igniting everywhere, wherever he kisses, where the hot flame spreads. The heat of the body of the Soviet Union increased a little bit, sweeping into the whole body, and suddenly there was a feeling of being burned by the heat. The memories of past lives are coming, and the unforgettable betrayal on the cliff is like a flood. Su Luo's heart suddenly flashed a panic, subconsciously, and she violently pushed the Nangong Luyun out. I am immersed in the flow of passion and the Nangong Luyun. I did not expect that Sulu would come to this hand. Without any precautions, he fell backwards. Hey, a loud sound, the back of the Nangong Luyun squatted on the hard inner wall, giving a crisp echo. Surrounded by it, it was very quiet, and the air was filled with strange factors. The face of Nangong Luyun is covered with haze, like the tranquility before the storm. His dark ink is so scary that he locks down the Sulu, and the beautiful face is condensed with a thick layer of frost. Su Luo was stunned. She subconsciously grabbed her red lips. She wanted to laugh and didn't dare to laugh. She took a sigh of relief. How could she know that this strong and overbearing man is so fragile and will be pushed down? Are you okay? Su Luo saw him staring at himself, staring at some of his heart, she asked weakly. Responding to her is the silence of Nangong Luyun, and the eyes of Xianhan and the ferocious. Su Luo slowly got together, grabbed his head in a sly manner, shook his sleeves, and took a sigh of relief, tangledly asked, "Is it painful? Should it hurt?" The crash was so scary. The Nangong Luyun is deep and cold and Xianhan, and the Yin measurement looks at her, "Want to try?" "I still don't want it." Su Luo saw him though his face was gloomy, but his eyes were full of frustration, and he couldn't help but laugh. She took a few steps back from him. "Come." Nangong Luyun slammed the back of his head with one hand, and the other hand, the hand of Lush and Jade, summoned the Soviet Union. It's just that he is gazing at the deep, enchanting and frivolous sacredness of the Soviet Union. The shallow phoenix is a little screaming, and it seems to scream a smirk, and the beautiful squat reveals the arrogance of noble and incomprehensible. Su Luo shook his head in a hurry. She is not a fool, is it not automatically sent to him in the past? Never. However, Nangong Luyun's beautiful pink thin lips had some enchanting rises, and suddenly a whistling sound appeared in his mouth, and the howling sound was crisp and loud. Suddenly, the dragon horse, which was flying fast with 4 hooves, suddenly raised his hoofs, followed by a humming sound. However, at this time, the carriage suddenly writhed, and the unsuspecting Su Slam was slammed backwards. Before she even reacted, she has already fallen into the Nangong Luyun. Before she sat up, Nangong Luyun's long and powerful hand had already steeled her wrists, and the thin lips and enchanting spirits rose, bringing a bit of arrogance. He was deeply immersed in the sun like a sun, firmly locked in the face of the Soviet Union, the corner of his mouth raised an evil smile, and the smiling Su Luo had some hair. What are you doing?" Su Luo subconsciously embraced the chest fullness, stuttering tone leaked her guilty conscience. "I still can't say that, is this not taking the initiative to send it to my arms?" His eyes were a sinister smile. "It is obvious that you are cheating." Su fell and hated him. He and his dragon scale horse colluded to frame her, but now she said that she is willing to send a hug. It is true. How about that? Nangong Luyun smiled very flat, and the peach blossoms glowed. "You have the ability to capture one thing. Now, it is time for you to compensate the king. What do you want?" Su Luo felt that he was particularly unlucky. Nangong Luyun has a single hand and looks at the Soviet Union. When he spoke, he was not too slow, he was low and voluptuous, and his beauty was like a black pool. He was so unpredictable that he could not see his mind. "Serve the king." Nangong Luyun eyebrows slightly lifted, the eyes were dark, and the eyes flashed with a smile. "How to serve?" Su Luo said that it will not. Nangong Luyun looked at her with a pleasant look. The whole person leaned on the cushion and looked lazy. The narrow phoenix eyes seemed to show a smile. "What do you think?" Su Luo thought about it, picked up the pot of white jade jug, and smashed a glass of wine and handed it to Nangong Luyun. "Drink this glass of wine, and write off the past. Come on." Nangong Luyun stared at the Soviet Union, and he was stunned. Suddenly, he evoked a fascinating smirk, and he took the amber wine into his red lips. However, his dark and deep eyes kept staring at the Soviet Union. His perfect curvature of the lips, a drop of bright red wine slipped, there is a chilly enchanting charm. Staring at the wolf-like wild eyes, Su's heart screamed badly, she turned and retired, but who knew that Nangong Luyun had covered her back with one hand, fixed her figure, and then covered with heavy shadows. "Come." Nangong Luyun held the waist of the Soviet Union with one hand and fixed her in her arms. The other hand covered her back of the head and kissed deeply. His kiss is overbearing and cannot be rejected. Su Luo was shocked by the sudden kiss, and sometimes did not know how to react. His arm is as strong as a steel tongs, and he can't hold the Soviet Union so that she can't move. "Let's let go, hey." Su Luo just opened his mouth and a strong spirit of wine was poured in. The bright red wine rolls down the corners of the mouth. The Nangong Luyun body exudes a majestic momentum, and he is still unmoved by the help of the Soviet Union. Su was in front of him, and the ground was like dust. Avid kisses, overwhelming, strong and overbearing. There was a blank in the brain, and he lost himself in an instant. Forced to swallow the red wine, Nangong Luyun almost lingering around her lips. A gentle kiss, like a feather. The hot tongue of the tip of the tongue, the red mark on the corner of her mouth. Two beautiful faces are close at hand, and each other can feel the hot atmosphere. Silent and silent all around. Only the hurricane caused by the rapid running of the dragon scale horse. Nangong Luyun held the small palm of his face in a pitiful manner, and looked at it in detail, his eyes shining like obsidian. This kind of enthusiasm and closeness makes Su Su very uncomfortable, which will make her involuntarily think of the betrayal of past lives. Su Luo coldly turned his head, pressing the violent undulations of his chest, slowly adjusting the excessive. Nangong Luyun did not let her go. Bai Hao Run's fingers clasped her smooth and sharp squat, the voice with an unprecedented seriousness, asked one word at a time, I hate me. His eyes were firmly locked in his face, so he did not miss the disgust and the grievances that had just passed through her eyes. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Su Luo slowly pushed him away, looking through the curtains that opened, looking at the distant sky. Is it really annoying? Nangong Luyun asked persistently behind her. Very annoying. Su Luo asked himself, since the awakening in this world, Nangong Luyun's help to her is undoubtedly huge, although he sometimes likes to get up and down his hands, but he is not malicious to himself. But how could he tell him about his life? That thing, that person, she really didn't want to mention it again. Su Luo floated a trace of sadness, and said faintly, my sadness has nothing to do with you, don't ask. I did not expect this sentence to be like a fuse, and it immediately ignited the anger of Nangong Luyun. He grabbed the Soviet Union, and his movements were arrogant. He grabbed her chin and let her look at herself. The evil geology asked, your sadness has nothing to do with me. Who is it with? Just like the sadness of her flashing eyes, he seems to understand, but he can be sure that for his Nangong Luyun, that is definitely not a good thing. Su's decisiveness and arrogance were aroused, and she reluctantly greeted his sight, Nangong Luyun, who are you? Is it too wide for you? Nangong Luyun is not angry and laughs, but a pair of beautiful stars are cold as ice, holding her squat and swearing in a word, you are the wife of the king, this will never change. I promised. Su Xiaomei raised his eyebrows and smiled at the bottom of his eyes. The long hair of the Soviet Union fluttered in the wind, the smile on his face was faint, his eyes were waveless, he did not like it, but his eyes were deep and terrible. Nangong Luyun sneaked a sigh, then, his deep cold scorpion floated a deep black, good-looking mouth screaming strong and confidently, like a smile, you have fallen into this life must be the wife of my Nangong Luyun. Then go and squat, look at this road to the end, what will happen? Su Lu's sleek, deep eyes, staring at him coldly, his eyes motionless. The two people looked at each other so deeply, no one spoke, and there was silence all around. It is a dragon scale horse, all the way to the speed, the original 10-day journey arrived within 2 days. The Sunset Mountain Range is the largest forest of Warcraft in Dongling State. It is located in the northwest of Dongling State and covers an area of about 1 province. After thousands of years of nourishment, the ancient woods are soaring, the Warcraft is rampant, and the non-martials decide not to enter. However, the Sunset Mountains are not lonely, because there are always warriors entering, or practicing, or hunting for Warcraft, or looking for herbs. The luxurious and magnificent carriage stopped slowly and stopped at the town of Quoto in the north of the Sunset Mountain Range. People who normally enter the Sunset Mountains will rest for 1 night in Quoto town and prepare for the supply of the setting sun. Let's eat more green vegetables. When you get inside, there is only barbecue. In the box, Nangong Luyun clipped a chopsticks chicken into the bowl, and his eyes were almost full of smiles. The dispute 2 days ago was for him, as if the wind was blowing, he wouldn't have it. After that, he still had what to do or how to make it. Su Luo looked at him and said, you also eat. You give me a clip, I will eat. Nangong Luyun approached her, a smile on his face. However, at this time, a loud noise was heard outside, accompanied by the cry of the little girl panicked. The Soviet Union looked down from the window. There is a dispute in the lobby on the first floor. I saw a 13-year-old girl crying very badly, and next to her, the white-haired grandfather was being caught in the collar and raised high. You let go of my grandfather, you will let go of my grandfather is about to be killed by you, oh. The little girl cried almost breathlessly. The one who slammed the old man was a scorpion, a smocked robes, but he had a long face with a pointed monkey. He dragged his tail and sneered slowly, his face was sullen and fierce, dead old man, you see clearly, we have flies in this dish, you say, what should I do? The old man who was shackled was 70 or 80 years old, with white hair and frost, his face with wrinkles, his eyelids pulling, and his speech was somewhat unfavorable. He was full of bitterness and trembled and prayed, "Several lords, our store has always been clean, how can there be flies? This must be wrong. Is it wrong? Isn't this a fly? You say, what should I do now?" The son of the sun stepped on the bench and grabbed the collar of the old man. There is a row of thugs behind him, all of them are fierce and fierce, their eyes are round and powerful, and they are powerful, giving them a powerful deterrent. "These dishes. I will give them to you free of charge. What do you think?" The old man's face could not tell the truth. "Free gift? What do you mean? When we eat white food?" The son is very dissatisfied. "You see clearly, there is a fly in your family's dish. Ah, have you seen it?" He pressed the head of the old man to the table and almost buried his entire face in the dish. The old man is full of bitterness. "Yes, yes, what do you say when you say what to do?" The son of the singer sneered a few times. "This is not our deliberate blackmail. It is a problem with your food. If you take out 50 or 2 silver, this matter will be revealed." 52. The old man was shocked and almost unbelievable. "How? Can't you get it?" The son squatted and smiled at him. The old man was crying and sullen. "Zhao Gongzi, I beg you to exalt your hands. These 52, even if you sell our grandparents, there is no such thing. No. Hey." Zhao Gongzi touched the girl's face with a big palm. "This girl is long and good, white and tender. If you grow up, you will have to think about it. If you do, then you will resist this little girl. 52, look at you so poor, we will lose some money." Zhao Gongzi took advantage of the cheap and sold, he repeatedly stressed his own tolerance and kindness. The eyes of Su Luo are cold, watching the old man's look and the reaction of the people around him. This Zhao Gongzi should be a local tyrant. The power behind it is amazing. Su is slightly eyebrows, but did not intend to help at this time. At this point, a corner of the lobby suddenly came out with a sigh of relief. "You shameless generations, specializing in bullying and weakening, and robbing the women and women, are really hateful." As the voice just fell, a slim figure stood up, a young girl holding a soft sword in her hand, the blade the glory of the cold, a cold and murderous. The girl is about 15 or 6 years old, with a pale green skirt on her upper body and a pink pleated skirt at the hem, which looks cute and lovely. The small face is like a gelatin, the white is pink and the baby is fat. On the table behind her, sitting on 5 or 6 girls of the same age, it seems that it is like a group out of college. Moreover, Su Li felt that the little girl in front of her was somewhat familiar, and she should be surnamed Lu. She seems to have played very well with Su Shi. She used to partner with Su Shi to harm her. Su Luo held his squat with one hand and looked at the drama played below with great interest. She did not expect that this Lu girl, who is as good as Su Shi, would play a good show of saving lives. "What is this? Why?" Zhao Gongzi touched his chin and looked at the girl with great interest. "Hey, little beauty, are you going to give you a hug?" "Shameless." Lu girl stabbed a long sword. Lu Yan's sword dance is cold, the sword is splashing, the tiger is alive, and the machine is murderous. The look of Zhao Gongzi's original teasing quickly stagnated, and his face looked serious and the two men struggled and struggled. Even if the following is noisy, Nangong Liuyun's line of sight has always locked in the fall, and smiled. You see, now the limelight has been robbed. He saw the color of sympathy of the descendants of the grandparents, so the language was ridiculous. "Nangong Liuyun, I am an idiot in your eyes." Su Luo did not look at his eyes, so he looked at him. "How do you say?" Nangong Liuyun's pair of bright, diamond-like squat stared at the Soviet Union. The Zhao Gongzi looked at the head snake, and the Lu girl could save it once. She could save it twice or 3 times. If she was not allowed to leave, the people would come over and tear down the restaurant. This is not called saving people, but hurting people. The fall of the beautiful eyes, the expression is indifferent. She paused, and she sneered again, not to mention, it is not bad to see her performance now, not to trouble the grandparents. Nangong Liuyun smiled at the Soviet Union, and his eyes flashed a glimpse of appreciation. His squatting must not know how glamorous and glamorous she is talking about. Only smart, like her, will consider many problems when saving people, and really help people solve problems, but bring difficulties. Only smart, like her, will consider many problems when saving people, and really help people solve problems, but bring difficulties. The conversation between the two has not been completed, and the situation is suddenly reversed below. Because the Lu girl saw a long time to attack, and Zhao Gongzi licked her oil everywhere, she was angry, the other hand was turned into a curved shape, and an arrow rained over the Zhao Gongzi. Obviously, this Lu girl is a water master, in addition to being a warrior. At close range, there was no fortification, and the 7 water arrows pierced the whole body of Zhao Gongzi like a sword. Zhao Gongzi's face was incredible, and he fell to the ground when he fell to the ground. Lu girl looked at the second floor in a pleasant way and then walked back to her team with enthusiasm. The son. The row of bodyguards behind Zhao Gongzi saw his son killed, one eye with bloodshot eyes, his eyes cracked, his hands bursting with blue veins. They all rushed to the Lu girl, swearing to marry her under the knife, to avenge their own son. However, the few students around Lu Yen are not vegetarian. They are all gifted students of the Imperial High School, and they are all legendary geniuses. So, a melee is about to begin. The owner of the restaurant, that is, the 2 grandparents, when the two saw Zhao Gongzi fall down, the eyes were full of panic and despair. At this time, the door of the restaurant has been closed, and the guests in the lobby saw that the momentum was wrong, and all of them went upstairs. They all gathered on the stairs on the second floor, knowing that several of Zhao Gongzi's lifelines were suffocating and their faces were unlucky. But not everyone knows that Zhao Gongzi's life experience, one of them asked. The middle-aged man who knows the truth smiles, this is a bad luck. You guys don't know, Zhao Gongzi is the son of the local county, the only son, who didn't expect to die like this. Someone interjected, it's just a son of the county guard. Is it amazing? In Dongling, all the county guards add up to 20 and 30. The middle-aged man smiled and laughed again and again. This is the town along the edge of the sunset. Can you do the county guards here? Will it be an ordinary wine bag? This county martial artist is unfathomable. It is said to be at least 5 or more. 5 steps. The others suddenly became dumb. The 5th order, the entire Dongling country can find a few 5th order powerhouses. Even the general of the National Defense Army, he is also the 5th order. Hey, that girl is really, save people, how can I kill Zhao Gongzi? Does such a scum not kill, do you stay in the world and endanger the neighbors? That can also be secretly killed. Now it is implicated in Wang Laobua and his granddaughter. Zhao Juanshou is the most short-term protection. This is how the days of their grandparents and grandchildren have passed. Is this saving people or harming people? Yeah, the girl looked beautiful and smart, how can she act so recklessly? They are good, when they pat thee and leave, but how do the 2 grandchildren live? At this time, the pair of grandparents and grandchildren in the mouth were crying, face pain and despair. Su's eyes were cold and sighed. I'm this crow's mouth, I'm all talking about it. Nangong Luyun smashed her head, a pair of deep, beautiful eyes lazily looked at the people fighting hard below, turned back to the line of sight, shallow Phoenix, a smile of satisfaction, my falling is always like this smart, what can I do? What do you do? Su Luo looked up at the white face of the big palm, a pair of beautiful and beautiful. Not good to lie. Nangong Lu Yun's delicate white index finger scraped her nose. If it is another girl, how much does he want to go to Nangong Lu Yun? There are countless girls automatically sent to the door when hooking his fingers. Only this girl is abducted and deceived. However, this is better, and it is even more irritating that we must catch up with her determination. Su Luo gave him a glance at him. To tell the truth, Nangong Lu Yunchang is very beautiful, and that face makes people look at the soul and will be deeply sucked in, even if they don't know where to put their hands and feet. Look at the show, don't mess around. Su Luo sneaked at him and looked away from her face, so she didn't see a bitter smile flashing through the eyes of Nangong Lu Yun. At this point, the fighting in the lobby has been heated up and it is now at the end. We'll choose to do bodyguards, generally martial arts will not be high, so this is doomed to the defeat of Zhao. Although they are crowded, how can they be enemies of the little geniuses that the Imperial College came out to experience? Soon, Zhao's bodyguards have all been left in the same position, and they can't die anymore. At this time, the blood flowed into the river in the lobby, and a dozen bodies were messed up in a mess, which looked terrible. Lu Yen ran over and pulled up the 2 grandmothers who couldn't help themselves. They said with excitement, don't worry, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Don't squat, get up. Lu Yan was merciful, and her eyes on the other side did not forget to aim at the second floor where the Soviet Union was located. Her look was seen by the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union did not say anything, only used the light to see the Nangong Luyun. It seems that it is the horror of the Nangong Luyun. It must be said that women's intuition is sometimes terrible. Lu girl sees both the grandson and the grandson, still stunned in the same place, looks like numbness, and can't help but swear, tell it, don't lie, accept that violence is the responsibility of our warriors, you don't have to be so grateful to me. Oh, the Soviet Union did not hold back, almost a spout of water. I dare to think that this Lu girl still thinks that people can't stand up because she is too grateful to her. I really don't know how to say her. Who? Lu Yan's ear tip, heard the laughter, ran up and directly locked the Soviet Union, you just laughed at me. However, when she saw the face of the Soviet Union, her eyes were very large and seemed to be very surprised. You are. Lu girl is incredible. Do I know you? Su Luo blinked innocently, and there seemed to be a hint of gloom in the beautiful beauty. No. This person will definitely not be the fourth sister of Sushi Straw Bag, and it must be similar. Besides, with the idiot of Su Shi, how could she be qualified to sit next to the crown prince? Yes, in fact, when Lu girl saw the dragon scale horse at the door, she recognized the perfect king of the Golden King. In order to leave a perfect impression on His Royal Highness, she would be uncharacteristic and help the two grandparents. She believes that His Royal Highness will definitely have a good impression on her, and then, she will pretend to inadvertently meet the Royal Highness, and I believe that she can approach the male in her heart. Therefore, when Su Luo made a sneer, she seized the opportunity and flew directly to the second floor. The king of the king is upstairs. She believes that she is stronger than the Soviet Union. As long as she puts down her body and uses some means, then the king of the king will be against herself. I didn't expect this opportunity to go out. Lu Niu has already thrown the Sulu to the side. Her bright face exudes a radiant glow, and she looks at the Nangong Luyun with a slight shyness. His Royal Highness, do you also go to the Sunset Mountains? Nangong Luyun hits the blue robes, so he cares for the glass of wine in a careless manner, and the deep eyes look at the Soviet Union, as if it seems that there is no such thing as Lu Yan. His Royal Highness, don't you remember me? I am Ruohua, Lu Ruohua. When you were at Imperial College, you have also pointed out that I am practicing. Lu Ruohua saw Nangong Luyun's cold-faced disregard. She was not discouraged and said urgently. Nangong Luyun. Lu Ruohua nodded nervously and carefully observed the look of Nangong Luyun. According to Su Shi's words, His Royal Highness is the of the 9 palaces. He only looks at him at a glance. Now he can stand face to face in front of her. Lu Ruohua feels nervous and his heart will jump out of his throat. Nangong Luyun evokes the corner of his lips, his eyes are clearly laughing, but he is cold and indifferent, with a hint of impatience. Let's go. He didn't give a superfluous word. Lu Ruohua's face was red, and she stood sullenly, not knowing how to do it. It's rare to have a chance to approach the Golden King's Highness. How could she be so easily let go? Next time, who knows if there is any chance? Lu Ruohua clenched his fist and secretly swelled up to himself. Her stiff face squeezed a bright smile. His Royal Highness, are you planning to go to the Sunset Mountains? Our team is also, not as good as us. Nangong Luyun, such as the white-skinned jade, played with Ruby, and heard the words, and gave her a faint look. This eye, cold and arrogant but clear and aggressive, like a sword like a murderess. The heart of Lu Ruohua's heart suddenly shrank, and it was as if it was blocked by a boulder. If he didn't finish it, he swallowed his stomach and never dared to confide. She was pale and she only felt that the cold sweat on her face was flowing down. Nangong Luyun looked back to the Soviet Union, and the smile at the bottom of his eyes was gorgeous and enchanting. His white and jade hand put a chopsticks and vegetables in the bowl, and smiled diligently, how to watch the play and eat another one. Root vegetables, oh. Su Luo wants to turn his eyes. She wants to ask, Dear King Jin, are you giving me hatred? Didn't see the opposite side with a pair of blue veins, can't wait to kill me? But the fall is not a fall, under the eyes of Lu Ruohua like a sword, it is very calm to pick up the green vegetables, slowly squatting, as if it is a delicious dish under the sun. Nangong Luyun saw that she did not refuse, her face opened with flowers, and she gave her a bowl of wild mountain mushroom soup, and smiled happily, come, drink this bowl of soup, delicious and nourishing, very good. Lu Ruohua, who was lonely like a wooden stake, almost lost a gush in amazement, she was incredible. She even wants to blink her eyes and see the man who is as perfect as a but laughs in a face. Is it really the legendary hero who has a deep and clean glory? It must be a mistake. So, where is the mistake? Jin Wang, His Royal Highness. Lu Ruohua screamed low. Nangong Luyun glanced at her indifferently, cold like a cold pool, and frowned. How have you not rolled? For Nangong Luyun, there are only two kinds of people in his world, one is his own and the other is an outsider. He can be included in his world, and he has absolutely no reason to protect his short eccentricity. Without being included in his world, he has always been bold, cold, brutal and bloodthirsty. Now, in his world, there are only Su Luo, and everyone else is a cloud. Lu Ruohua's sincere fear of bowing his head, but his fist is in his hand. Yes, that's right. This cold and indifferent is like Shura who came out of hell. He is definitely the royal king of Jin. But how could he? The words of Nangong Luyun are very harsh. If the average woman has already covered her face and cried and ran away, but Lu Ruohua is different, she has long understood the cold and ruthlessness of Nangong Luyun, so even if Nangong Luyun is difficult to listen, she still has not moved. Su Luo looked at Lu Ruohua with a sigh of relief, and his eyes were flashed with a hint of admiration. She did not expect that a person's face would be so thick. How can I not go? At the same time, she is somewhat curious. To what extent is Nangong Luyun so good, can this girl be so persistent? Is it full? The sound of Nangong Luyun is like a Scorpio, warming the heart like a flowing water. Not yet. In fact, the Soviet Union has not been able to eat, but in order to watch the show, she lied that she has not yet eaten. Where does Nangong Luyun know her careful thoughts? The clear-cut hand is blowing to her nose, and the bottom of her eyes is a pet-like smile. If you can't eat it, don't support it. If you want to see a movie, the king will tell them to show it to you. No need. Su Luo simply refused, pushing the approach of Nangong Luyun. Lu Ruohua was almost blinded by his smile. She did not expect that the cold and cruel king of Jin Wang would laugh, and laughed so warmly, and smiled with a hint of pleasing. But the woman she refused, she actually pushed the king of the king. God, is she too ignorant, or is this world crazy? Is there a woman who will push the closeness of His Royal Highness? Is she crazy? At this moment, Lu Ruohua's cockroaches almost collapsed. Her pair of clear eyes now floated bloodthirsty shackles, with a killing intention, screaming at the Soviet Union, and wishing to squander her. Su Luo greeted her fierce eyes without showing her weakness. Su Xiaomei slightly picks, like a mocking look back at Lu Ruohua. Lu Ruohua, are you not very capable? You are not a daughter who is a pilgrimage, and is it a dog with sushi? What now? Very embarrassing. Very crazy, isn't it? I really want to kill, isn't it? Lu Ruohua bit his lower lip and said a word, who are you? The Soviet Union shrugged, like the Nangong Luyun, and also ignored the attitude. Lu Ruohua rushed forward, grasping Su's hand and looking at her wrist. Suddenly, she widened her eyes as a fierce ice blade, and gnashed her teeth. You are a sin. Don't deny it, on your wrist. The knife wound is my plan. Su Luo did not deny it, and smiled faintly. Miss Lu San, I am fortunate. How could it be you? Lu Ruohua did not expect that this long-selling monk was really a Soviet. I remembered that my Royal Highness had just been pleased with her, and Lu Ruohua almost collapsed on the spot. I remembered that my Royal Highness had just been pleased with her, and Lu Ruohua almost collapsed on the spot. Because she was too excited, Lu Ruohua clenched the hand of Su Luo very hard, and the force of the big one almost killed her wrist. The color of the Soviet Union was dark, and Yu Guang took a look at the Nangong Luyun, suddenly snorted. The face of Nangong Luyun instantly became maddening, and he did not know how he made his hand. He saw a shadow of his sleeves flying over. Then there is no more then. Because Lu Ruohua at this time is no longer in this box on the second floor. I saw her slender body shot like an arrow feather to the lobby on the first floor. It fell heavily on the ground and fell into a slap in the face. She almost fainted. I don't know if Nangong Luyun is deliberate. Lu Ruohua's those same doors flew one by one and opened their hands, but there was no one to pick her up. Moreover, when Lu Ruohua fell down, she just hit the body of Zhao Gongzi without hesitation. She opened her eyes and confronted Zhao Gongzi's unremarkable and distorted eyes. Ah! Lu Ruohua was screamed in shock, and the whole person jumped up, but did not want to have blood flowing under his feet, thick and smooth. Therefore, it is unfortunate that Lu Ruohua's soul slipped and he fell to the ground unfortunately. And when she fell down, there was a long sword on the side. At this point, her whole body, face, hair is all blood, dirty and stinking, people almost dare not approach. Ruohua, how are you? Are you injured? 3 or 4 teenagers suddenly flocked to the front of the stars and surrounded the Lu Ruohua, all of them nervous. My hand, it hurts. Lu Ruohua's painful face was almost faint. God, this hand. Lu Ruohua's good friendly way covered her mouth and nose when she saw her hand, and the bottom of her eyes was completely shocked. At this point, Lu Ruohua's right wrist was cut off by the roots, and the blood of the wound spurted out constantly, which looked very scary. The beautiful scenery of the Soviet Union was deep and the eyes flashed a bit of interest. It looked like a smile and smiled at Nangong Luyun. It's so ferocious, cut off the wrist, will it be too pitiful? Nangong Luyun is a deep city and calculation. After Lu Ruohua was thrown down, all subsequent reactions were all in his calculations. Including her being frightened, she fell, and turned her right wrist to the cold sword. Every step is extremely accurate, almost no choice. Such a Nangong stream is undoubtedly terrible. Choosing to be an enemy of him is the most ignorant way. Su Luo's heart flashed a trace of worry. If he sincerely wants to get her, how should she be at her own? Simple and kind-hearted gimmicks should not be schadenfreude. Nangong Liuyun's white fingers rubbed on her right wrist, and the eyes flashed a little pity, and the voice was low and evil. Is it still hurting? Su Luo didn't dare to look at the deep meaning of his eyes. He soon turned away from his face and said faintly, it is no longer painful. She wants to get back her hand, but Nangong Luyun has already held her hand and pinched her white hand like jade in the warm and generous big palm, slowly rubbing it, seemingly cherished. The thick palm touch makes the downfall have an unprecedented sense of security. It seems to be quiet all around, and there are only 2 of them left in the quiet world. However, at this time, the door of the box was kicked off. When Su Luo saw it, these few people were not others, it was Lu Ruohua's classmates. Su Lu's face did not change, and he slowly pulled his hand back from Nangong Luyun. She looked at the Nangong stream without incident, but saw him look gloomy. Who is hurting? If you don't get out of the way, Zhu Weiming shouted, but when he saw the Nangong flowing clouds, his throat suddenly seemed to be caught, his eyes were very big, and the latter half was there is no sound in the throat of the pharynx. The Royal Highness of Jin and Jin. How could it be him? Nangong Luyun leaned back and leaned on the wooden chair, and the noble and strict face floated a little playfulness. The evil spirit smiled faintly, his eyes stunned and smashed into the bone marrow. Where is this wounded, how? At this time, he exudes an incomparable momentum that is so arrogant and arrogant. Lu Wei Zhongzhong people, he did not expect to meet the king of the king here, and he just shouted loudly, really it. At this point, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his drops were flowing down, his face was pale and terrible. The Nangong stream is like a cloud, and its eyes are as cold as electricity. What else? At this time, he is like a giant who is stepping on the ground, and he is not able to admire himself. He has a kind of king. Where does Lu Weiming dare to say half a word? His face was stiff but he smiled, and his eyes flashed a horror. He said eagerly, no, nothing, your temple is slowly eating, slowly using. In front of Jin Wang, he did not dare to even out of the atmosphere, his eyes hang down, and soon he left the room and closed the door with great care. Behind him, he did not know the Royal Highness of King Jin, and he wanted to rush to the blood, but he was killed by Lu Weiming. Because Lu Weiming is very clear, if it is really the hand of the Golden King, then Lu Ruohua's wrist is only being smashed in vain. Even if her father personally went out, this child could not find it. Besides, offended by the highness of King Jin, only one arm, it is still light. Lu Ruohua can only ask for more happiness. Who told her to offend who is not good, but to offend the living King Wang Jin Wang? Seeing Lu Weiming withdrawing respectfully, Su's eyes were a little surprised. She knew that the title of His Royal Highness King was very big and seemed to be very horrible, but he did not want to even swear to such a point. The other party was cut into the wrist, and even the atmosphere did not dare to go out. Where can I dare to ask the sin? Is the reputation of Nangong Luyun so horrible? Su Luo single-handedly lived with a smooth and sharp chin, curiously up and down. The child carefully looked at the Nangong Luyun, as if it was the first time to know him. Just want to see me? Do you want to look deeper? Nangong Luyun laughed very flat, and he took the hand of Su Luo and drilled it into his chest. It's not awkward at all. Su shook his head in his heart. Stupid. Nangong Luyun touched her head in a playful manner. He knew what she was thinking, but his tender side only showed up in front of her, so she couldn't imagine her face in front of others. In the end, is that the real you? Su Luo's face with a faint but not lost smile, such as pears with dew, fresh and beautiful. Do you like that side? Nangong pink thin lips have some playful ups, and the eyes are seriously flashing, and people can't catch them quickly. This question can be difficult to answer, no matter the answer, it is full of like 2 words. Nangong Luyun, the old fox, even set a trap on the text to jump to her. Su Shuang's eyes are like water, but with the coldness of talking, it seems to be able to see through everything. She looks at the sky outside the window and smiles lightly. I don't know, but I know, I like myself the most. Shan Tao, I also like you the most. Nangong Lu Yunfeng whispered, his eyes were as clear as the sea, and he smiled half-truth. Then you are not very bad. The words of the Soviet Union have a double meaning. This king never does a loss-making business. Nangong Lu Yunxiao's like a fox that only practiced for 1,000 years, the phoenix is awkward, and the whole person looks lazy. Do not believe. Then how do we make a bet? Do not gamble. It must be the winner's warm-up for the king's loser, and the Soviet Union will not be fooled. At this moment, there was a loud and bickering voice in the lobby downstairs. Numerous soldiers surrounded the entire restaurant, dense, unblemished, and even flies could not fly. After Zhao Juanshou heard the news of the funeral, almost all of them had to collapse. He carried a long gun and rushed across the horse to the restaurant. Just when Lu Weiming discussed the departure, the people brought by Zhao Juanshou just blocked their group at the door. The two sides are confrontational, no one will let anyone. Lu Ruohua's party said that Zhao Gongzi's death was a shackle, and Zhao County's one-hearted revenge for his son. Zhao Jun keeps his will, and today he must take Lu Ruohua's head. Even if she is a prime minister, she can't change the original intention of Zhao Jun. But Lu Weiming, they will promise again. Each of them is a middle-class big family. Everyone's elders' official positions are pulled out more than Zhao's. So the two sides began to fight again. Zhao Junshou is not comparable to his squandered son. The fifth-order warrior in the family is full of ghosts and rifles, and few people can compete. Finally, the end of the Lu Ruohua party fiasco. Zhao County defender's gun rested on Lu Ruohua's shoulder, and the gun tip was cold and murderous. Zhao County's face is gloomy like a demon from hell. His face is covered with a strong murderousness. He said coldly, self-sufficient, or killed, choose the same. At this time, Lu Ruohua's blood on his wrist had stopped, his face was pale like white paper, and he couldn't stand even standing. However, she did not panic at all. Sneer, you dare to threaten a small county guard. Miss Ben. Believe it or not, how long will this lady be able to let you go to jail? Zhao County's face is gloomy, and the whole person looks cold and sullen. Do you kill yourself or are you killed? His eyes are terrifying, like the devil who fought in the blood of the inferno, and there is no trace of feeling in the cold. Zhao Juanshou was obsessed with cultivation in his life, and his son was neglected to discipline him. This led to this tragedy. Therefore, he blames himself, but he will never let go of the enemy who killed his son. Even if she is a woman, even if she is the daughter of Lu Yanxiang. Lu Ruohua saw Zhao Ting's face on the face of the killing, the heart flashed a trace of fear, but she was calm, smiled coldly. You want to kill me? Can you ask the king of the king? His Royal Highness King. Zhao County's face in a crazy situation floated a horror. His Royal Highness King is definitely a shocking presence in the minds of the warriors. The mainland has the second talent in history. It has been promoted to the 6th order in less than 20. It is said that it has reached the 6th order peak, and the 7th order is only a threshold. Who is this genius who does not worship? Who dares to be an enemy of him? His Royal Highness King. Zhao County keeps frowning and repeats. The difficulty is that his son, who is not a weapon, has offended his Royal Highness, which led to his murder. It is the king of the king. Lu Ruohua arrived at this time, cannot care so much, she calmly said, His Royal Highness and we are going to enter the mountains of the setting sun, he is now upstairs, do not believe you go and see. I have to have Lu Ruohua also have a brain. Every word is true when she breaks apart, but together they create an illusion that His Royal Highness is a group with them. Lu Ruohua is going to borrow the tiger skin of Jin Wang, so that Zhao Juanshou has to let go of hatred and let her leave. Because she is very clear, the the position of His Royal Highness King in the minds of the military. Sure enough, Zhao County's looks like a loose touch. Lu Ruohua smashed the closed doors and windows on the second floor, and then screamed again, "If you kill me, the king of the king will not let you go. You still don't know, I have already had a tacit understanding with my majesty, in the near future. I am Jin Wang, hey, you dare to kill me." When the words came out, everyone was lost. The onlookers frowned one by one, and they did not want to be a woman with a brain destroyed and broken hand. Zhao Gushou's brow wrinkled more tightly, and the long gun resting on Lu Ruohua's item shivered slightly. The Soviet Union leaned back and leaned on the chair, and a pair of clear-eyed scorpions looked straight at the Nangong stream, slightly raising their brows. She said with a slight sarcasm, "Hey, your Royal Highness, it is your turn to save your beauty. Why don't you go to save your future Wang Hao? If you don't go to the beauty, you will be in the same place." The Nangong Luyun pulled the Sulu into his arms, and the corner of his mouth raised a smoldering arc. The hot breath sprayed on her ear. "How? Eat the king's vinegar. I don't eat jellies when I eat sugar and eat salt." Su Luo smiled and smiled, but his eyes were as indifferent as ever. "It is the Golden King, you really don't go?" "Go, why don't you go?" Nangong Luyun took the Soviet Union down. "If you don't go, the king of the king will be angry." The Sulu who walked on the side of the Nangong Luyun didn't see it. At this time, the Nangong Luyun's thin lips and evil spirits were sizzling, and a pair of beautiful eyes were fascinating, as if they were holding a strong murderous atmosphere. Two people, one left and one right, did not slow down from the stairs. The stairs were originally filled with people, but at the moment, they automatically gave way. If there is no one in front of the Nangong Luyun, step by step on the wooden ladder, the way of leisure and leisure, the crowds on both sides are just a Chinese cabbage in their eyes. His Royal Highness. Lu Ruohua saw Jin Wang down, the eyes flashed a bit of complexity, including surprises, expectations, embarrassment, restlessness and other emotions, but her final eyes were very firm. Because she didn't lie, she did say that she had promised her to the title of His Royal Highness, and her sire seemed to be okay. Zhao Juanshou looked at the Jin Wang temple and stepped down the next step. Although he has not seen it with his own eyes, he is sure that this outstanding boy in front of him is definitely the legendary king of Jin. Zhao Juanshou is close. He must avenge his only son, but he does not want to offend His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness, but to persuade peace. Zhao County keeps his face cold, his eyes are like electricity, staring at Nangong Luyun. This king has no other meaning. Nangong Luyun said with a smile, "But, your eyes are clear, this is the king of the future king, long brain, don't say anything, believe I don't know if people are cheated." Plus 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 plus. The Nangong Luyun's words came out, and everyone was in a daze. Zhao Juanshou is even more relaxed. However, this sentence is absolutely true, and he will push Lu Ruohua to the abyss of hell. His Royal Highness. Lu Ruohua's tears rushed, "You can't do this, you can't, ask for your help, I beg you." Now, only the king of the king can save him, but it is clear that the king of the kings is not generous in the next direction, but is known for its cold and cruel. Nangong Luyun, don't talk indiscriminately, otherwise the king of the king will be unhappy, the consequences are very serious. Su Luo turned his eyes to the sky. This man will not die if she does not take advantage of her. Lu Ruohua seems to want to understand the key points. She suddenly squats down and slams her head toward the Soviet Union. "Miss Su Luo, I used to be sorry for you, I will give you a hoe, beg you to save me, I beg you." She is of a prostitute, and the heart of one person is also the heart of thousands of people. Why have you been so wronged? It's really a tiger's bullying in Pingyang. When she returns to the imperial capital, she will never let go of these people. Lu Ruohua secretly hates in his heart. But who is the Soviet Union? When someone else was in elementary school, she had already killed herself. What is the hardest thing about a killer? Heart. At this time, the face of Su Luo was awkward, and the spring water was clear and hopeful. The white skirt would set off her as elegant as a fairy. She just smiled apologetically, and then she did not say anything. She was taken away by Nangong Luoyun. Wait. Lu Ruohua saw the Soviet Union go, the look was awkward, and there was a horror in her heart. She suddenly shouted at the back of the Soviet Union. Su Luo stopped and did not look back. I tell you a secret, you let go of my life. Lu Ruohua's tone is still high. No need. The Soviet Union smiled a little and then took a step. It's about your life. Lu Ruohua smiled coldly. Don't you want to know your own life? Do you think General Su is really your father? Do you think Su Jia is your root? Tell you are not. The beauty of the Soviet Union was scornful, and the lips were reddish, with a slight sneer. The most annoying thing in her life and in this life is being threatened. Thank you for your reminder, but even if you are dead, the Su family have not yet died, I will naturally ask them to go. Su fell on the face, but his heart flashed a trace of suspicious. Hey! No one in this world except me will tell you. Su family, the Su family simply don't know. Lu Ruohua looked calm. The Soviet Union fell slightly. She remembered the experience of the original lord in the Soviet government, which is simply a non-human life. Su Dian is also out, her talent is not good, but she is completely opposite to her own treatment. Is it true that her life is really different? Nangong Luoyun walked toward Lu Ruohua step by step, and the stars were filled with sullen radiance, and there was no temperature in the cold. Okay. His red lips are enchanting, the coldness of evil is chilling, cold and ruthless. Now, you can say it. No one knows what Lu Ruohua said in the ear of Nangong Luoyun, because the face of Nangong Luoyun was indifferent from the beginning to the end, only Su Luo, she caught a flash of horror in his eyes. No one knows what Lu Ruohua said in the ear of Nangong Luoyun, because the face of Nangong Luoyun was indifferent from the beginning to the end, only Su Luo, she caught a flash of horror in his eyes. The setting sun is extremely vast, the mountains are continuous, the ancient trees are towering, and all kinds of rare birds and animals are not present. The mountains have a range of provinces, and in the depths of the center, there are countless treasures of herbs. World of Warcraft has a sense of territory, the more powerful the World of Warcraft, the more occupying the central position of the mountain range, so there are very few people who can enter, thousands of years have accumulated, precious herbs are numerous. Nangong Luoyun took the Soviet Union from the east side of the path. How long will it take to see the armored ridgeback dragon? The bangs in front of the saplings of the Soviet Union's forehead are slightly curved, lined with a pair of water-spirited, crystal-clear eyes, and the indescribable water is moving. It has been 2 days since I entered the mountains, but these 2 days they did not encounter the Warcraft rabbits on the Warcraft scorpion, which surface they are still spinning around. The armored ridgeback dragon in the central forest, at least 3 or 4 days. Nangong Luoyun touched her head, a pair of beautiful eyes hidden in the tenderness, asked, why, is this tired? The voice of Nangong Luoyun has a faint concern. Close to the scene, the Su can smell the faint aroma of his body, a warm taste in summer, and it is a good smell, making people almost unwilling to leave him. It's not. Su Luo did not regret to point to the surrounding herbs. Hey, 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum, 100 years of ginseng can be seen everywhere, but they cannot take it. How much regret, if there is room, I must have all these precious herbs. Go. These medicines are too bad. Nangong Luoyun shook his head and said, you will know when you enter the central forest. When you take care of it, you will enjoy it. Nangong Luoyun said, the medicinal materials in the deep forest are more precious, so these herbs are not taken, don't waste time here. Right, those people behind have been following us, it doesn't matter. Su Luo looked up, like a clear and gaze at the Nangong Luoyun. After Nangong Luoyun rescued Lu Ruohua 2 days ago, the team immediately followed them into the Sunset Mountains. However, they followed it not far and near, and did not come forward to say hello. Su's eyes flashed a trace of suspiciousness. I don't know how the Nangong Luoyun thought about it. I acquiesced to let them follow, although it was about 100 meters away. However, in the past character of Nangong Luoyun, shouldn't he be a bored expression and then drive those people away? So, is he holding any ideas? Su fell in my heart. Even if it is waste, it is also useful, so make the best use of it, don't waste it. This is the answer from Nangong Luoyun. However, this answer made Su Luo more difficult to understand. Looking at the beautiful water flowing in front of me, but I can't think of it, Nangong Luoyun feels very cute. Nangong Luoyun mysterious smile, petting her head, you will know soon. His voice is warm and lazy, so good. In the forest, the ancient trees are towering, the trees are lush, and the landscape of the original forest is a scene. You can hear the deafening Warcraft roar sound from a long distance. Something to make Sue's fall is that Nangong Luyun is not going straight in, but is turning around in a circle, seems to be looking for something. Afraid? Nangong Luyun's pair of purple eyes reflected the bright shadow of the sun, like a meteorite gathering guanghua, with a mild taste. Although the talent of Su Luo is amazing, she still has no spiritual ordinary people after all. In this primitive jungle of Warcraft, no one knows what will happen. Su's eyes were light, and he smiled. What are you afraid of? Do you think I have no self-protection ability? She does not have any spiritual power now, but the devil training and killing career of past 10 years is not a white experience. The instinct to kill bloodthirsty has trained a tough heart. Suddenly, Nangong Luyun's eyes were filled with a smile of laughter. He grabbed the Soviet Union and pushed her behind him, stopping at the footsteps. Suddenly, he evoked a wicked smile and slowly said 2 words, "Come." What is coming? Su's heart was curious, and he drew from his handsome back, as his gaze looked ahead. I saw a distance of 100 meters away, hovering a huge python. The python is more than 10 meters long, and the waist is as thick as a bucket. The skin of the body is colorful, and the mouth is in the mouth of the mouth. It looks fierce and embarrassing. The wild snake, the 4th order Warcraft, the attack power is strong, contains highly toxic. Nangong Luyun Zhu Lip Yin Hong Light, detailed introduction to the Soviet Union. If it is someone else, he will naturally not say a word. Hey, the big snake's mouth spit with a scarlet snake letter, and a thick green mist was sprayed from the mouth. At this time, a passing Sika deer did not check for fog, and then the Sika deer twitched. Its body is like a corroded, quickly smashed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when it finally falls, there is only one white skeleton left. The thick green ink on the ground is bubbling with small bubbles, and there is a strong smell in the air. The Sika deer is from perfect to corroded into white bones, and the whole process will never exceed 10 minutes. Good poison. Su Luo suddenly had a feeling of creepy hair. This poison is definitely more horrible than the most intense sulfuric acid, but this snake venom is really a good thing to destroy the dead at home. Su Luo asked himself, if she met the big python, it would be almost impossible to defeat it. Of course, if she is trying to put together the same ideas, it is not without the power of a war. At this time, this big python gave her a vivid lesson. The existence of the wild snake tells her that it is not easy to go out in good condition after entering the mountains of the setting sun. Be careful in the forest, always be vigilant. Nangong Luyun has a pair of deep night pearls in the deep sea, shining with radiance. He smiled and said, Shantao, Shaban is dying. The most useful thing for this wild snake is not poison. Is it its inner Dan? Doesn't it all mean that the snake's inner Dan can solve the poison? Nangong Luyun Inhong's lips swelled and his eyes were full of brilliance. He smiled mysteriously, you will know soon. The person who loves to sell the offspring is him, and Su Luo has a little depressed lips. Before Lu Ruohua told him about her life, he was so embarrassed that he did not disclose a sentence to her. At this time, the wild snakes have discovered their traces. It spits a serpent in the mouth, crawling over it, face, and fierce. However, what surprised the Soviet Union was that it turned out to be, completely ignoring her and Nangong's flowing clouds, crossing them directly and moving towards the back. This makes the Soviet Union who is looking forward to Nangong Luyun and the wild snake fight a little lost. This makes the Soviet Union who is looking forward to Nangong Luyun and the wild snake fight a little lost. There is the team of Lu Ruohua. But why? Does the wild snake know that Lu Ruohua's heart is darker? But when it comes to the heart, who can compare Nangong Luyun? Nangong Luyun patted the head of the Soviet Union, and the eyes flashed a trace of evil and laughed. It's absolutely wonderful to watch the play, and Bao Qing is satisfied. Is it? That's a good look. Su Luo hands and arms around the chest, calmly standing on the side of the Nangong Luyun, the bottom of the eyes is a playful smile. When Lu Ruohua saw the wild snake, the eyes flashed to ecstasy. They came to the Sunset Mountains this time, and one of the quest items was the inner Dan of the wild snake. Therefore, when they entered the Sunset Mountain range, they spent a lot of money to buy red hearts, and the red heart flowers were the most attractive to the wild snakes. What they don't know is that this is why Nangong Luyun has kept them following. Because Nangong Luyun knows that he may not be lucky enough to encounter wild snakes, but Lu Ruohua's team has brought red hearts, and they will surely come across. The inner snake of the wild snake can solve the poison, especially the suffocating in the forest, so the Nangong flow cloud must be ready for the Soviet Union. Lu Ruohua, their team has a total of 6 people, 2 women and 4 men, repaired between the second and third orders. 6 people joined forces to attack the wild snakes. For a time, water arrows, fireballs, wind blades, countless attacks are concentrated on the wild snakes. The wild snake serpent spit out, the dark green mist is everywhere, and the smell of stench is spreading. It's not fast, and his face seems to sneer, a snake-like snake. The strength of both sides is quite high, and it will not be able to attack for a long time. Who can't help but who can't win or lose? Suddenly, the crown flower on the top of the wild snake's head sparkled in the sunlight. It seemed to flash through the multicolored light, sparkling, but it gave a creepy feeling of fear. Not good. Lu Weiming ironed his face and shouted. This wild snake is going to be advanced. Everyone will kill it hard, or wait until it reaches the 5th level, we will only have one dead road. The wild snake is very vengeful, as long as it has been attacked, unless it is killed, it will continue to chase it. Compared with the 4th order wild snake, the 5th order wild snake is completely a heaven and a ground, which is very different. The 4th order wild snakes can still fight, but in the 5th order, they are only abused. However, his discovery is still a step behind. I saw that the wild snake seemed to be shrouded in golden light, and the dark green mist was everywhere, and the stench smell was floating in the forest. The crown flower on its head seems to have turned into a jade horn in an instant. The jade horn is very dazzling, shining in the sun, constantly flowing with brilliance, like lightning. Heaven! This wild snake will even have a thunder spell. Lu Weiming pale, he felt like he was going crazy. The thunder is the most powerful and rare of all elements, and there are even fewer thunder elements in Warcraft. Who would have thought that one of their quest items would be enchanted to this point? Zizizi, the wilderness of the head of the wild snake flashed a ray of lightning. Lu Weiming shouted, withdraw. Quick withdrawal. However, time is too late. I saw the strong attack power of the jade horn at the top of the wild snake, which is exactly where to fight. At the point where it is pointed at, it will emit a lightning fire snake, which is amazingly fast. At this time, its jade angle is like a machine gun, a slap in the bullet, a spark splash, a dragon snake flying, and the battle is very intense. Lu Weiming was the first to be hit. I saw that he was fixed in an instant. The whole body was stiff like steel, the hair was black, and the roots were erected. It looked very embarrassing. The second one that was hit was not someone else, it was Lu Ruohua. Because she had been injured before, the blood on her body has not dried up, so it is very attractive to the wild snake. Soon, this team was taken down by the wild snake. The wild snake is not in a hurry to kill the team. It smirked and stared at them coldly, and the bottom of the eyes was deep in the soul. Everyone who looked at a pair of hailstones was creepy and shivering, and his heart was terrified. Team, Captain, think about it. Captain, help. For a time, almost everyone urged Lu Weiming. After all, he also had a conversation with His Royal Highness, and it was most appropriate for him to come forward. Lu Weizhen was also very anxious. Looking at the 2 people who were not far from watching the movie, the eyes flashed a bit complicated. He knows that with the indifferent character of His Royal Highness, he is absolutely likely to watch them being swallowed up by the wild snakes and then turn around. Compassion, kindness. These virtues will not appear on him. At this time, the wild snake spit the scarlet snake letter, sniffing in Lu Weiming's neck. Lu Weiming's soles were soft, and he anxiously shouted, His Royal Highness, help. I beg you. You will not shoot, it's dead. Nangong Luyun leaned back and leaned against the old tree. The phoenix was slightly stunned, and the corner of his mouth overflowed with a sly smile. Zhu Hongxi's lip exudes a lustrous luster, but he does not speak silently. Seeing that the king of the king did not have the slightest meaning, Lu Weiming and several of them were anxious. There is only one life. If you die, there will be nothing. They are all proud of the sky. How can they die so incompetently? So, one by one, shouting for help in the Nangong Luyun. Suddenly burst into a tragic cry. It turned out to be a teenager in the team, his entire right leg was swallowed by a wild snake. Suddenly, his other half of his legs swelled like spring water, and he was full of pain. Moreover, the wild snake teeth are highly toxic and highly corrosive. I saw the young man who was rolling on the ground from the right leg, and there were countless small bubbles on the blood, spreading from the bottom up. The pain of the whole body being corroded should be more than the death of the lungs, and it is not far behind. I saw that the boy was rolling around and shouting loudly. In the end, he couldn't stand it. He took out the dagger and went straight into his heart. Looking at the boy who turned to the ground and lost his breath, he became a white skeleton. He remembered that he was still alive in their crowd. For a time, Lu Weiming had a feeling of dying of rabbits. Even so, the dark black pupil of Nangong Luyun is like a quiet sea under the clouds, quiet and deep. The boy who seems to have died is not cruel to him. Until this moment, Lu Weiming did realize that the imperial court of King Jin was cold and bloodless. Losing them from the beginning of the Jin Wang dynasties, they also hope that when they are in danger, they can get help from him. Innocent, they are simply naive. I hope that the two cold-blooded people have a compassionate heart, and Lu Weiming is really naive. Nangong Luyun's natural and magnificent demon face flashes the luster of the lake, like the dark blue sea under the clouds, unpredictable, no one can guess what he is thinking. However, as he is the same kind of Su Luo understand his meaning, her beautiful movements, the eyes flashed a trace of interest. Quote, let's talk about how much money your life is worth. Su's eyes are faint. Nangong Luyun evokes an unparalleled look that looks like a smile and a glamorous person. Sure enough, the person who knows him the most is his gimmick. Oh. Lu Weiming did not expect that the reason why he stayed away from the imperial court of King Jin was not waiting for their own offer, which is to. If you want to kill your life, just report it. Otherwise, the wild snake will not know who it is. At the same time, her heart was secretly groaning. Nangong Luyun is also true. He clearly sees the jade horn on the top of the wild snake head. In any case, he wants to kill the wild snake, but he has to buy these people to spend money. What's more, this wild snake is still attracted by Lu Weiming. Nangong Luyun is really a geese plucking, calculating the end. Sure enough, he said that he never did a loss-making business, which is true. I have 5 shops under my name, I can contribute all of them dash. I used 2 houses with gardens to change dash. I have 1,002. Lu Ruohua saw the wild snakes around her and screamed in trepidation. It turns out that your life is worth 1,002. It's quite awkward. Su's hands clasped his chest, like a smile, but the words of the exit were puns. 1,002. Ah, my feet dash. Lu Ruohua was scared and burst into tears. Nangong Luyun does not know whether he is satisfied with this 1 or 2, or that Lu Ruohua still has some use. In short, when the wild snake wants to bite Lu Ruohua's thigh, he shot. I saw the golden light of the Nangong Luyun, and then quickly spread to the palm of his hand, and finally flew out along his fingers. Golden mans are like swords. Oh, sounded, Jin Mang thorns to the heart of the wild snake. Passing through, leaving a big wound in the heart of its mouth. Before Lu Weiming, they all stood up and showed their magical powers. Various fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades smashed up, but they could not break the defense of the wild snake, and did not cause a slight damage to its skin. However, Nangong Luyun only arbitrarily waved a golden sword. However, it is like a knife-cut tofu that pierces the heart of the wild snake's heart and passes through it. The wild snake screamed in pain, and then the huge snake fell heavily on the ground, making a loud noise and splashing a dust. When it fell to the ground, it still squinted at the eyes. The snake head looks horrible and terrifying. One trick. Just use 1 trick. And just a gentle wave of sleeves. Lu Weiming, Lu Ruohua and others have wide eyes, and they are screaming at the Nangong Luyun. The corner of the mouth is 0 shape, and they can't be said in 1 sentence. They all know that Nangong Luyun is very powerful, but he did not expect to be so powerful. They combined the power of 6 people but couldn't hurt the wild snakes. However, when Nangong Luyun waved his hand, he killed the wild snake. Everyone admired the Nangong Luyun, Lu Ruohua and another girl Li Wei. Looking at the Nangong Luyun, the eyes are even more a bit of fascination and obsession. Cut down. Nangong Luyun's eyebrows, like the cold star, whispered. When the crisis was lifted, everyone was relieved and their hearts were put down. Lu Weiming wiped his forehead and sweated. He ran up and down, carefully cut the jade horn, and handed it to Nangong Luyun with respectful hands. Suddenly, he hesitated. Your Highness, you want this jade horn? For the master of this level of King Jin, this jade angle is not very useful. Nangong Luyun took a look at him. Lu Weiming's chest is blocked by boulder, and the dullness is almost breathless. He snarled and grabbed his chest, and he couldn't say a word. Nangong Luyun faintly glanced at him, he handed the jade horn to the Su, raised his eyebrows, and took the boundless pet, laughing and tender, "It's pretty good, take it and play." "Don't." A pair of clear-cut scorpions looked at him faintly, but they simply refused. Nothing is unreliable. No. Lu Weiming and others are almost crying in their hearts. Is this girl's brain scared? This is the jade horn of the wild snake, the jade horn. Countless people have tried their best to get it, she said no. It's really more human than a dead person. How is the Golden King's Highness so good to her? Lu Ruohua bites her lower lip, almost biting her teeth, and she is almost mad. Nangong Luyun is still full of smiles, gently licking her head. If you don't want to, forget it, it is not worth anything. Lost. In an instant, almost all of the sights were concentrated on the white palm of the Sulu, which only held the jade horn. The bottom of the eye was clearly expecting her to throw it. Su Luo saw that they almost drooled, and they felt ridiculously in their hearts. They said in the mouth, "If that is the case. Well, I will help you first, when you think of it, and return you." Nangong Luyun is undecided. When this is the case, the disappointment of Lu Weiming and others can be imagined. Nangong Luyun has a hint of coldness, and his feelings are indifferent and alienated, and he rushes to Lu Weiming, Neden. Lu Weiming's face is as usual, but his heart is secretly complaining. With the strength of his Royal Highness, will he still care about the inner den of a wild snake? He originally wanted to take away Neden because it was their quest item. But since the title of his Royal Highness, how dare he greedy? Dig out the inner den, wash it and put it into the white jade box. Lu Weiming handed it to Nangong Luyun respectfully. Lu Weiming was bravely courageous, and asked weakly, "His Royal Highness, this Neden, can you sell?" However, what makes them embarrassed is that Nangong Luyun directly threw the jade box to the Soviet Union. Without a word, I gave the best answer. But that is our quest item, and the wild snake is also attracted to us. Lu Ruohua was indignant and shouted loudly. She felt that it was too unfair, and the Soviet Union did not do anything. Instead, she stood there watching the movie. The last trophy went to her arms. How did she tell her how to swallow this breath? How does this tell her how to swallow this breath? How does this tell her how to swallow this breath? How does this tell her how to swallow this breath? Unfair. Nangongliu, cold and screaming at her, what is fairness? He spoiled his family and asked others to make irresponsible remarks. Are these people impatient? Lu Weiming glanced at Lu Ruohua and shouted, what do you say? If it wasn't for the Golden King's Highness, we would have been wiped out. You still want to get the spoils? Su Luo secret, this Lu Weiming is not stupid, judging the situation, leaving room for speech. He doesn't want to take it in white. Is it necessary to change the conditions? Su Luo swayed the inner den in the jade box, like a smile, the meaning of the meaning is self-evident. Lu Weiming sneered and asked, Su girl, this is the reason why we have something to do, I don't know if you are willing to cut love. However, before the Soviet Union talked, Nangong Luyun took the jade box directly and picked out the crystal-clear Neden into his mouth. Oh. For a time, everyone could not understand the intention of His Royal Highness. However, the next moment, Nangong Luyun's strong and powerful palms clasped the back of the Soviet Union, the other hand covered her waist, and a thick black shadow covered the Soviet Union. Well. Su Luo was kissed, a kind of electric shock like a numbness, sweeping the whole body. The kiss came too suddenly and seemed to be just right. There was silence in the surroundings, only the sound of the forest and the roar of the tiger screaming in the distance. Lu Ruohua almost bit the gums. Li Wei's eyes almost shot the Soviet Union. His Royal Highness King. How can it be? The Highness of the King is such a noble and incomparable, like the of the 9 heavens, how the little monk of the Soviet Union is worthy of him. Everyone is incredibly wide-eyed. At this time, the Nangong Luyun had forgotten to kiss the Sulu and linger. Neden, the wild snake, sent him into the mouth of the Soviet Union. Su Luo was smashed by a straight cough and panicked to open the Nangong stream. Nangong Luyun did not have a tough, sleek look at the slightly panicked Soviet. The corner of the mouth evoked a smile of playfulness. In the eyebrows of the sword, the enchanting evil spirit seems to be covered with a mist, blurred and brilliant, dazzling. The Soviet Union slammed into the South Palace, but the beauty of the mist was so beautiful that it was still alive. Don't have a taste. Nangong Luyun sighed evilly toward his lips, and he still tried to rub his fingers. Su Luo lifted the skirt and stepped on him. Nangong Luyun shouted loudly, his face was filled with smirk and laughter. The Soviet Union heard the words and was even more angry and angry. Looking at the head, this time you can misunderstand the king. Nangong Luyun quickly raised his hand and surrendered, selling the martyrdom. The inner den of the wild snake is too strong. Only by this method can you protect you from any harm. It seems a bit reasonable. The Soviet Union's beautiful flow, threatening to raise an eyebrow, let's let you go this time. Next time you pay attention. It seems that the two people are arrogant, but in others' view, they are flirting and swearing. Lu Weiming looked at Su Luo with disappointment. Neidan has been swallowed up by her, but she can't get it anymore. In fact, where did he know that Nangong Luyun had counted the inner den of the wild snake from the very beginning, or how could his personality make these people follow behind? So in the end, no matter what, this can be sent to the Suku mouth. At this time, in the distant sky, there was a melodious music. At this time, in the distant sky, there was a melodious music. More than a dozen girls, white jade hands, took the flower basket and divided them into 2 rows, and they flew in the air. A light breeze blew through, the petals were swaying and swaying, crystal clear as snow, beautiful and magnificent. Each of them has a white dress, and the posture is dazed. Although the appearance is not beautiful, but all of them are slim and clean, and the whole body does not seem to be contaminated with a bit of earthly cheesy. If it is immortal, it will not eat human fireworks. They are 15 fingers, slender waist, and light underfoot. They are like Lingbo fairy, and they are like dancing elves. In the middle of them, there is a delicate flower that lifts the exquisite luxury to the suffocating, and is carried by 4 girls. In a short while, this flower car floated down in a fluttering manner, and it was stable and stopped in front of Nangong Luyun. A big ostentation, a strong momentum, just do not know the people in the flower, is it sacred? Su Luo was secretly curious. She looked up to see the flow of the Nangong, seeing his mouth slightly smack at the moment, there is a splendid brilliance inside, it seems that the eyebrows are smiling. The Soviet Union can be sure that this person is the old knowledge of Nangong Luyun, and he is very happy to see each other. The eyes of Su Luo were slightly picked up, and the face was not moving, and the heart was more interested in the people who were in the flower. Slowly step out of a fairy. I saw her in white, holy as snow, standing in the wind, skirt stunned, like a fairy who does not eat human fireworks, but also brilliant, radiant. This is a beautiful woman, such as the empty valley, as if she is the world's spiritual show, the essence of all things in one, it seems that everyone must be self-defeating in front of her. At this moment, she is full of profit, and if the lips contain Dan, the plain and beautiful face contains a smile, silently watching Nangong Luyun. Her eyes seemed to be indifferent, but it seemed to be covered with a layer of water mist. Behind the water mist, it was a sentimental pulse. The Nangong Luyun has always been cold and cruel, and the hailstone seems to have a slight crack, and the black and dark ink is so beautiful that it is full of laughter and charm. He is very familiar with her, and very kind, not at all like the attitude of Su Luo. How come you? Nangong's flowing clouds covered the shallow concern. Don't you come too? She smiled very well, and the mist was so beautiful that I saw pity. The 2 people smiled and seemed to be a world, while others were superfluous. Lu Ruohua stood by the Soviet Union, and the ridicule on her face was so obvious. She sneered at them murderously, do you really think that His Royal Highness likes you? Don't look at your own match. The dark black eyelids reflected the cold and gorgeous color in the sunlight, and she smiled at her with a smile, the end of the nosy is not too good. As she said, her eyes fell to the right hand of Lu Ruohua and wrapped her gauze. Lu Ruohua's eyes were filled with anger, but soon she smiled coldly, is it not? The 2 talents are a pair of heavenly creations. You are just the mud under the feet. It's not worthy to give the king of the king's shoes. Lu Ruohua's eyes were filled with anger, but soon she smiled coldly, is it not? The 2 talents are a pair of heavenly creations. You are just the mud under the feet. It's not worthy to give the king of the king's shoes. Lu Ruohua's eyes were filled with anger, but soon she smiled coldly. Lu Ruohua's eyes were filled with anger, but soon she smiled coldly. Is it? Su Luo laughed lazily. When did she say that she liked the noble king of the king in their mouth? The world is always so funny. What you don't care about, Others think you are very concerned, and in turn ridicule you not to be concerned. Your big eyes can see clearly. That is the Shaogong Palace of Yao Qi Palace. It is called Yao Qi Fairy. No matter whether it is talent, martial arts or family life, it is not a waste comparable to you. You still don't know. There is no match for the pair of monks in the eyes of the world. Lu Ruohua's eyes are full of sardness of viciousness and gloating. She can't get it, so don't even think about it. Is it? The look of the Soviet Union was faint and seemed to be unintentional. She faintly looked at the legendary fairy monks not far away. The two of them stood opposite each other, like a beautiful picture of a human being. A black and white silk sash, the hem of the robes is blown by the wind, flying like a butterfly. A handsome and extraordinary, a country of the country, a evil charm, a dust. Although Lu Ruohua hates it, her words are not fake. Nangong Luyun and Yao Qi Fairy are really a pair of monks. Su's hands clasped his arms and his eyes were so beautiful that they stood so faintly in the same place and watched them quietly. At this point, Nangong Luyun seems to suddenly think of something, looking back and waving to the Soviet Union. However, Su Luo was slightly eyebrows and looked back and smiled. What does he mean by this? Will the call come and go? Is she so despised in his eyes? The sacred girl of Yao Qi looked over with a smile, and Lu Mei looked like a crescent moon. The beauty of the earth shattering, it is simply suffocating, people are self-defeating, people cannot help but fear to bow. On the momentum, she will fall out of the storm in the past 10 years, who will fear? The two quietly looked at each other. For a time, silent, the scene seems a little embarrassing. However, at this time, sudden changes have occurred. There was a sudden sharp bird song in the depths of the mountain. It was like a golden stone piercing the sky. It smelled like a tear in the eardrum, creaking, a strong heartbeat, sorrow, and a little fainting. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, there seems to be a mysterious power flowing, and the brilliance of the earth shines. Suddenly, a red-hot lightning flashes across the sky and disappears. Then, a large expanse of fire shines into the sky, like a flame of light, seems to cover the entire sky, blazing. Phoenix. Bathfire Phoenix. I don't know who is pointing at the shadow of the sky, and screaming excitedly. Dragon. There are still dragons. Someone shouted excitedly. Phoenix. Bathfire Phoenix. I don't know who is pointing at the shadow of the sky, and screaming excitedly. Dragon. There is still a dragon. Someone shouted excitedly. Phoenix. Bathfire Phoenix. I don't know who is pointing at the shadow of the sky, and screaming excitedly. Dragon. There are still dragons. Someone shouted excitedly. The phoenix and the dragons have almost disappeared on this continent. Who would have thought that on this day, in the Sunset Mountains, they will appear at the same time? The so-called dragon slaughter of the Soviet Union is nothing but the iron armor-backed dragon. This kind of dragon is completely different from the legendary dragon. The world of Phoenix and Shenlong makes everyone very excited, but the situation at the moment is very bad. Because the two beasts fight blood, they can bite the warcraft in the mountains below. At this point, almost all of warcraft began to run out, trying to stay away from the two fighting beasts, so as not to be caught in the pool. For a time, countless World of Warcraft rushed out like a raging tide, such as the galloping horse, the momentum is sturdy, unstoppable. The situation is not very good. Nangong Luyun has a pair of enchanting purple scent with a strong chill. Really, the Warcraft tide is coming. Yao Qi Xingdi said a faint sentence. Warcraft tide. The rest of the people changed their looks one by one, full of horror. Although they have not experienced the World of Warcraft, but it has long been the horror of the Warcraft tide. However, whenever the Warcraft tide occurs, the warriors present are almost 9 dead, but at the same time, this is a rare encounter in 100 years. Because of the occurrence of the World of Warcraft, it must be because there are unearthed treasures unearthed. The two gods and animals that are almost extinct in time fight each other, and it is very likely that they will compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. Central Forest. Yao Qi's sacred look is indifferent, but the beauty of her eyes is flowing and she wants to stop. She is biased, and Ying Yingmiai has exchanged a look with Nangong Luyun. Nangong Luyun has a pair of sorcerers looking at the Soviet Union, and the glory of the eyes is a moment of gloom. Every time the World of Warcraft is dangerous, it is also a rare opportunity. If it was in the past, he would naturally go to explore, but now he is following the unskilled Su, he can guarantee that he will retreat, not sure that she will be unscathed. The Soviet Union's face was quiet and beautiful, and it seemed to be clear and clear. She gave him a faint look, "Let's go, leave me alone." After saying this, suddenly, her heart flashed a bit of lonely emotions. Although Lu Ruohua hates it, her words are correct. With her current strength, she has no qualifications to stand by him. He and the Yao Qi Virgin are the people of the world. They are quite powerful and match their lives. And she seems to be neglected in front of them and can only look down on them. This feeling is really very uncomfortable. Nangong Luyun Qingming Junius' eyes flashed a little pity, he touched her little head, "How can I care about you? It's a child." After all, he smiled at the turning of the Yao Qi saints, "Be careful, treasures are not as important as life. The temperature and gentleness of the language are completely different from the cold and cruelty to others. Thank you for your reminder." Yao Qi's virginity is as clear as a clear, faint smile like a breeze, not shocking, and the mood is unchanged. Her gaze fell on the face of Su Luo, light and floating, like water, but let Su instantly have a feeling of cold like a cold thorn in the back of the spine. This woman is as light as water as she has shown, no sadness and no joy, no matter how extraordinary. There was a suspicion in the bottom of Su's heart, and there was a bad feeling in my heart. Su did not dare to say that his sixth sense must be accurate, but it has never gone wrong in these years. Countless warcraft flew away, the momentum is raging, killing. The 2 feet can't run the 4-legged warcraft, and even if they run outside, they are not necessarily safe. The Nangong Luyun had a strong chill at the bottom, only to see him pick up the Soviet Union and spin it to a small tree house not far away. Lu Ruohua, they also imitated the Nangong Luyun, one by one, both hands and feet, flying quickly to the millennium-ancient trees, clinging to the branches, looking forward to being able to escape this world of warcraft tide. Yao Qi Fairy turned back to look at the south of the palace, and saw him holding the figure of the Soviet Union. The beautiful beauty seemed to be covered with a layer of water mist. No one could see the meaning of the darkness of the dark eyes. There was no wave on her face, and the red lips opened a smudge of the arc and smacked a faint smile. The Yao Qi Fairy flies away and is graceful. The dozens of maids around her looked like icy shot at the Soviet Union, and then followed away. Su Yan's fine eyebrows and slight instinct told her that this Yao Qi Fairy smiled, mysterious. Sure enough, it was not far from her flying. Suddenly, there were numerous vultures in the sky surrounding them. The Vulture King seems to be eyeing the Yao Qi Fairy, and he is very fierce and cruel. The Vulture King, the 7th Order Warcraft, and the flying class of Warcraft, is more difficult to deal with than the same Order Land Warcraft. At this point, the situation of Yao Qi Fairy looks very dangerous. The Vulture King has been chasing the Yao Qi Fairy, clinging to it, watching the Yao Qi Fairy beating the vulture under the eagle's claws. The Nangong Luyun Xing is filled with complex light, and his face is flickering and unpredictable. Suddenly, he grabbed Sulu, and he fell heavily on her forehead like a jade. His expression was dignified like condensed frost, and he said to Soyuo, "Hey, just wait for me. Don't go anywhere." The voice did not fall, waiting for the Su's answer, his body has already flown away from the air, and rushed to the Yao Qi Fairy place as lightning. Nangong Luyun said that he likes me, but in the end, in your heart, she is still important. Su Xiaozui's mouth twitched with a touch of sorrow, and even she did not know it. This bitter smile was mixed with a bit of coziness. Now Su Luo finally understands why the Yao Qi Fairy has a rich meaning before laughing. This woman, the appearance of martial arts are on the election, the city's mentality is deep, coupled with the extraordinary family. God is really kind to her, giving her a unique advantage. Sure enough, such a talent is the perfect match for Nangong Luyun. What is it that she has fallen into the ranks of a general who is not favored by the generals? Su Luo smiled coldly, opened his negative emotions and began to look at the small tree house. The small tree house is very clean, about 10 square meters of space, and there is nothing in it except for a mat placed on the ground. Su Luo sat quietly in the small tree house. Perhaps it is lonely to make people lonely, and there is a deep frustration in the heart of Su's heart at this time. In the world of her previous life, she was a gold medal killer, and she had a status that was outstanding. Most people were only a symbol to her. But since she has reached the world, she often has a sense of frustration. Here, she is only one of the ordinary people, she can beat the First Order Su Dian with her past life, but if she is really fighting against the Second Order Sushi, she may not have won. Not to mention the strong ones like Yao Qi. Yes, Yao Qi Fairy has been laughing at her, her look is plain, but from her smile, Sulu clearly read an emotion, disdain. It seems that as long as she moves her finger a little, she can succumb to her own contempt. This feeling makes Su is very uncomfortable. Her heart ignited a raging fight. She is not a waste of firewood. On the contrary, she is still a super genius of the three elements. As long as she gives her the opportunity, her future achievements will not be worse than anyone. Su Luo clenched his fist. This time, she had to find the blood of the dragon and open the space, so that her wood-fire double system would not be suppressed. She had the opportunity to start practicing. Otherwise, even if her talent is good, it will be useless. Now she is like the richest man in the world. She has Jin Shan In Shan in her hand, but she can't find the key to open the door. She can only sigh outside the door. Time passed by. However, Nangong Luyun has never returned. I don't know if Warcraft is running out. At this time, the surroundings are very quiet and strange, and it seems to be quiet before the storm. Suddenly, the storm started. The wind whistled, the whole land was trembled, and the small tree house was crumbling in the wind. Su Luo went to the window and looked out. She saw a black and white tornado that was not far away, whizzing toward her place. It is like a giant beast with a big mouth open, roaring, claws and claws. It seems that the whole world is letting it do whatever it wants, no one can stop it. The tornado whizzed past. The chalet is crumbling. Su Luo clung to the pillar and was not smashed. Suddenly, Su Luo felt the feeling of shaking her feet in the ground. She looked out from the small window and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She found her whole person. Oh, it should be said that the whole small tree house actually rose from the ground. Soon, the small tree house was separated from the old tree of the millennium, was uprooted by a tornado, rolled up and flew in midair. But fortunately, the small tree house did not fall apart, but still firmly won. However, the face of Su Luo was somewhat whitish. She visually measured that it was about 100 meters away from the ground. If the height fell, she would really be broken and not even slag. She hasn't practiced flying yet, and there is only one dead word when she falls. Su Luo angrily grabbed his head. The Nangong Luyun knows that Yao Qi, who cares about him, will leave her in the same place. There is also a tornado. How can she fly the cabin where she is? There are other small tree houses on the other side. Can this be selected? What luck is she in the end? The Soviet Union is extremely speechless. The winds of the tornado roared in the wind, but the wind was calm and calm. At this moment, the Soviet Union sat in a small tree house and floated like a hot air balloon. At this time, if someone saw it, the chin that was inevitably horrified fell to the ground. Because the world has never seen the sky flying in the sky. Is this the first time in history? Just as the Soviet Union was nervous, suddenly a small spheroid was thrown into the cabin, fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and finally stopped at the foot of the Soviet Union. This spherical object. The Soviet Union looked at it carefully, and there was a trace of doubt in the heart. It seemed to be an egg, and it was still a small egg. Can you fly in the sky and catch eggs? Could it be that the mother of the bird can also lay eggs while laying? There were 3 black lines on the forehead. Pulling back the thoughts of cranky thoughts, the attention of the Soviet Union was all concentrated on the egg. The egg has a football-like size, and the outer shell is white and bright, revealing a radiant glow. Occasionally, there is a streamer across it. There is a deep mystery. Suddenly, the egg made a squeaking sound, as if the little things inside had to be broken. Su Luo suddenly looked dumbfounded. No, this egg won't be so clever, just hatch it in the air. However, it seems to be in response to her surprise, the top of the egg's head suddenly split a slit, and then the slits are getting bigger, and finally the crisp sound of the cockroach. Su Luo sighed and held his breath, staring at the wonders in front of him. I saw it on the top of the broken eggshell, and a small head slowly drilled out against the broken eggshell, slamming the ground and sprouting the small head. What kind of creature is this? Su Luo has never seen it before. But this little thing looks pretty cute. The round small head, the tiger's head, is very cute, the eyes are as close as a newborn baby, and the corners of the mouth are still spitting a bubble. It seems a bit depressed because it has the rest of the body in the eggshell except for the head. I saw it with closed eyes, and the red mouth was small, but it was quick to pick it up. Just like a big cake, it first smashes the eggshell near the mouth and then slowly spreads to the periphery. Until it finished eating the whole eggshell, it sniffed it with the nose and seemed to be looking for something. Throughout the process, it has been closed with an eye that looks embarrassing. Sue's heart is curious, what is the little thing that just broke out? While she was curious, the little things took the little thin legs and staggered to the feet of the Soviet Union. They extended two small claws to cover the corner of the Soviet Union. The small body trembled and crawled into her arms. In the process, the Soviet Union has been stiff and has been screaming at this little guy. At this point, the little guy's round body has been lying in her arms, the little belly is breathing and her eyes are snoring. Its two small claws still hold the corner of the Soviet Union, and they can't buckle. This little guy is too arrogant, too self-cooked. Does it think that he is his mother? On the head of the brain, there were 3 black lines on the brush, and the cold sweat fell down. She stared at the self-cooked little guy, looking up and down carefully. In other words, what kind of species is this little guy? Say it is a puppy. The length is a bit like, but it is not long hair. Said it is a dragon. But it's a long, round, rolling, cute, and completely devoid of horror like a dragon. The most important thing is, how did the egg just roll in? Man-made, or God's will? And her cabin, how can it remain intact as the tornado whispers? This is simply unbelievable. When the singer was screaming, the cabin suddenly shook, and she swayed, and finally she felt that the whole cabin was falling straight down. Not right. Sue Luo's heart secretly said, she clung to the cabin. The wind in the ear screamed. Now this situation is more horrible than the fall of the elevator. Is it really easy for her to be born again? Will it be so degraded in this era? Fortunately, however, when the cabin fell, it happened to be on a 1,000-year-old tree. The lush branches resisted the tendency to fall, so when the house fell, the cabin was shattered by the earthquake, but the Soviet Union had already rolled up the little guy first. Sue's skill is very flexible. She glimpsed the little guy into her arms, grabbed the branches with her hands, floated in the air, and her hands were light and flexible. Because she was hiding fast, the wood that fell from the log cabin did not cause any harm to her. However, this does not mean that she is already safe, and obviously there is another danger waiting for her. At this time, just in the distance from the Soviet Union, there was an extremely fierce battle. One is just a long creature that is very similar to the little one. It should be the dragon in their mouth before Lu Ruohua. The other one is a phoenix bird burning with raging fire. The two fight together, and now almost two loses. Dragon? Suddenly, this thought flashed through the mind. She suddenly turned bright in her head and smacked her head with hatred. She has worked hard to come to this sunset and eliminate all difficulties. What is it? That is the blood of the dragon. Since the battle was just a dragon, then, the sight of the Soviet Union fell to the embarrassing state of sleep in her arms, seemingly very comfortable little guy. This guy should be a dragon too. Yes, this is definitely a dragon. The big football egg before, is definitely the dragon egg. She can't get the blood of the dragon, but the little dragon, now in her hands. Hey! The corner of the Soviet Union's mouth evokes a sinister smile, and it's really hard to get through the iron shoes. She found that her luck was really good, and she didn't expect the dragon egg to fall down in front of her, and it automatically hatched. What is even more rare is that it spontaneously and automatically climbs into her arms. Su Luo smiled smugly. The slender fingers poked the little dragon in his arms, and the little god's mouth spouted with bubbles, snoring, and completely unaware that someone had already cast its idea. If the dragon mother knows that Su Luo has such an idea, she is afraid of vomiting blood. When her little dragon was so hard to hatch, she even encountered the phoenix to seek revenge. There was no way she could only randomly choose a small place to store the dragon egg. But how could she think that there was a person hiding in the randomly selected log cabin, and it happened that she needed the blood of the dragon most? If the dragon mother knows, I am afraid to be mad. What is her name? This is called automatically sent to the door for abuse. Su Luo took out a dagger from his boots, and the dagger was cold and gleaming. However, just as the Soviet Union was thinking about where to start, Xiao Long woke up. It opened the eyes of the water, the small claws sleepy eyes, the small face is full of confusion. This tiger-headed tiger's brain looks like a lot of people. Look at the hard-hearted iron heart of the Soviet Union. Suddenly, Xiao Menglong stared at the round eyes and looked at the Soviet Union in a blink of an instant. Su Luo also looked at it silently. Seeing the fall, the little dragon seems to be very excited, the little mouth is open, and a sweet dragon is heard in the mouth. Dash. The sound of the dragon screamed in the ear, and the brain of her shocked and hurt. And it's this dragon, it's a bad thing. The dragon mother is fighting fiercely with the fire phoenix. It took time to look back and found that her little baby was lying in the arms of a small human being, and that human being even took a dagger. This is all right. The mother of the dragon screamed at the screaming dragons, and the volume was soaring and straight through the sky. According to its idea, it is best to use a dragon to directly burn the Soviet Union to burn it, and turn it into a light and drifting. But the place where the Soviet Union is very good is that she has the most beneficial dragon in her hand, so the long-range attack of the dragon mother can't be fully played. I was afraid that the mouse would touch the jade bottle. Rats are not allowed. At this point, Su Luo saw a huge dragon rising toward her, and the majestic Long Weijian's heart beat vigorously. She had a glimpse of her eyes, and she couldn't think too much. She picked up Xiao Menglong and turned and ran. This is definitely a subconscious movement. Run and run. Su Luo knows that if she is caught up by the dragon mother, her dragon's blood will be ruined. Not only that, her life will definitely disappear under the claws of the raging dragon mother. The dragons of the dragons burst into battles, and the blood of the swells surged. The dragons were like 1,000 horses, and they were deafening. When Shenlong was chasing the Soviet Union, the fire phoenix behind her did not let her go, and it was the interference of the fire phoenix, so there was still a chance to escape. When he fell down, he ran back and looked back. He saw the dragon head and the fierceness. The pair of Longan eyes showed two blood, and the scales of the football were cold, and it seemed that each piece contained endless power. Not right. Seeing that the dragon was getting closer and closer to her, the face of Su's face changed slightly and the voice screamed. At this point, the dragon has long been angry, if it is caught by it, the end will definitely be very miserable. Su Luo speeded up his footsteps, and his feet were full of wind, and he rushed to the front and rushed forward without looking back. The heart of Su Luo is depressed. At her speed, she will be caught up in it halfway. How to break? Shenlong chased her to heaven, and escaped. At the same time, the little guy in his arms was not at ease. It seemed to feel that he was playing the game, and he found out that the round head and his mother had come and went. Su Luo was depressed and half dead. She was half threatened to shoot its head, no. Xiao Menglong doesn't seem to understand the meaning of Su's words. The round eyes are full of confusion, but seeing the face of Su's face is fierce and embarrassing, so it weakens its neck weakly and silently retracts the small head back to the Soviet Union. In the arms. However, it will not take long before it relapses and the small head will come out again. No trouble, go back. Su Luo bounced his head, so it was very obediently curled back into the arms of the Soviet Union. So every time it pops up, the Soviets will bounce it back. Explored and bounced back. As a result, Xiao Menglong thought that Su was playing games with it, giggling, and playing was a joy. Later, the Soviet Union was too lazy to poke it. It still didn't do it. One person was screaming there, and the little face appeared with a small grievance, tearful eyes. 3 black lines on the back of the brain have emerged. Doesn't she want to order the blood of the dragon? Is it easy for her? There was a small Menglong chaos before, and there was a big dragon chasing after him. The speed of the dragon is like a lightning bolt. Plus 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 plus. Plus 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 us. The boulder rumbling, the trees blocking the road were suddenly turned into ashes. Long time cannot catch up, Shenlong angry eyes burst red, but she is afraid of hurting the little dragon, do not dare to spray dragon. The great dragon is so angry that his eyes are red. The broken wood smashed into her back, and the Soviet Union only felt that the back was almost cracked. The chest was like a huge stone, and the dull one could barely breathe. She only felt that her whole body was rushing, her throat was sweet, and the blood spurted without warning. Hey, the soles of the Soviet Union swayed and could barely stand. At this time, a huge sense of crisis hit the heart. Because the dragon behind him was actually brewing a dragon's breath, a dazzling light flashed, and the light shot like a sword to the Soviet Union. Su Luo suddenly changed his face. She tried her best to rush into the oblique thorns, leaving only one afterimage. The fierce swordsman directly turned the trees in the range of 100 meters ahead into ashes, and even the ground cracked into a terrible crack, and the soil turned into powder. The danger of the fall was to avoid this killing, but there was a chill in the heart, and the forehead was covered with cold sweat. She is almost exhausted and can hardly support it for a long time. Fortunately, the dragon at this time has been caught up by the phoenix. So the two gods and beasts began to fight each other again, which gave the Soviet Union a little chance. If Shenlong had no worries, Su Luo was not his opponent at all. I was afraid that she would not be able to run a few hundred meters and be killed by a dragon. However, Su Luo has always been such a lucky goddess. But this dragon is behind a big enemy fire phoenix, and this fire phoenix is still a narrow-minded and dangerous, so the dragon can only hate the teeth of the Soviet Union but cannot help. Therefore, whenever the dragon is about to kill the Soviet Union, the fire phoenix that follows will come out to make trouble. This situation is repeated again and again, and the cockroach is almost vomiting blood. However, now, Su Luo also has an urge to vomit blood. Ruined. When Su Luo saw the bare cliffs in front, there was a feeling of crying and tears. At this time, the front three sides are cliffs, and the dragon mother is chasing after her. She has no way to escape now. How to do? Is it awkward? No, even if she is going back to Xiaomeng, it is absolutely impossible for Shenlong to let her go. There is still no chance, and there must be a chance. Sure enough, there is no way to heaven. The eye was sharply pointed to see the green vines that had been hanging straight down. Su Luo pulled the pole and found that this vine seems to be used frequently, and there is no need to worry about the firmness. Sure enough, it is my life. Su Luo suddenly had a big heart. She plunged Xiaomeng into her arms, and then grasped the vines with both hands, using both hands and feet. The speed was very fast. She had climbed to the high cliff in less than a quarter of an hour. Above the cliff is a flat grass, the wind blowing, a neatly undulating, such as blue waves, it is refreshing. Standing on the cliff overlooking, the Soviet Union clearly saw that the dragon and the phoenix battled in the distance. It seems that they are on their own, and the pieces of fire are endlessly spreading, the fire is shining, and the magma is boiling. Plus 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 plus. Plus 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 plus. Good, very good, excellent. If you miss this opportunity, you will have no chance. Su Luo's heart was overjoyed. She took Xiaomenglong out and the other hand plunged into her arms and prepared to take the jade box. The Tianling water she had stolen from the Su family and the space grass given by the Nangong Luyun were placed in the jade box. Because the jade box can be kept fresh and refrigerated, even if the space is put on the grass for decades, it will be as fresh as it was just taken out. However, at this time, the eyes of Su Luo flashed a trace of mistakes. What about the jade box? What about her jade box? Su Luo suddenly looked puzzled. She clearly remembers that when she was alone in the small tree house, she also took out the jade box and saw it. Why didn't she disappear? Was it lost when the old tree was dropped? No, when the Xiaomeng dragon was put into his arms, the jade box was still in his arms, but how suddenly did he disappear? Did you fall off the cliff? Su Luo looked down and left and right to find it. Finally, he almost fell on the ground and turned the soil, but there was still no jade box. This is really... I picked the sesame and lost the watermelon. Su Luo just wants to cry without tears. The blood of the dragon is in front of you, but the space grass and the water of the gods have disappeared. Is there anything worse than this? Just as Su Luo's depressed group turned, Xiao Menglong looked up at the small face with his small face and confused, and the small claws covered the pants of Su's, and a pair of short legs continued with the Su. The place is spinning, and it seems to chew things in its mouth. In the brain of Sue's brain, she suddenly remembered the plot of Xiao Menglong's eggshell before. Not so bad luck. Sustained in the heart of a very bad hunch, she picked up Xiao Menglong, slender fingers and opened its small dragon mouth. After seeing it clearly, there were 3 blue veins on the forehead. At this moment, she had the heart of Xiao Menglong. What did she see? She actually found in the Xiao Menglongko that the jade box had not been swallowed. She will never be wrong with the green jade. This little thing. It actually eats the small jade box. Su has a strong impulse to push it on his legs. After taking care of it for a while, Su Luo was depressed and glared at Xiao Menglong, trying to kill it with his eyes. However, Xiao Menglong was completely ignorant, but his head swayed, sleepy, and the small corner of the mouth spit blue bubbles. In the heart of Su's heart, she smacked out the handle and carried the dagger. She followed the little body of Xiao Menglong and made a sigh of evil. The gods and the space grass have just swallowed and should not be digested. Finished. Xiao Menglong opened his eyes, his face was not awake, he saw it with a small mouth, and then it crashed and slammed. Su Luo was wrong again. She stared at her self-defense dagger, and once again had a violent temper. Second Olympics. This dagger, Nangong Luyun also said that the collection of fine iron is built, and the blow can be broken, and the sharpness is abnormal. It turned out that this little guy was taken out of lunch for a bite. Xiao Menglong is now fragrant, just like eating biscuits, crisp and sweet. Su Luo had to pay the amount. She feels that if she stays with Xiaomeng, she will be mad by the little dragon, or she will be cut by her. Only these 2 paths can go. What is she turning? Originally thought to be a treasure, but did not expect to hold only the little ancestors back. Before she lost, she felt that she was possessed by the goddess of fortune, but at this moment, she only felt that she was a god-killing enemy. How could this be? Space grass and Tianling water are gone, can she not open this space anymore? Xiao Menglong seems to be able to feel the irritability of the Soviet Union, it is carrying a small head. Su Luo walked up and down irritably. It swayed his calf and followed it with the back of the Soviet Union. The scene was ridiculous if it was seen by outsiders. In the end, Su Luo squatted down and picked up the little dragon to look at her. He said evilly, "Little guy, do you say that I am stewing you, or braised, or stir-fry?" Xiaolong is completely unaware of being food. It is tilted to the head, the big amber-like watery eyes, looking at the suspense in a foolish way, the eyes are full of confusion and doubts. Can't you talk? Then I will be your default. Su Ini smiled and measured, holding a broken dagger on his small claws. She wants to understand that since the space grass can get a strain from Nangong Luyun, there must be a second strain. As for the Tianling water, since the Su family had it before, there must be some in the world, as long as she spends time looking for it, she can definitely find it. It's just that the blood of this dragon, if it's not a coincidence, it's very rare. What's more, this is still the blood of the dragon, which is much better than what the back of the armored dragon. However, looking at the little dragon in front of him, the Soviet Union was a bit worried. This little hatched thing is thin and weak, with thin arms and thin legs. How should she start? She didn't mean to kill it, just wanted to take it a little bit of blood. She is worried that she will go down with her own knife. Will Xiao Menglong be a scream? Just when the Soviet Union was hesitant, suddenly, Xiao Menglong was close to her arms, sniffing in her arms with her eyes closed, like a piglet looking for milk. Su Luo was speechless. She pulled out the little guy and blinked in a depressed mood, "I am not your mother, don't arch it." Xiaolong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Luo in a foolish way. Suddenly, I saw it with a small mouth, and a clear dragon whispered out loud. The unsuspecting Su's ear was hurt by the shocked eardrum, and the chest and blood rushed, almost a spit of blood. However, before the Soviet Union reacted, the little dragon suddenly opened his mouth and bit into the wrist of the Soviet Union. Ah! A burst of severe pain, Su Luo almost jumped up. Although it has just hatched, the dragon species is a dragon species, the talent is super powerful, its deciduous teeth are sharp and hard, the wrist of the Soviet Union is suddenly bitten, and the blood is rushing out. She found that if she stayed with the little dragon, she would vomit blood sooner or later, not because she was vomiting blood, or was vomiting blood or being bitten. Su Luo glared at the little dragon, but the little dragon used the watery eyes to look back at her pitifully, and the 2 claws were put into a squat and sold. Looking at the poor appearance of the little dragon, Su sighed in his chest and couldn't make it out. Just at this time, suddenly, A thick golden light shrouded the little dragon, and I saw a small group of blood flying from the mouth of the little dragon. This blood has the blood of the Soviet Union, and there is also a small dragon. I saw that the small blood group unexpectedly formed a strange pattern. This pattern exudes a strong black mystery. Su Luo looked at this scene with shock and could not react. This. She has turned the history of the mainland in the common sense book over the past few days, so there is a hint of speculation in my heart. I saw that the blood group quickly split into two, half flew into the body of the Soviet Union, and the other half flew into the body of Xiao Menglong. Just as she was in the face of Su Luo, her head suddenly had a sharp pain, and then suddenly there was a lot of things pouring into her mind. Xiao Menglong, is this a contract with her? And it is an equal contract. Xiao Menglong, what is your name? Su Luo felt that he had a spiritual connection with Xiao Menglong and seemed to be able to communicate with him spiritually. What? Ah. The dragon's teeth are not clear. What? What is this name? Forget it, I will call you Meng Meng later, okay? Su Zhao's slender fingers licked Xiao Menglong's round little head. Xia Menglong seems to be very happy, laughing and squinting into a line. Receiving a small dragon in the air, this makes Su Luo have a sense of happiness in the sky. However, it is clear that this lucky goddess is still standing on her side. Suddenly, Su Luo only felt that there was a flower in front of her, and she had already entered a completely strange place. Su Luo was holding Xiao Menglong and looked around curiously. This is her space. However, this space is really small, only 10 square meters in size, and there is nothing but a Lingquan inside. What makes the fall more so is that Xiao Menglong can enter with the entity, but she can only enter in the state of the soul. Her body is still outside when her soul comes in. This made her somewhat depressed. Because this shows that her space is not the same as the legendary portable space. In the legendary portable space, the owner can enter the body. In this way, if someone chases and kills, he can hide in the space at any time, but it is the best baby to kill at home. The reason why the Soviet Union dared to hijack Xia Menglong was that she decided that there was space at that time. Shenlong had to chase her. She could also hide in the space, and safety would be guaranteed. But now it seems that it has to be considered from a long time. The Soviets quietly looked at this hard-won space. At this time, Xia Menglong has been walking on a small short leg, and the whole body is kneeling on the edge of Lingquan. The small head is close to it, so that he can drink the spring water. The spring is just the size of a barrel, the spring is crystal clear, and it also has a faint fragrance. Su Luo took a sip of Lingquan, and suddenly felt that the filth in the body was washed away, the whole body was refreshing and refreshing. However, it's not right. Su Luo suddenly had a feeling that this Lingquan, with her stolen from the Soviet government, was exactly the same. She once tasted a little bit of water, so she noticed it at the moment. Su Luo suddenly had a feeling of silence. Before that, for the sake of the day, she worked hard to steal, and was chased by her cheap old man, but she did not expect that after opening the space, this day is not a bottle, but a whole spring. The goddess of fortune is too careless about her. She did not think that it was reported. Just when Su Luo was narcissistic, suddenly, she had a very bad hunch, and she felt that a kind of murderous murder was far and near. Looking out of the space, I saw that she was chasing her and she was chasing it. Right now, it's a sip of breath. The face of Su Luo was frightened. She turned and ran, as fast as a rabbit. Perhaps because of the space of the fountain, the Soviet Union feels that the whole person is light, and it is as light as a swallow, and the speed is much faster than before. And before she was spit out of the blood, she was exhausted, and under a lingering spring, these symptoms all disappeared. Run and run. The Soviets ran to the other end, grabbed the vines along the cliff and swayed to the other side of the cliff. Shenlong was chasing after her. It spurred a sigh of relief, and half of the cliff suddenly collapsed, and countless stoning stones fell to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is like a flexible dragon, jumping from the left to the right, constantly evading. When the chased after the thrilling, Su Luo suddenly flashed a flash of light, she slaped her head. Her space has already been opened, Xiao Menglong's blood is no longer useful to her, she can just return Xia Menglong back. How is she so stupid? I did not expect this. The idea of Su Luo is very full, but the reality is very skinny. Before she ran out, Xiao Menglong was thrown into the space by her. At this time, Su Luo could clearly see that Xiao Menglong was holding a small butt, and the whole person was kneeling in the spring, facing the Lingquan. Drinking slyly, while Lingquan disappears at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heart of Su Luo is called a meat pain. She hurriedly summoned Xiao Menglong in her mind. Little Meng Meng, oh, come out soon. Xiao Menglong continued to drink in the water. Your home is about to be photographed by your dragon mother. I don't want to come out soon. Su Luo left and avoided, and anxiously summoned. Xiao Menglong's two small claws cling to the soil on the edge of Lingquan and continue to bow and drink. On the forehead of Su's forehead, 3 blue veins suddenly appeared. This disobedient little guy waited for her to escape the robbery and see how she hid it. On this road, the Soviet Union was chased by the dragon and almost did not distinguish the direction, chaos around, and finally she did not know where to go. Suddenly, Su Luo felt someone in front of him, and she was still familiar with her. I saw a glimpse of evil light in the eyes of Su Luo, and then she led the dragon to the side without any guilt. The disaster is led by the east, and this trick is very skilled. Soon, Su Luo saw a 5-person squad. This team is not someone else, the entire team of Lu Ruohua. Lu Ruohua looked back and saw that Su Luo was a wolf, and he was very happy. She looked up and down, and finally smiled arrogantly. Su, it is you? How long has it been? How are you so embarrassed? Su Luo looked at her carelessly and said a little, you are not embarrassed. At this time, Lu Ruohua's dress was dirty and ruined, and the face was scratched with scars on the face, blood stains, and it looked very embarrassing. The injury on her face should have been hurt by the tornado. Lu Weiming glanced at Su Luo, and he flashed a complex look in the middle of the sigh. He smiled very enthusiastically, Su girl. Why didn't you be with you? Su Luo slowly sighed, there is something left by His Royal Highness, but he will come back soon. Do you have something to find him? At this time, Lu Ruohua laughed and taunted. She pointed at Su Luo and smiled and said, you don't put gold on your face. I don't know. We are chasing after the Golden King. The Yao Qi ferry has gone, and you have left it. You still don't understand it now. You are just a plaything of His Royal Highness. Anything you can throw away at any time. What are you talking about? Su Luo was angry and hated to her. I am nonsense. Ha ha ha, laughing at me, I really laughed at me. Lu Ruohua smiled and tears came out, the madness in her heart, because of the abandonment of the Soviet Union, all scattered the haze. Just listen to her sneer and sneer, would you tell me, isn't the Golden King's Highness going to Yao Qi ferry? The smile of the Soviet Union was a bit cold. Lu Ruohua guessed that it was correct. Isn't Nangong Luyan going to find Yao Qi ferry? He left himself alone in the small tree house, was he just looking for Yao Qi ferry? Seeing the complex emotions on the face of Su's face, Lu Ruohua was so happy that she laughed and could hardly wear it. Su, I thought you were so powerful, His Royal Highness how much hurts you, I didn't expect you to be favored for only these 2 days, ha 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 dash. Su Luo only looked at her quietly, and there was a glimmer of light on her eyes. She could not see the emotional ups and downs on her face. Lu Ruohua smiled enough, and Lu Weiming said, the inner den of the wild snake is still on her. Shouldn't we take it back? Lu Weiming frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed a little hesitant. After a while, he slowly said, isn't she already swallowed in? Lu Ruohua looked at the idiot's eyes and looked at Lu Weiming, you are stupid. How can the inner den of the wild snake be so easy to digest? Maybe it is still intact in her stomach. If you are not sure, you will not know if you cut her belly. Yet? Lu Weiming was hesitant. After all, His Royal Highness King Jin said that he was very concerned about the Soviet Union. Lu Ruohua sneered aloud, did you not see it? The Golden King has already abandoned her. Otherwise, how can the King of the Kings follow the Yao Qi ferry? Do you think this monk is comparable to the Yao Qi ferry? I want you if you choose, will you choose Yao Hua ferry or choose her waist? Do you think that the eyes of His Royal Highness King are not as good as you? Lu Ruohua step by step to lure, deep into layers. Lu Weiming's eyes are deep and terrible, and they have a faint danger of lethality. He knew that Lu Ruohua had confused him for his private venge, but he could not refuse. Because the inner snake of the wild snake is really important to him. As long as he gets the Nei Dan, he will have the opportunity to become an introductory disciple of the Blue Ocean Masters. Then his cultivation will be smooth, and vice versa. Lu Weiming's face slowly floated a smile, and ice cooling was a dangerous smile. The dagger he hid in his sleeve suddenly moved. Su Xian's heart flashed a sneer. A group of idiots. What do you want to do? Su Luo screamed deliberately. If you know that you have killed me, you will never let go of you. Through the tiger's skin, the flag. Lu Ruohuan measured, coldly smiled, His Royal Highness Princess. Do not say that the King of the King will not avenge you, even if he revenge for you, but this Sunset Mountain has the most its World of Warcraft. When Warcraft smashes your bones, I don't know if the King of the King still recognizes which bones are yours. The voice of the Soviet Union did not fall, only that a gloomy figure had stood behind her, and the cold dagger had wiped her throat away. Assassin. I did not expect Lu Weiming to be as good as her, but also proficient in assassin. A cold ice on the face of Su's face is a dangerous smile. I saw that the soles of Su were slippery, and the whole person was as slippery as she couldn't keep her hands. When she saw it, her figure was already out of Sanjiang. Lu Weiming's dagger was suddenly lost. His eyes flashed a little surprised. He can feel that there is no spiritual power in the Soviet Union, which is enough to show that she is just an ordinary waste. And he is already a third-order wizard. But his sneak attack did not succeed. This gave him a strong sense of frustration. The corner of the mouth of the Soviet Union smacked a touch of light to an almost invisible smile. She smiled coldly and turned around without moving her feet, because she felt that the dragon had already finished fighting the fire phoenix, and she began to have time to chase her. Do not have the ability to run. Lu Ruohua Jiao Jiao, followed by chasing. You don't have to chase after you have the ability. Su fell back and made a face to her. Don't run at this time, when she is stupid. Lu Weiming flashed a strong killing in the eyes. If it is not done before, if it has already been done, it must be riddled with roots. Otherwise, if the Soviet Union fell black under the King of the Kings, then they would not have left alive. Although the King of the King gave her away, but who knows the moody King of the King, when did she think of her? At this time, Lu Weiming was sinister and bloodthirsty, killing him. I saw him walking like a footstep, biting the Soviet Union, and chasing her incessantly. After him, the four people were all chasing after each other, swearing to slay the Soviet Union. Seeing that the distance between the two sides is getting closer. Oh, it's not right. Lu Weiming suddenly frowned, and he felt a dangerous breath coming from behind. He looked back and suddenly looked pale as paper, and his legs were almost soft and could not stand. See him like this, everyone is looking back. Heaven, my God, is that snake essence? Snake, you a fairy board. That is the dragon. Shenlong. When the words came out, the audience was silent and dead. Shenlong, that is the legendary dragon who can ruin a city. This is simply horrible. What is even more terrifying is that the dragons are still chasing after them, and the hateful eyes are like the hatred of the robbing. However, how can the dragons and adults look at them and chase them? At this point, they simply couldn't think too much, and the brain didn't even listen to it. They only knew that they were running and running. How fast can you run? If you can run through your companions, you will have more life. Everyone is very embarrassed at this time. The swan that ran in the forefront was sinister and treacherous. Since both Lu Weiming and Shenlong want to kill her, then let them kill each other first, and then kill the results, then come to her PK. The disaster is led by the murder of the people. These means are the most skilled. Anyway, Lu Weiming, their hearts are black and poisonous, and she did not feel a little guilty about this matter. Poor Lu Weiming, they still don't know, this dragon is attracted by the Soviet Union. If they know, as long as they run separately from the Soviet Union, they can escape the threat of the dragon. However, there is always an inertia when people are in danger, and they do not let go of the target in front. So, this is destined for their cups. Su Luo knows very well about human nature. She is determined that Lu Weiming will do something to her. She also decided that they did not know that Shenlong was attracted by themselves, and even more sure that they would follow their own protection shield when they fled. On the calculation of the mind, on the city government, the Soviet Union will never lose anyone. Hey, Shenlong squirted a bite. The dark black ink will hang over the back of several people and cover them. In the Longan's eyes, these little humans who ran with the Soviet Union were her partners, all it. She was afraid of killing the Soviet Union and hurting the dragon, but these small ants did not have to worry about it. As a result, her dragon's interest is completely uncontrolled. Ah, a tragic cry came from behind the crowd. It is one of the Lu Weiming team. The boy likes Lu Ruohua very much, and she is almost compliant with her, but at the most critical moment when the dragon spreads, he pulls Lu Ruohua, and Lu Ruohua pushes him to the rear, and she uses her power to escape. The boy who was caught up in the dragon's face was desperate, and he was incredulously glaring at the background of Lu Ruohua's farther and farther, and his eyes were full of horror. He didn't think of anything. He pulled Lu Ruohua and Lu Ruohua dragged him back. He can't even understand if he is dead. Why is this? This is human nature. Selfish and cool, ungrateful, and will be enemies. This was originally a team of 6 people. At the beginning, one person died because of a wild snake. Now he is killed by a dragon, so there are only 4 people left in the team. Captain Lu Weiming, Lu Ruohua, Li Wei, and another teenager. The dragon is getting closer and closer, almost at your fingertips. Ah, another tragic cry. The boy was swallowed by the dragon, and there was no residue left. Su Luo flew with the belt. The speed is fast, but she can't help but feel cold. Seeing that a personal flesh back is swallowed, who knows when it will be his turn. We will run separately. Otherwise, we will all die. Lu Weiming is not the captain. He calmed down and quickly found the only solution. There is only one dragon. As long as everyone spreads out, then the other 3 directions are very likely to escape. Lu Weiming hated and stunned the Soviet Union. He knew that the Soviet Union had to die in this Sunset Mountain. If she was gone out, God would know how to deal with them after they knew that they would kill her. Even if they died, they did not want to be an enemy of His Royal Highness. Therefore, the best way is to kill people with a knife, and use the power of the dragon to eradicate the Soviet Union. At this point, Lu Weiming and Lu Ruohua and Li Wei looked at each other and he made a gesture. So, the 3 men flew in 3 directions. I have to say that Lu Weiming's method is really good. He beat him and saved himself and Lu Ruohua and Li Wei. Seeing that the 3 men dissipated, Su's heart was lost. Hey, the humanoid meat shield is gone. At this point, the only hope is pinned on Xiao Menglong. The dragon is getting closer and closer, and finally, it will block the Soviet Union under a cliff. There are cliffs on all 3 sides, no way to escape. Su's hands raised and turned, and his face smiled extremely flatteringly. Hey, God Dragon, tired? Do you want to rest? Shenlong squinted at his face. His eyes were indifferent and cold, and there was no trace of temperature, just like watching the dead, staring at the Soviet Union. It looked around at the whole body, and did not even find her little baby. For a moment, she was angry. Don't, Su Luo was so anxious to sweat on his face. She kept calling Xiao Menglong in her mind, shouting almost cramped. However, Xiao Menglong was squatting on the Lingquan, leaning against his small face, a pair of cute big eyes flashing with tears, looking at the Soviet Union with pity, so that he could be wronged. In the space, the fall of the Soul State slammed it with a look. If you don't go out, your mother will kill me with a bit of a sigh. You will not be there until time. Let's play together. She just couldn't understand. Obviously there is her own mother, she is not looking at herself. Is it really not as good as the fragrance of others? It's strange that some children have their own sea and seafood flavors, but they don't rely on other people's homes to eat choking. Xiao Menglong continued to look at the Soviet Union with poor eyes. Su Luo pretend to be a murderous appearance. One hand to pick up Xiao Menglong will be caught back. Xiao Menglong's 2 lower claws are dead on the edge of Lingquan. The tears in the big eyes are rolling, as if Su Luo is a trafficker who sells children. The fall of the relief amount. Whose little broken child? Go home quickly, she can't afford it. Does she just want to return it to the original? It seems like you want to catch it on the guillotine. In the end, Su Luo really helpless, because no longer go out, Shenlong will definitely kill her with a bite. So, the Soviet Union sighed with a tone of enthusiasm, biting the back molars, but laughing softly, or, the owner, I will take a bucket full of buckets to bring you back. Xiao Menglong shook his head. Not enough. Su Luo helped the amount, but smiled and said, it's better. Let's ask your mommy first to ask for a good question. After all, after you hatched, Nima hasn't seen you yet. Xiao Menglong shook his head. Will be taken away. Su Luo only felt that her eyebrows were pumping in the air. Finally, she measured a smile and picked up Xiao Menglong. Do you think I can't leave you? Hey! Think of it, in this portable space, she is the boss. When Xiao Menglong was thrown out of the space and appeared in the arms of Su Luo, Shenlong was brewing her second dragon. You, take it back quickly. Su Luo held Xiao Menglong in his hands and hurriedly sent it. She placed Xiao Menglong on the ground and signaled the little guy to hurry up and ask for security. It is said that Shenlong is also very hard. After she was born and hatched for a long time, Xiao Menglong was born, and she didn't even return home. She was still a mother who was chasing after her. It was really a dead person. Therefore, when Xiao Menglong swayed, he moved back to the dragon in 3 steps. The angry dragon mother poked her head with the thick index finger of her bucket, so Xiao Menglong stumbled and slammed back. That way, funny and funny, the Soviets almost laughed out loud. However, the dragon was sweeping indiscriminately toward the Soviet Union. The eyes were as cold as ice, and it seemed that a cold swelled up from the soles of the feet, and Su suddenly couldn't smile. The eyes of Shenlong contain endless killings, and the eyes flashed with anger, murderous, and a bit of dragon's breath will be sprayed toward the Soviet Union. However, at this time, Xiao Menglong grabbed the dragon's finger along his arm and swayed up and climbed. Finally, sitting on the dragon's nose, the dragon's breath was cleaned up. At this time, the dragon and Xiao Menglong have a deep lyrical appearance and are intimate with each other. In the heart of the Soviet Union, do not go at this time, but when? If Shenlong finds Xiao Menglong to conclude a contract with himself, I am afraid that he will shoot himself directly with one paw. So, Su slammed back a few steps, then turned and sneaked away. The Soviets carefully walked in the mountains, hoping to find a way out. She is now inferior in strength and dare not rush around, so she is very careful along the way. Her mission to the mountains has been completed. Although the process is very thrilling, but the luck is very good, there is always no danger, not only open the space, but also the wrong contract with the small dragon. But unfortunately, Xiao Shenlong was taken home by her mother. Su sighed and slowly searched for the way out of the mountain, but did not know, there was a madness in the Nangong Luyun looking for her. Nangong Luyun pale face, staring at the millennium ancient wood, clenched fist knuckles roots white. The ancient wood is still the same, but the wooden house on the tree is missing. It seems that people have been walking away from the pot, and they are clean, and there is not even a piece of broken meat. Nangong Luyun stared at the millennium ancient wood, his scorpion was cold, and he was already fascinated with a sinister enchanting genie. Today's face, like a condensed frost, looks like a violent madman. Beast, brutal bloodthirsty. Nangong Luyun only felt a colic in the place near the heart, and he almost suffocated. Beside him, stood a beautiful and dusty, like a beautiful woman who does not eat human fireworks. I saw her in a white dress wins the snow, the neck is beautiful, the waist is slender, and the waist is full, and the skirt flies, like a feather to go to the fairy. This person is not someone else, it is the legendary Yao Qi fairy. Yao Qi fairy is concerned about pulling the Nangong Luyun in the depression. If the lips contain Dan, he will lightly start, the 3 divisions are all bad Yao Yao, tired of you injured, and tired of Su's girl disappeared. Nangong Luyun's face was cold, and he did not take it. The light was full of self-blame. Suddenly, he slaps himself to himself and then slaps again. He is a big man, and he only vomits blood on his own hands. 3 brothers. Yao Qi fairy flashed a trace of regret, hurriedly grabbed his hand, not let him hurt himself. I am not good. If it is not for me to leave her, she will not. Nangong Luyun evil spirit's wild beauty, a flash of pain, the tone seems to have a hint of whimper. What happened in the end? How can the falling disappear? It's all his fault. He shouldn't leave her in a hurry. If it's not that he left her, how could this happen? Nangong Luyun blamed himself for a 1,000-year-old tree. The 10 old trees that were hugged by the earth fell to the ground and lit up a dust, ending its millennium career. The eyes of Yao Qi fairy flashed a complex emotion, and the eyes seemed to be confused with water mist, which separated her inner darkness. I saw her concern, 3 brothers, don't worry too much, no one knows what happened to Su girl. Things, maybe she is having an adventure now. You don't understand, there is no spiritual power in her body. Nangong Luyun's eyes flashed a desperate look. His gimmicks are completely incapable of spiritual power. How do you survive the sunset in this sunset? Maybe now it has been. As soon as I think of this, Nangong Luyun feels a heartache. No. I am going to find him. Nangong Luyun struggled, but because of lack of strength, he wanted to fall. Yao Qi fairy saw the Nangong Luyun body trembled, almost standing still cannot stand, but still want to find the Soviet Union, the complex meaning of her eyes can barely cover up. Yao Qi fairy pulls the crumbling Nangong Luyun, the beauty is moving, the voice is clear, 3 brothers, you are hurt now, how to find it? How far can you stick to it? Even if she finds her, if she is encountering danger, can you save? The words spoken by Yao Qi Xianzi are reasonable, irrefutable, and in the same language. Nangong Luyun was really seriously injured. In order to save the Yao Qi fairy, his abdomen was crossed by the vultures of the Vulture King. On the spot, the blood flowed like a note, and he stopped the blood. He insisted on finding the Soviet Union, but who knows that the fall is gone. 3 brothers, your immediate priority is to raise your wounds. Yao Qi fairy stared at him with concern. I believe that I am okay. I will send someone to look for it now. I believe that Su will be brought back soon. Nangong Luyun struggled, and the wound he had stopped was cracked again, and suddenly the blood rushed out like a spring. His lips were pale, and his face was stunned. Nangong heavily grasped the hand of Yao Qi fairy, but he was weak, but he looked solemn and serious. You must find her. Good. Yao Qi fairy squeezed a smile and focused on the head. Even the Nangong Luyun did not catch the icy cold that flashed through her eyes. After saying this, Nangong Luyun sat down on his knees and healed his injuries. He must nurse his body as soon as possible. His fallen girl is still waiting for him. Yao Qi fairy appeased the Nangong Luyun, seeing his look dignified, and began to heal. Her beauty in the water is a deep meaning, and the red lips evoke a shallow smile. Then she turned and left. On the edge of the cliff, the fog is soaring, and the bottom of the cliff is deep. Yao Hua fairy stands faintly on the edge of the cliff, with long hair hanging down to the ankles, dancing with the wind, seems to be going to take the wind to go to the ferry, but at this time her look is indifferent as ice. Behind her stood a row of 4 young women. The first one is Qin Ning, the right arm of Yao Hua fairy. Yao Hua fairy's beautiful face is filled with a smile. Do you hear the words of the 3 brothers? Now your only task is to find the girl. Qin Ning wants to stop and talk. Carefully look at the beauty of the Yao Hua fairy, the cold and beautiful, the mouth is low and low, yes. Remember, live to see people, die, to see the corpse. The next 4 words, Yao Hua fairy, a word, slowly spit out, but her smile is still so gentle and beautiful, then reverse the sentient beings. Qin Ning was at the side of Yao Hua fairy since she was a child, so she heard the meaning of Yao Hua fairy. I saw a chill in the eyes of her eyes. It should be said, the slaves must not insult the mission of the palace, live to see people, die, see the dead. The master and the servant looked at each other and smiled. Qin Ning led the other 3 people to go outside, but she was sneer in her heart. Toad wants to eat. A small grass-bag prostitute, dare to rob the man with the younger palace, isn't this looking for death? If the little monk is dead, if it is not dead, when she sees how they tortured her, she is better than death, let her regret coming to this world. Qin Ning took 3 people to run in the mountains, and the trees fell back and forth as fast as lightning. Because before the Shenlong chasing the Soviet Union, all the way was destroyed, so the line is still obvious. Qin Ning follows this road and constantly searches forward. It was also Qin Ning who had a good luck and soon met Lu Ruohua. Qin Ning knew that Lu Ruohua was together with Su Luo. When he asked, Su Luo really had a big life and even escaped the tornado. Qin Ning is cold and sneer, it seems that they have come to the time of the Lesser Palace. Thus, under the guidance of Lu Ruohua, Qin Ning went after the escape route before the fall. Su Luo did not know that Qin Ning was bringing people to chase her. At this moment, she was roasting a few stolen Warcraft eggs by the fire. This afternoon, she was constantly chased and ran, and her physical consumption was very large, so she had to fill her stomach first, because in this sunset, no one knows when the next meal will be. The encounter with the setting sun in the setting sun made Su Sure understand that in this world, only strength is the most important, so she is eager to find a quiet place to start practicing. Looking at the double-layered elements of the wood fire that lingered around him, Su took a sigh of Warcraft eggs, and my heart was beautiful. When she planned to go out, she went to the basic wood fire element book to practice. Suddenly, the Soviet Union took the hand of the Warcraft egg, a strong sense of crisis hit the heart. The past life has been a killer for a lifetime, and the Soviet Union is most sensitive to this murderousness. It will never go wrong. This is not the murderousness of Warcraft, but people. Su Luo looked at the other eggs still roasting, and they didn't want to grab them and throw them into the space. They plunged into the woods and slid fast. The Soviets ran for 2 hours, and finally, she hid behind a cliff. At this point, the sky is gradually getting darker, and the moon is falling. The Soviet Union adjusted the breathing to a minimum, and the heart's beating also slowed down. The whole person was hidden in the darkness and seemed to blend into the dark cliffs. If you are not a master, it is extremely difficult to distinguish. At this time, suddenly a distant woman flew from afar. I saw her white wind snow, the face is plain, a light blue Sui smoke skirt, the body has an extraordinary temperament. Su Luo recognized that she is not someone else, it is one of the maids around the Yao Qi ferry. The memory of the Soviet Union has always been very good, but even if she has seen a few years, she can still recognize it at a glance, let alone those who have seen it half a day ago. Su, I know you are there, come out, don't hide. The girl named Shui Yu is cold and cold, giving a sense of horror in the darkness. Su Luo sneered in his heart. Now that she knows where she is, why should she look around? This is called knowing where she is? Really, when she is a fledgling gimmick that she doesn't understand anything? However, Su's heart is strange. Why did the maid come to her? And she has a strong killing on her body. Is it? Su Yun thought of a possibility. That kind of ice clear and clean, the woman who does not seem to be infected with the worldly dust, will even send her hand to kill her. Although not reasonable, it is not impossible. Conan said that it is good to rule out everything, and the rest is impossible. It seems that Yao Qi Fairy is just that. I thought she was so temperamental, how extraordinary and refined, how not to eat the fireworks, but it turned out to be a woman who would be crazy because of men. Su Luo sneered in his heart. She must now take this gimmick to confirm her guess and determine who her enemy is. She is never a person who is sitting still, and others want to kill her, they have to pay the price of life. The Soviet Union was lurking under the cliff, waiting for the closeness of Chui Yu. Suddenly, in the darkness, a silver man's lighted up, and the Soviet Union had already flew to the back of Chui Yu, and the half-cut dagger had crossed her neck. The movements are clean, cruel and bloodthirsty, and never drag the water. Chui Yu is not a second-order warrior. She realizes that the danger is coming, to the left side, and then to the back is a sword. However, she eventually lost a step. Just as she took the dagger from her throat and measured it to the left, Su Luo had already expected her move. The dagger waited there early, so when Chui Yu's body came over, he bumped into the dagger. Hey, a soft bang, a blood like a spring. Ah, Chui Yu did not die on the spot, and painfully rolled on the ground. It's strange to blame Su's dagger, only half of which is left, and the other half is smashed by Xiao Menglong, so it's not sharp enough to stab her. Su Luo looked coldly at Chui Yu, who was painfully rolling on the ground, and asked softly, why should I chase me? You must die. Chui Yu looked at his face and looked distorted, but still barely and proudly raised his chin. Tell me the truth, I will give you a happy, how do you think this transaction? Su Luo squatted down, looking at her like a smile, with a tone of discussion. Chui Yu is cold and cold, don't look over her face, and don't put her threat in her eyes. At this moment in her eyes, Su is still an ant, she will never admit that she is better than herself. It's very bony. Su Luo pulled down the handle and broke half of the blood-stained dagger. The smile was like a warm wind. He couldn't see any signs of anger. You also saw that my dagger is very blunt, once. It's killing people. Hey. Chui Yu snorted. Very good, I appreciate your bones, I hope you can continue to keep it. Su's face is a faint smirk, she laughs with ease, and the dagger has mercilessly rushed toward Chui Yu's fingers. A finger was smashed down. Ah, Chui Yu's tears flowed out and almost died. Not waiting for Chui Yu to speak, the second finger was smashed. The third one. I said. Chui Yu's eyes flashed a little strange. She didn't understand, even her martial arts people couldn't do such cruel things. Why did Su Luo do so skillfully? She has such a gentle smile on her face. It seems that it is not a finger but a slice of bread. This person is simply a devil. Actually, you don't have to worry, this is not finished yet. Su Luo's hand crossed her hand, it seems that there is still some unfinished. Chui Yu reluctantly said, it is the main palace that we are going to kill you. You have a debt and you have the ability to go to the Shaogong main revenge. Why should she kill me? It really is that Yao Qi Fairy wants to kill her. Chui Yu looked at the idiot like a suicide, don't you understand? We have a deep love for the king of the kings since childhood. They grew up together, and the love is no better than others. In the eyes of all, the lesser and the royal highness of King Jin is a pair of monks, and you, his royal highness king kissed you, so you can't forgive. Just because he kissed me, so your Yao Qi Fairy will kill me? Su Luo sneered. Her guess is really correct. Yes. Because the highness of the King of King never allowed anyone to come close, can come close to him, only we are less than the Lord. Now there is one more, so you must die. It turns out that. Su's eyes flashed a chill, and the corners of his mouth smacked to a smile that was almost invisible. What fairy, what is extraordinary, what does not eat human fireworks? It's all shit. The ridiculous Nangong Luyun, he is self-confident, but he can't see the woman around him so stunned. What about Nangong Luyun? How is he doing now? The big eyes of the sleek crystal clear flashed a deep meaning, and the mouth was faintly ironic. His Royal Highness is with our Lord's palace. This is the truth, not the complete truth. Su Luo nodded. Nangong Luyun, when you see the small tree house that was taken away by the pot, will it be awkward? When you know that my life and death are unknown, will you worry? Why are you not looking for me? With your Yao Qi fairy, I really don't care. Think about it this way, what you said before, what you said, is really ridiculous. Sure enough, it depends on the mountains and mountains, relying on everyone to run, people, or only the most reliable. The two are like water, but they are cold with talk. Let's say, how many people have you sent to kill me? Since it has already been sent out, it means that she has to squander the roots. It seems that this time she is really dangerous and extremely dangerous. Su did not know what happened to him. Is it that the character is too bad? This is only half a day, she has already been hit by 3 killings. She felt that she should go to the temple to burn incense, worship the Buddha, go to the mildew, it was too unlucky. However, Cui Yu was cold-faced and turned his head. Don't you say? Very good, quite good. Su Luo's eyes sneered. She is in a state of depression now, and some people will not send it to her to vent her. It is really crowded. I saw that she didn't even have a hint, just go down. Ah, my hand, Cui Yu saw that her left wrist was cut off, blood was like a note, and she spurted out. You. The voice has not fallen, and the fall is a knife. What? Cui Yu's other hand was also cut, and the blood was also raging. I said. Cui Yu's pain almost died, his face pale as paper, and the cold sweat fell like rain. In fact, you can wait for more. Su Luo laughed like a warm wind, but in the eyes of Cui Yu seems to come from the demon of the Shura field, sullen. In addition to me, there are 3 more people. Cui Yu gasped and gasped, screaming at the bottom of his eyes, and his eyes were full of hot and vicious curses. They each have stronger strength than me, they will definitely be I take revenge. Yes. Then let's go. Su Luo stood up, condescending, and looked at her faintly. Look at what you and the plate, I will give you a chance, let me finish. No, Cui Yu shook her head in despair, until the moment before her death, she realized that she really wanted to leave the world forever. In the future, I will never breathe again, I will never smell the air, and then I will not open my eyes. Blue sky and white clouds, nothing can be seen. Let me do it, I am afraid that I can't help but cut off the flesh of your body. Su faintly looked at his hand and smiled, I haven't killed anyone yet, don't because of you. And dirty hands. Cui Yu is dying, but she thinks about the sultry means of Su Luo, she closed her eyes and slammed into a cliff not far away. With a bang, her brain was chapped and she could not die any more. It's your own death, I can't kill anyone. Su Luo smiled to reveal white teeth. Then she began to quickly clean the traces. After spending half an hour, she erased all the traces and then marched into the mountains. She knows that Yao Qi fairy is going to kill her. She has only 3 ways to go. One is to avoid the Yao Qi fairy to find the Nangong stream. Yao Qi fairy is absolutely not afraid to kill her in the face of Nangong Luyun, but it is very difficult for her to operate this way, and she does not want to see him now. The second way is to hide in the deep forest and let the other side never find it. As for the third road, all the people sent by Yao Qi Xianzi were killed. But this one is too unrealistic for the current Soviet Union. The mountains are endless. Su Luo continually drilled into the dense forests of the mountains, and she carefully erased the traces along the way, hoping not to be discovered by the other side. After walking for about an hour, suddenly, a danger hit my heart, and Su Luo suddenly felt the chilly back. She knew that she was being followed. This time, people like Cui Yu said, martial arts is much higher than her. Su Luo hides behind the deep ancient wood and looks coldly forward. It was a woman wearing a light yellow tunic. Her breath was stronger than that of Cui Yu. It should be a third-order warrior. Su Luo can kill Chueyu, relying on a sneak attack, but now this person is already a third order, this is difficult to do. Su Luo makes himself and the night blend into one, to minimize the sense of existence. However, suddenly, I saw this girl named Goose Yellow smile coldly, and then came to the face of the Soviet Union. It was discovered. The strength of that sword is not the one she can crack now. The Soviet Union rolled over and avoided the deadly attack. Then spread the pace and fly forward. She knows that if she fights face to face, this person can easily KO her. Today she only has to hide. Su Luo saw the vines in the jungle, and her heart was happy. She opened the vines and entered a hidden cave. The cave is very small, only less than a square meter of space. Su behind the back of the wall, she held her breath and suppressed her heartbeat to the lowest, just like a cold-blooded animal hibernate, only a trace of vitality, almost visible. Through the vines, the pupils of the Soviet Union are miniature, and their hearts are extremely angry. Yao Qi Fairy, do you want men to fight for themselves? Kill her, an outsider is what it is. Su's fist clenched, and her eyes flashed with a touch of anger. She vowed that she would definitely return to her after her strength was improved. But now, the Soviet Union can only bear the anger. However, she is too late to bear. Because her heart was excited, so her vitality was so strong, so she was searched for a strange look by the goose girl. Seeing that she was going to fight with her sword, she fell to the ground and left the small hole and went outside. Thrillingly escaped this killing. However, the good times did not last long, and soon in the middle of the road, Su Luo also noticed that he was locked by the geese. It's really a ghost. The whole person in the Soviet Union hid in a vast ocean swamp, and the whole person was buried in the mud. The body was covered with dead leaves, and only one pair of eyes were exposed to the ground. She closed her breath and hoped that she could escape this time. However, the goose girl stood on the edge of the swamp, her face was a thin anger that could not be pursued for a long time. Whenever she catches up with the Soviet Union, the other party is always slippery like a muddy hand, and she accidentally let her run away, which makes the goose yellow very unhappy. It's like now, seeing her lock up, she seems to disappear as if the whole person disappeared. The geese vented like a sword and shot at the swamp. The sword awns flashed with golden lightning, which ignited a piece of mud. This swordsmanship contains aura, and the sword is fierce, and it is fatal. Hey, a golden light flashed on the right side of the Soviet Union. The sword flower that was brought up wiped the right arm of the Soviet Union. She felt a severe pain. The painful cold sweat on her face. At this moment, she almost thought that her right arm was cut off. There was an hour, and the mad revenge of the goose yellow finally calmed down. Su Luo gritted his teeth out of the swamp, his right arm was bloody, and she almost fainted. Yaohua Fairy, very good. This hatred of me is down. Su Luo dragged his tired body, found a stream of water, and cleaned the wound. And the clothes full of mud are also washed. Because of excessive blood loss, the Soviet Union has a dizzy feeling of dizziness. She secretly complains in her heart. She can't run now. If she goes on, she will be chased by the geese in the morning and evening. Suddenly, she thought about it and remembered that she still had a baby space. Although there is nothing in the space, there is still a spiritual spring, which is a healing sacrament. Su Luo took out a handful of water from the space and drank it all. At this time, the Lingquan was like a sap of pure syrup, and it was full of mellow and clear air. The original weak spirit is much stronger, the mind is recovering, and it is no longer groggy. After that, the Soviet Union took a handful of water and sprinkled it on the wound. Although the wound did not heal immediately, the blood stopped slowly. Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and finally survived, not falling here. However, her tone has not been loosened, but she suddenly feels a danger after her own. The Soviets rolled on the ground and avoided the murderous sword. This person is not a goose, but it is green. The same is one of the 4 people who are going to kill the Soviet Union. Smelly head, you have been hiding here, the aging mother is looking for a while. Look at the sword. The green is not a word, and it is directly stabbed by a sword. The long sword turned into countless white light, and it was shot over the Soviet Union. For a time, the wind are great, the sun and the moon have nothing to do. Su Luo had no resistance at all, she could only dodge by speed. However, she was seriously injured at the moment, and she lost too much blood for part-time work. Pain, overwhelming. Su Luo bit his teeth, the lower lip bite out the dead blood. She can't fall, if it falls now, it will die. In front of the cliffs, the bottom of the cliff is deep, and there are deep fogs around. Sue's eyes flashed a stern look. Even if she is going to die, she has to pull back. However, the Soviet Union fell down. She fell to the ground weakly, motionless, as if she had died. There was no life on her body. The green eyes flashed a sneer, walked to her side, and squatted down and smiled coldly. Small monks dare to seduce the title of King Jean, and it is not enough to die 100 times. You can rest assured, the king of the king has less of us. The palace owner takes care. As she said, she raised the corpse of Su Luo and threw it at the bottom of the cliff. Qin Ning's sister said that the corpse will be destroyed. However, the accident is sudden at this moment. When she pulled up the corpse of the Soviet Union, she saw a cold and cruel smile on the corner of the Soviet Union. She curled up and grabbed the tender green sleeves, and the whole man fell on the green shoulders, leaning down, head down, the handle dagger thorns to the green vest. Ah, the green screams, and her heart is so angry that she resists the pain and pushes the Soviet Union down the cliff. However, the Soviet Union is like a piece of leather candy stuck to her, and she can't open it. At the same time, the Soviet Union continued to stab her with a dagger. But for a moment, there were countless scars on the green body. But the green did not make the Soviet Union better. She finally took a heavy attack on the Soviet Union. In the palm of his chest, Su Luo only felt a sweet throat, and a blood spurted out. At this time, both of them were on the edge of the cliff, and the mountains were whistling, blowing two scarred people to crumbling. The tender green sneered a few times, and she slammed her to the Soviet Union. This foot contains all her strength. She counts this foot enough to break the Soviet Union into the cliff and kill the dead. However, at this critical juncture, Su Luo was holding the green teaching of the green. Because of gravity, both people fell down the cliff. At the moment of the fall, the Soviet Union pulled hard and made her own up in green. The green gas was supposed to be imitated, but it was left behind by the Soviet Union. In the tender green heart, it is called a gas. She swears, if there is a next life, it will be broken down. However, it was too late for her to think about it. At this moment, the two have fallen into the abyss. Hey, both of them fell into the water, splashing water, deafening, and both of them fainted at a time. The two bodies were struck by the ruthless stream, and I don't know where to go. I don't know how long it took. The thin eyelashes of the Soviet Union trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the rocks above her head. At this point, it was found that the light was very dark, and she was washed by the stream to the shore. Su Luo found that he was hurt all over the body. It seemed that the whole body was torn apart, and the pain was almost numb. Su Luo took a handful of water from the space and struggled to drink it. After a while, it slowly recovered. She stood up and looked around suspiciously. Here is a crescent-shaped cave. A cave that has been abandoned for many years. The Soviet Union was weak, but stood up with his teeth and swayed inside. She held the wall and walked hundreds of meters in a difficult way, but still did not reach the end. This dark martyrdom is dark, and seems to lead to the boundless hell, and the sight is all dark. But somehow, there seems to be a mysterious force calling her, constantly tempting her to go inside. After walking about 300 meters, Su Luo not only sucked in a cold air. Where is the end of this ramp? Is there really no end? I really don't believe it. Su Susheng's heart was aroused. She dragged her tired body and moved it step by step. She walked for a distance of 1 kilometer. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the stream in the ear. When the Soviet Union went to the place where the sound occurred, she could not help but open her eyes and look at the scene in front of her eyes. At this moment, she almost thought she was blind. At the end of the black ramp, it turned out to be a large circular space, full of basketball courts, and the space was very empty. In the middle of the place is a purple stove, surrounded by a circle of workbenches, sparsely placed with some spar and herbs. Not far from the workbench, there is a bookshelf with a few books scattered on it. These are not the reasons for Sue's surprise. She is surprised that there are 7 or 8 bodies around the workbench. Every body has been dried and seems to have died for many years. Obviously, these people have had a very intense fight in front of them. When she was frowning, she suddenly felt that there was danger behind her, and she fell to the ground and fled. I didn't expect your life to be so big, so you can't fall to you. Green pressed the corner of the wall, smiled and measured, and the eyes flashed thick. If at the beginning she was ordered to kill the Soviet Union, then now she is willing to smash the Soviet Union. You haven't died yet? Su Luo smiled lightly, but there was a hint of scruples in his heart. The other party is a third-order warrior, but she has no spiritual power. Now both of them are injured, but when she sees the green attack, her injury is much lighter than her own. The green is trying to catch up with the Soviet Union. Suddenly, her eyes are looking inside. This time, she suddenly opened her mouth in surprise, and then her face was ecstatic. She walked in with excitement and walked in unbelievably, looking at everything in the cave, muttering to herself, this will not be true. It turns out to be a purple fire medicine tripod. Is it really a purple fire medicine tripod? What is the purple fire medicine tripod? Su Luo asked curiously. At this time, the green has already regarded the Soviet Union as a dead person, so she is not prepared to marry her. Now she urgently needs to vent her ecstasy, otherwise she will go mad. I said that you are a waste, still do not believe, even the purple fire medicine tripod has not heard of. Purple fire medicine tripod is the top artifacts pursued by the world's refining pharmacists. With this medicine tripod, the success rate of refining medicine will be improved by 100. I told you that it's just playing on the cow. You don't even know what the refining pharmacist is. In the face of the green desperation, the Soviet Union sneered in the heart. Sorry, labor and capital are really a double fire series, and the preparatory level refining pharmacists also. At this time, the verdant green looked at the purple fire medicine tripod with a magical light on his face, muttering to himself. It is said that the old man of the purple fire was retired. Was it actually dead here? Purple fire old man. Su Luo asked, who is this again? The verdant green turned his eyes. You haven't even heard of the old man of the purple fire. He is the only master-level refining pharmacist on the mainland. How many people in the world are behind the old man? You even the old man with purple fire, I have never heard of it. It is really hopeless. I have nothing to say to you. Su Luo knows that the refining pharmacists on the mainland are divided into junior refiners, intermediate refiners, senior refiners, super refiners, and master refiners. The refining pharmacists are well defined and it is very difficult to advance. However, because of the scarcity of refining pharmacists, every refining pharmacist is very precious. The person in Sufu is only a junior refining pharmacist, but his existence can protect the Soviet government for decades. I did not expect that the old man of the purple fire turned out to be the legendary master-level refining pharmacist. It is hard to imagine. Wow! The green in front of the bookshelf suddenly screamed loudly, the ancient Dan Fong. There is even unknown Dan Fong. God! Made, this time developed. Unknown Dan Fong is the handwriting of the old man of Zihua, recording his life's understanding and experience in the medicine, and there are many ancient Danfangs that have been lost for a long time. Including the purple fire medicine tripod, these are the treasures that the refining pharmacists dream of. Countless masters on the mainland are looking for this unknown Dan Fong in order to please the refining pharmacists, but even if they have rummaged through the entire continent, no one has found them. Unexpectedly, this time chasing the Soviet Union, she was beaten up and found the unknown Dan Fong, as well as the purple fire medicine tripod. For a time, the green is almost crazy. Her whole body trembled and excited, and almost everyone jumped up. She reached out to get the ancient Dan Fong, but soon she retracted her hand. She didn't dare, she was afraid of death. Because the body of the earth on the east and the west told her that the old man of the purple fire is definitely a poisonous master. The things of his old man are not something that anyone can get. You, come over. A green sword was placed on the neck of the Soviet Union, and she looked at her coldly with the eyes of the dead. Do you want to kill people? Suo's mouth swelled like a smile. Killing and killing. Green laughed. It is really necessary to kill people. Otherwise, if the matter here is passed from your mouth, it will bring great trouble to our Yaoqi palace. Therefore, you must die. Is it? Su faint smiled, just as she did the same idea. But now you can't die. Green used a long sword to force the Soviets to stop and shouted, take the unknown Danfang. Everything here is green and wants to take it for herself, but she doesn't even touch it. This is clearly to take her as a white mouse. Su Xian's heart flashed a hint of coldness, and her eyes fell on the body of the ground, with a dagger on the body. The dagger is glowing with chills. Okay. Su Luo did not refuse, she stepped up step by step, with a harmless smile on her face. Get it up. Green and cold drink. She wants to use Su Luo to test the poison, and try to see if there is any poison on this unknown Dan Fang. She must not die at this important moment. I found the cave of the old man of the purple fire. Who can match this credit? With such credit, even the Cheaning monk must be under himself. Or, she took these things and flew away, which is also a good idea. The green brain thoughts flashed quickly. Su Luo looked at the changing green look, and his eyes flashed a sneer. I have never seen an idiot in the world. But Su's face was not moving. When her hand touched the book, she muttered in her mouth, receive. Suddenly, the book disappeared on the shelf in an instant. Hey, what's the matter? Book? Su Luo was surprised and shouted in panic. The green face looks incredulous. She had just stared very tightly, and she had never left the hands of Su Luo, but she watched the book flashing and disappeared. What happened in the end? How can a good end book disappear? This is still a real hell. Green can be sure that in such a short period of time, the Soviet Union has no chance to do anything. It is a pity that no matter how she guessed, she could not guess that Su Luo would be a space mage. She had a carry-on space on her body. Therefore, the first reaction of Tender Green is to find the front of the bookshelf constantly. At this time, the Su Luo lowered his body and pretended to look for it, but he pulled out the dagger. I watched all my attention on the search for the Tender Green on the Shen Dan Dan Fong, and the corner of the mouth of the Soviet Union evoked a sneer. It's too late to say that. I saw that Su was thrown away, and the dagger had already reached her sleeve. However, the whole green heart was placed on the unknown Dan Fong, so I did not notice the difference of the Soviet Union. Where is it? How can it be found? Su Luo said with a puzzled look, holding the dagger in his sleeve tight, but his body was quietly close to the green. Is it Green frowning, she was about to turn around, but suddenly felt a shadow in front of her eyes, she subconsciously blocked by hand. However, the tragedy is that her right wrist was cut off by the wrist, the fracture is smooth and smooth. Suddenly, the blood does not need to be mad like a money. Looked at the half of the wrist that fell on the ground, and the green was aware of what had happened, and she screamed in pain. Su Luo is equally dissatisfied with this result. Originally she designed the good, directly pierced from the back vest, with her hand speed and precision, the green is never a chance to escape, but who knows that the last moment actually let her escape. If she turns green and turns to run, then although she has lost a wrist, her life is worry-free. It is a pity that she has hated the Soviet Union today, and she can't wait to reassure her. So she didn't want to think about it. She endured a long sword that fell from her wrist with a sharp pain. Su's eyes flashed a sneer, and she took a book from the space and threw it away from the green. She smiled on her face, catch it, don't lose it. Unknown Dan Fong. Tender Green eyes wide open, looked at the unknown Dan Fong that emerged in the hands of the Soviet Union in amazement, a bit stunned. However, it is this short moment, for the Su Luo, it is enough. As early as she threw out the unknown Dan Fong moment, she had moved to the greenback behind the ghost. Just in the moment of her blasphemy, the Soviet Union is like a demon from hell, the newly seized dagger in the hand is facing the green, a stroke on the neck. Suddenly, blood is like a spring. The green eyes looked at the anonymous Dan Fong in his hand, and the roots of the knuckles were white, and the heart was about to explode. However, she could only look at the blood that spurted out of her neck, screaming at the fall, and she suddenly realized, empty, space, mage. Then, she was very reluctant to plant it backwards, her eyes were round, and she was not blind. Su Luo buckled the unknown Dan Fong from her hand and patted the dust on it. She said with a smile, yes, this girl is a space mage, but it is a pity that you know when you die, too late, too. At this time, the Soviet Union is extremely grateful for this space. Although she felt it was a chicken rib at first, now she has slowly discovered its beauty. After destroying the green girl, Su Luo began to sweep the baby here. At this time, she was standing on the edge of the bookshelf. The bookshelves were all kinds of senior drug books, and many of them could not understand. But it doesn't matter, take it back and study it slowly. Su Luo is not a local costume, she directly put the entire bookshelf into the space. After that, Su Luo held the chin and circled around the purple gunpowder. As she looked up and down, she thought without thinking. This medicine has no wonder. How can it be so heavy? Yes, Su Luo has already tried it. She wanted to move the medicine, but found that no matter how hard she used, she couldn't move it. It seems that the medicine is growing on the ground. If you want to take medicine, it is very difficult for others. But who is Su Luo who has the biggest plug-in for killing people and traveling home? Su Luo placed his hand on the edge of the purple gunpowder, with a low voice in his mouth, receive. As a result, the purple gunpowder that weighed about 10,000 pounds disappeared in the air. Su Luo sensed the space, she was a little worried. After she found out that she had searched for a lap, the little 10 square meter space was filled up with almost no space to settle. How is this good? There is a pile of dark stones in the corner, and I don't know what it is. If you can't install it, then discard it, and wait for it to come back later. Su was in the dark. So, Su Luo only bent over and smashed a few pieces, and planned to go out and find someone. After all, this is left by the old man of the purple fire. How can the things left by the old man be simple? Just put in 3 stones. Suddenly, Su Luo only felt a dizzy head, an inexplicable tingling made her almost untenable. However, this stinging is quick to go, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Lu checked the space at this time. Suddenly, her mouth was shaped into an O shape. Actually, can this be done? Su Luo found that her space has become bigger, although the change is not very obvious, but in the corner even extended a square meter of space. This discovery really makes Su Luo ecstatic. The space will still grow bigger. The site of the Soviet Union fell on the pile of black elliptical stones. When I put in the medicine, books, and other objects, the space did not change. Instead, after putting in the 3 small black stones, the space changed significantly. Can these stones also promote spatial upgrading? Whether it is or not, try to know. Su Luo picked up a black stone and threw it in, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Dash. Suddenly, Su Luo felt a pain in her head, and she was cold, but when she opened her eyes again, she found that the space was a square meter. It turned out to be true. This discovery made Su Luo completely relieved. She did not hesitate to sweep all the remaining 10 black stones on the ground into the space, sweeping away the survival on the ground. As a result, the space has expanded by about 5 square meters. Su Luo's heart was so happy that it seemed that she had a chance to find these black stones. At this time, Su Luo did not know what kind of energy contained in these black stones, and did not know how much convenience these stones brought to her future cultivation. However, when Su Luo wanted to turn around and leave, he found that there was more than one person at the door. The man was leaning on the door frame with his sword, his mouth sneer, his eyes cold and like a snake, and he stared at her for a moment. Su Luo's heart jumped and the dark passage was bad. Just now she was unscrupulously sweeping the baby in the house. Was she all looked into the eyes? She was unaware of the appearance of the other party, which is enough to show that the other side's martial arts is much higher than her. Su, your life is really big. Goose Yellow holding a sword, sneer and close to the Soviet Union. Since the chasing of the Soviet Union, the goose has been searching along the way. Later, she found traces of fighting on the edge of the cliff. She sneaked away from the roots of the vines, so she found it all over the place. However, the most important discovery is on the Soviet Union. I have never thought of the Goose Yellow. The legendary waste material bale is actually a space mage who is almost extinct on the mainland. Moreover, her space is still not small. Although the refining pharmacists are rare, what is it compared to the almost extinct space mages? If the matter of the space mages is passed out, I am sure that the whole continent will be sensational. Unexpectedly, I really didn't expect that this stinky head turned out to be a space mage. I still want to kill her, but now I can't kill it. I believe that Miss will be very happy to dedicate this little monk to the Lord of the Palace. At that time, after controlling her mind, she can only sell for the Yaoqi Palace. Now. The more she wanted, the more beautiful she was, the more she smiled and smiled. She stepped closer to the Soviet Union and waved her sword in her hand. The tip of the sword pointed straight at her. Little slut, this time you see where you are going. At this time, Su's heart was really grievous to death. The long march, 25,000 miles, came over, and it was coming, but it was intercepted by the enemy at the last minute. This is really a smashing of the aureole, but it is a hateful embarrassment. Nangong Luyun has been tens of thousands of people, and she must be careful and not to disclose the things that she is a space mage. Otherwise, there will be life and worry. Now, her biggest card was discovered by the maid of Yaoqi Fairy. If it is spread out. Su Li's eyes were slightly stunned, and his heart flashed a bit of killing. However, her face was not moving, and the light and indifference swept the yellow goose. If I don't leave? Do you think that you still have room for choice? Goose Huang is at the top, sloping and sloping. At this moment, she is like the queen of the high, and the Soviet Union is just the ant who let her step on. Ants without rebellion. Only when the yellow-eyed corner of the goose saw the bright green on the ground, her eyes flashed a horror. The green is actually killed. Green and she grew up together, and practiced martial arts together. Her martial arts geese are very clear, and she is comparable to her own, but she never thought that the verdant finally died in the straw bag. It's really dead. It seems that I really looked down on you as a monk. Goose Yellow squinted and looked at the Soviet Union, gnashing his teeth in anger. She can't wait for a sword to fall, but unfortunately she can't kill now, because the current Soviet Union is a space mage who has almost disappeared on the mainland, and it is still a space mage with no self-protection. Goose Yellow thinks, if the Soviet Union is placed in the auction site auction, with the talent and appearance of this little monk, should you be able to shoot an unprecedented price? It's really a fortune that people have to be heartwarming. Sue looked at the face of the geese and Ian, and turned to look at the tender green body on the ground, with a bitter smile on the bottom of his eyes. How can I be seen, and in this case, the yellow goose will definitely be vigilant, and the small means before it cannot be used. Su Xiao smiled and raised his hands to make a surrender. However, because of the green car, she was very cautious. She took out a pair of red blood-like ropes, tied the hands of Sue's hands behind them, and tied them tightly and tightly. Be honest, don't want to escape. The Soviet Union only moved a little, and the long sword of the sacred yellow stalk cut into her neck, and a trace of fine blood leaked out slowly. Su Luo knows that if she resists and kills the other two sisters, she will definitely break her foot.